Quantrill's Raiders, the Hole in the Wall Gang. Colorful names for bands of outlaws that roamed the West during and after the Civil War. No one earned more fame, however, than Jesse James, the Robin Hood of Western outlaws. Most historians maintain that Jesse was killed 6 years after his doomed Northfield, Minnesota raid. Yet in 1948, J. Frank Dalton claimed he was Jesse James. Is it possible that Jesse James could have perpetrated a hoax on the entire country for over 60 years?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
James was a lad who killed many men. He robbed the Glendale train, and he stole from the rich to give to the poor. Everyone knew of his name. Jesse had a wife to mourn for his life, 2 children, they were brave. But that dirty little coward that shot Mr. Howard laid Jesse James in his grave. It was on a Saturday night, Jesse was alone, talking to his family so brave. Robert Ford came along like a thief in the night and laid poor Jesse in his grave. Jesse had a wife to mourn for his life, 2 children, they were brave. But that dirty little coward that shot Mr. Howard laid Jesse James in his grave. Yeah, that dirty little coward that shot Mr. Howard laid Jesse James in his grave.
On April 3rd, 1882, Jesse James was straightening a picture when suddenly a gunshot was fired. Reports said that Jesse James was dead. Was it really Jesse James who was shot in the head that day in Kearney, Missouri? By examining his life, we will perhaps find an answer to the question of his death. Jesse James is the only outlaw whose birthplace has been immortalized as a state monument. The house's curator is Dr. Milton Perry.
Jesse James is America's Robin Hood in legend. I don't think there's any question about that. The famous Robin Hood story is the one in which Frank and Jesse were returning from a robbery, and depending upon where you've heard it, it could have taken place in Missouri or Arkansas or Kentucky or wherever. And they stopped at a farmhouse and asked for lunch. The farm lady, and that was the custom at the time, consented and was fixing their meal. And while she was doing this, they noticed she was crying. And they asked her the reason why, and she said that she was a widow with 2 young children, and that the house was mortgaged, and the mortgage would be foreclosed that afternoon. So Frank or Jesse supposedly tell her that they are Frank and Jesse, and they would like to help her pay off the mortgage, and they asked her how much it was. She named the sum, they gave her the money, they left, the banker came, the mortgage was paid, it was burned, but strangely on the way back, the banker was ambushed by 2 masked men who stole all the money he had.
John Quantrill led a group of ex-Confederate raiders of which Frank and Jesse were members.
Frank and Jesse both joined Quantrill's Raiders during the Civil War because they were a very popular unit from this area, and they were directly associated with a number of Quantrill's men. And during that period of their career, as a part of the operation of the guerrillas, they would capture towns, and of course among the towns, in the towns were the banks. And so they had perpetrated daylight bank holdups as a part of their military actions. But strangely enough, it had never been done in peacetime until it would happen here in Liberty.
The Liberty Bank raid, recreated from eyewitness accounts, established a method of operation for Jesse and Frank. Jesse, the more aggressive, would charge forward, while Frank held bank personnel at bay. On their very first holdup, they managed to secure more than $70,000, a small fortune at that time.
The gang was probably originated with Frank, and probably at Frank's instigation along with other people. Jesse seems to have joined the gang more as an afterthought than anything else, but he gradually became the leader of the gang, probably because he was more of a team person and was probably a more popular person and convinced people to his ways. Jesse was much more outgoing than Frank, very friendly, had a very strong sense of humor, and was a very easygoing person and had a lot of friends and knew a lot of people. Frank was just the opposite. Frank was very quiet, very dour, very taciturn, probably never told a joke in his life, liked to read, could quote Shakespeare, and was a very, very private person. It's an interesting story that they managed to stay in business for 16 years, and they were never caught. Jesse, of course, was killed, and Frank surrendered, partially because of the fact that they were very popular in the way they operated. You have to remember that they concentrated on banks and railroads. They didn't hold up the corner grocery store, they didn't mug people for the milk money, and they didn't burglar people's homes. They became very popular in that banks and railroads were among the most hated institutions by the average people in the country. So they had lots of friends, and these friends would hide them out.
By 1876, the strain of outlaw life was taking a toll on Jesse and the gang. Jesse was forced to tour saloons looking for members who had been drinking. The risk of being seen in town before a job cut the odds of getting away. Jesse was afraid that someone might recognize them and set up an ambush. September 7th, 1876. Jesse and his 7 followers carefully prepared for their raid. No pistol or horse went unchecked. The gang had established a reputation for being nearly fanatical in the way they readied themselves for holdups. Little did anyone know that this would be the last raid for the entire gang. They donned their infamous white dusters for the holdup. By now, after so many successful bank raids, they were almost arrogant in their approach. Some 2 miles out of Northfield, they set their plan in motion. Now they were ready. Jesse had decided that they would split into 2 groups, each entering town from opposite directions. Northfield was a small community of 500 people. It was a center for agriculture, industry, and banking trade. Their target bank was in fact the point of deposit for a number of smaller area banks. While Jesse was not known to the Northfield people, the gang came under instant suspicion because of extremely fine horses they were riding and the startling appearance of their linen dusters. As the group rode in, they warily inspected the town, looking for anyone who would spell trouble. Little did they know that this raid would be the end of their long string of successful bank robberies. As always, Jesse James leaped over the counter, demanding that the money be handed over. Several of the bank employees grappled with the bandits. In the confusion, one of the tellers escaped, yelling, "Murder! Murder!" Jesse fired at the fleeing man, but missed. Had the town been warned? It seemed so. Within minutes, armed townspeople began shooting at the gang. Killed instantly were Clee Miller, Charlie Pitts, and another member of the gang, Bill Edgewood. Jim Younger and his brothers Bob and Cole Younger were wounded. Only the James boys escaped unharmed.
There were falling outs between Frank and Jesse, and as a matter of fact, after Northfield, the rift became very, very great. And at the time Jesse was killed, it's very possible that Frank and Jesse weren't even communicating with one another.
After the Northfield raid, the prices on Jesse and Frank's heads continued to grow. Bounty hunters and adventurers began tracking the brothers in order to earn the ever-increasing reward. No longer were the James boys protected by the friendship of numerous people. Bob Ford is the man most historians claim killed Jesse James. There are, however, conflicting stories about Jesse's death. Jesse was planning the robbery of the Platte City Bank with Charlie and Bob Ford. Zerelda James, Jesse's wife, was working in the kitchen while Jesse laid out his ideas for a successful raid. Uncharacteristically, Jesse took off his gun so that he could more easily straighten a picture. Charlie Ford motioned to his brother to stand. Bob, being the more accurate of the two men, stood, took careful aim, and shot Jesse in the head. Both Ford brothers claimed it was an accident. Could it be, however, part of a plot to end the pursuit of Jesse? It is known that Jesse's mother refused to identify the body. Some have said that the man shot was not Jesse James. Others have said that James lived incognito for the next 60 years under an assumed name. In 1948, a man by the name of J. Frank Dalton came forward claiming that he was the real Jesse James. Dalton went so far as signing an affidavit to the effect that he was Jesse James. According to newspaper clippings of the time, some 25,000 people turned out for a parade in Lawton, Oklahoma, showing off Dalton as the real Jesse James. It seems almost inconceivable that an imposter could have been in Jesse's place. Yet only a few relatives had pictures of Jesse, which is one of the reasons he had eluded capture. Carl Brian, a respected historian of the James robberies and author of The Escapades of Frank and Jesse James.
The statement that Mrs. Zerelda James stated the body was not that of her son Jesse James is not too hard to understand, because during the Western days, there was a lot of people who would not identify outlaws and so on in order that the reward would not be paid. But later on, she says it was, and Zerelda James did admit that it was her son, and there's no question that it was.
After being on public display, Jesse was buried at his mother's home. Interestingly enough, he was later moved to a public cemetery.
There's absolutely no question but Bob Ford killed Jesse James.
I don't think there's any question that Bob Ford killed Jesse James on that day as he says he did.
Dalton maintained that it wasn't Jesse who was shot, but a man named Charlie Bigelow.
No one has ever been able to identify who Charlie Bigelow was. There was no gang member ever named Charlie Bigelow, and as far as we've been able to find, we've never found any instance of anyone that they associated with named Charlie Bigelow.
Ironically, however, John Nicholson, Jesse James' grandnephew, was able to lead In Search of Cameras to the very site where two Bigelow brothers were buried. Nicholson explains what he knows about their mysterious deaths.
The Bigelows was buried in the old Haynesville Cemetery, all right up by Holt, Missouri. Their gravestones have fell over and very hard to find. And I've heard my grandfather say that they was hauled up there in an old spring wagon, and that the blood was running out into the spring wagon on the ground when they was hauled up there because there was no embalming at that time. As far as I know, I've heard that Jesse and Frank killed him, but as far as that, I couldn't say for sure.
Both grave markers bear the year 1884. If John Nicholson's story is correct, the Bigelows would have been buried 2 years after Jesse's death in 1882.
And John James was in the picture in 1935. He came forward and said that he was Jesse James. He had the same name but no relation. And there was a famous trial in Excelsior Springs at that particular time for this disproving or proving that he was Jesse James, and he could not even name his half-brother's name. And it found out that he was using the same story that Dalton used, that Bigelow was transferred to be Jesse James, and he was killed so Jesse could get away. And of course, Jesse James was such a family-loving man that even if the story had been true, he would have never left his family destitute like they were for many years after his death.
Jesse James was a lad who killed many men. He robbed the Glendale train, and he stole from the rich to give to the poor. Everyone heard of his name. Jesse had a wife to mourn for his life, 2 children, they were brave. But that dirty little coward that shot Mr. Howard laid poor Jesse in his grave. It was a Saturday night and Jesse was alone, talking to his family so brave. Robert Ford came along like a thief in the night and laid poor Jesse in his grave. Jesse had a wife to mourn for his life, 2 children, they were brave. But that dirty little coward that shot Mr. Howard laid Jesse James in his grave. Yes, that dirty little coward that shot Mr. Howard laid Jesse James in his grave.
Jesse James, both in this country and abroad, is one of the best-known Americans, of all Americans, who ever lived at any time in any period. And he's also the Robin Hood, the romantic figure in our folklore and legend and history. And I think it's because Jesse James had style. I think he had mystique. He was daring. He was a cavalier-type person. And I think it captured the public imagination then, and I think it still captures the public imagination because it's a very romantic time. I maintain that if there wasn't a Jesse James, he would have been invented.
As far as I know, they never robbed an individual. The only thing they robbed was banks and trains. I can't, I've never been ashamed of being kin to him as far as that goes.
Well, it seems to me that anyone like Jesse James or the Younger Brothers or Dillinger, the more time that passes, they become more folk heroes, and people like to talk about them, especially in Missouri and the border states where all this happened during the Civil War. And I think that Jesse James, to become a legend, died at the right time.
Both men are now dead. Who knows if the true Jesse James is buried in the plot in Kearney, Missouri. Wired to 14 channels of body function, an experimental subject practices biofeedback. Using biofeedback, people reduce muscular tension, redirect blood flow, and perform feats previously thought impossible. Might we someday create super athletes? Could biofeedback bring about a revolution in human health?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The human body is nature's most remarkable invention. A self-maintaining system which, treated properly, can run flawlessly for decades. Some people have taught themselves to perform acts bordering on the miraculous, such as those who practice firewalking. These demonstrations challenge everyday assumptions about the mind and the body. But for centuries, devotees of esoteric disciplines have demonstrated surprising control of some body functions. With the development of biofeedback, science and medicine have begun exploring the mind-body connection in exciting new ways. Recently, people with chronic medical problems have been referred to a biofeedback therapist. How does this new healing method work? The case histories you're about to see may seem miraculous, but they're becoming a part of modern health care, the treatment of the mind-body system as a whole. At the Biofeedback Institute of San Francisco, therapist Suzanne Sampson works with Ted, who has high blood pressure.
We're working with 3 sets of instruments, three different systems of the body, mainly EMG right now because Ted's only had 4 sessions and we want to just zero in on one particular skill at first and then dovetail the other skills in together with it. So the EMG is on his forehead here, picking up all the electrical activity, all the muscular contraction from there all the way down to through his neck down to his chest here. And so any kind of extra muscle tension will show up on this dial right here. Okay, Ted, I want to try to have you keep this noise off. Now I'm going to make a new threshold for you. It might be a little bit harder. And you have to make as calm as you can be and just keep that noise off. Remember when you hear the noise just to pay attention to where it's coming from in your face or your neck and attend to it and let it go. Don't try too hard though, just step back and let it happen. Good. Go as low as you can. Let everything be loose. Fine. Fine. That's quite a low level. Good. Now see, back to the old mode rather quickly. So it's not that you're never going to be able to do that again, but you're going to be able to do it with kind of a layer of slowness, calmness, less physiological arousal, so that you'll feel more paced, less tense.
I've already noticed some changes just in the face muscles, how I clench my jaw and how that creates tension throughout my body. Just learning how to watch the machine, learn to relax the jaw and the eyes, and I think it will increase my well-being.
What biofeedback does is allow the person to find out that they're making profound changes in their system.
Biofeedback experimenter Dr. George Fuller von Bose explains how people learn to use the system.
Some of it's just trial and error. Just by fooling around and practicing one thing and then another, the person finds, hey, this works, or this doesn't seem to do anything. And by doing that, eventually the person finds ways in which they're able to control the instrument. Since the instrument doesn't control them, they're able to see effectively what they have done to produce a physiologic change in their bodies.
Millions of Americans suffer from agonizing tension or migraine headaches. Most have no alternative to taking drugs, prescription medicines that often have severe side effects. Jill has been suffering from almost constant tension headaches.
It didn't start out that painful, but it got more and more painful a couple times. I fainted from it, in class or something, and it was starting to interfere with everything.
Okay, Jill, I'd like you to try the exercise we've worked on before where you tighten your forehead up as tight as you can, up to the 10 on a scale of 0 to 10. And then I want you to experience the tension, hold it for a moment, and then let it go. Good. Hold the tension. Feel the tension. Okay, now cut it in half. Now cut it in half again. And now let it go. Very good.
Jill has been taking 8 courses in school instead of the usual 5, including physics and pre-calculus. She's holding down 2 jobs. One, maintaining tanks at the Steinhardt Aquarium, where she swims with 7-foot sharks. Jill is very competitive. She's an overachiever. Her headaches are her body's reaction to excessive stress and tension, its way of telling her to slow down. For Jill, the effects of biofeedback training have been dramatic.
When I started out, I had the headaches were very painful. and ever since I've been coming here, I've brought them down from about 8s and 9s on a scale of 1 to 10 to like 1s and 2s.
Jill's learning to change some of her behaviors so that they don't stimulate these nervous system changes that lead to her headache.
People with migraine headaches can practice temperature biofeedback. Using mental imagery, they try to warm their hands, redirecting blood flow from head to fingers, and relieving excessive stretching of blood vessels in their head. The ultimate goal of all biofeedback training is to get the person off the machine and into some form of relaxation, practice, or meditation. There are a number of inexpensive biofeedback devices people can carry with them to check that their relaxation practice really works. At the Biofeedback and Family Therapy Institute in Berkeley, California, Aura Krug works with asthmatic children.
What Ben has been learning since he's been coming here for biofeedback is to control the wheezing, and he does that by learning how to relax. Okay, Ben, now I want you to plop like a Raggedy Ann doll. Good. Okay. Now I want you to wheeze. Good. Again. When Ben wheezes, the tone goes up, and then when he plops like a Raggedy Ann doll, the tone goes down, which shows that he's relaxing. Ben, we've got a new machine today. It's this temperature unit here, and we're going to work a little bit with this today, okay? Okay, good. Okay, Ben, I want you to imagine that you're at the beach and that you feel the warm sun.
Researchers have found that children learn biofeedback response more quickly than adults. At the Drake Institute of Behavioral Medicine in Los Angeles, medical director Dr. David Velkoff works with Gloria. After the recent death of her husband, Gloria developed a peptic ulcer. Part of her biofeedback training is for relaxation.
Okay, Gloria, I need you to swallow this for me.
During the treatment, she will swallow a tiny radio transmitter to reveal the level of her stomach acidity. The transmitter passes quickly into Gloria's stomach. Its signals will be picked up by a sensitive radio receiver in the waist belt and read out by a meter registering antacid capability.
Gloria, I want you to close your eyes now, and I want you to think of some unpleasant thoughts. Thoughts about events or people that upset you.
Gloria's anxious thoughts cause an increase in her stomach acidity, which is reflected by a small drop on the pH meter. Watch closely.
Now I want you to think about pleasant thoughts and feelings that make you feel good.
Since Gloria has undergone biofeedback treatment, her physical symptoms have significantly improved, and she is able to experience her life more fully again. The Drake Institute is also doing research with pregnant women. By giving expectant mothers biofeedback training, Dr. Velkoff hopes to improve the health of their babies.
We want our patients to learn how to optimally react to stress and not to let stress overstimulate their systems, because their child probably is learning right then from them how to react to the world.
As part of this special research program, Dr. Velkoff takes blood samples at weekly intervals. He is trying to measure the mother's stress hormones. He will sample blood from the newborn babies to compare their hormones with those of a control group that did not receive biofeedback training. The unborn child's heartbeat will also be measured during labor to monitor fetal stress.
If what we believe to be true turns out to be the case, then we're going to have to help mothers redirect their attention and energy into becoming much more aware of how they live their everyday experiences, because how they're experiencing their life every day during pregnancy is going to have tremendous impact on the health and personality of their infant.
Using biofeedback to reduce stress, we may affect the physical and mental well-being of future generations. What will life be like for tomorrow's children when people are no longer helpless victims of their own stress? Athletes are subject to extraordinary stress, both physical and psychological. At California State University in Hayward, counselor Betty Wenz helps them prepare for competition.
Okay, Jan, I want you to come up into a valley of leg as you normally do, and we'll give you some feedback in terms of how you drop that leg back down to a bent knee. Just come on up. Do the sound go up now? Good. Pull that tight because you want that nice and straight. Up, further over. Good. Hold. Now, drop by keeping this down. Keep the sound down. Keep the sound down. Very nice. Very nice. There. Beautiful. Whoops, that's it. Good. Keep that under control. Relax more. Relax the top. Relax the top. Good. Use the bottom. Good. Much better.
Since Jan started biofeedback training, she has risen to the ranks of national competition in synchronized swimming. Glenda has had problems with her form and with performance anxiety.
Okay, we're going to have you come around so that after the hip punch, you're going to make the sound come up because you don't want the arm to come in until after the hip punch, okay? Okay, let's give it a try. You can hear the sound. Oh, let's try it one more time. Remember, punch, then swing it around. That's the way to do it. That's it.
This year, Glenda's competing at the championship level in California. Stephanie specializes in the 3,000 and 5,000 meter runs.
I'd get into a race and my shoulders would start coming up, and I have problems when I run. My arms cross anyway like this. It looked really funny, and my lungs tightened up. I couldn't breathe, and so my times were terrible.
Okay, see if you can bring that sound down by forcing the shoulders down a little bit. Good. What does it feel like?
I can breathe a lot better. It's a lot more relaxed. You know, when I realized where the tension was, I brought my shoulders down, and this year my times have come down 2 minutes in races.
But the thing that's most valuable of all is that it's a new form of information. It's a very powerful form of information, and it's the athlete's information. It's not ours or the coaches or anyone else's. It is the athletes, and they are very much in control.
Engineer Ned Weed suffered a stroke, which severely hampered his mobility. Suzanne places biofeedback electrodes on Ned's calf muscle. She teaches him to relax his muscle when his heel touches the ground and to tense it when he pushes off.
Okay, stop for a minute, Ned. Stop. What I would like to hear is an on and an off.
All right, I'll try and do it. I know how I get it.
The way you get it is to put your weight through it as you step on it. That brings the off.
Yeah, I know.
Then you get the on as you lift your leg and swing it forward.
I know exactly how it works.
Let's try it again.
Good.
The biofeedback therapy has tremendously relieved me of the frustrations that I was confronted with all the time. I'm now able to get around quite ably. The muscles in my left leg have returned considerably, and I'm even beginning to use my left hand, and that is my next hope, is that I can recover more and more of the use of that left hand. And when I've done that, I will consider myself almost totally recovered.
Nearly 2% of the population suffers from epilepsy, a mysterious disease in which uncontrolled nerve firings deep within the brain cause crippling seizures. In Santa Rosa, California, researcher Donna Andrews works with Debbie, who's had seizures since she was 6 years old.
I become apart from everything around me, and it's like a tunnel that I'm in, and I'm just seeing straight ahead and nothing around me, and I pass out. So last year, in the beginning of the year, I was getting seizures much more often. It was like one every other week. I was under a lot of stress. A lot of things were happening in my life at that time.
Okay, Debbie, I'd like you to take a couple of deep breaths, hold them, and let them go very slowly.
Debbie tries to reach a state of deep relaxation. She listens to tones derived from her brainwaves and tries to keep them on continuously.
People with epilepsy seem to be prisoners of a certain type of brainwave functioning. My goal is to give them a state that they can go to and gather their thoughts.
I've been on medication ever since I've been 6 years old, and I take these pills, which are downers. If I am supposedly down now and I feel good, I wonder how it must feel if I don't take them. Well, I've worked with a machine, and I've learned to control my brain waves, and ever since I've done that, I have no seizures.
Epileptics who use biofeedback may eventually be able to control their seizures and reduce their medication. At the Langley Porter Institute of the University of California, San Francisco, scientists conduct research with brainwave biofeedback that goes far beyond its current clinical uses. They monitor multiple channels of brainwaves from various parts of the scalp to discover connections between brainwaves and the inner workings of the human mind. Dr. James Hart is assistant professor of medical psychology.
My assistant is in the chamber doing alpha brainwave biofeedback. We have coming out on the polygraph 8 channels of brainwaves. We have 1 channel of muscle tension from the forehead, the EKG or heart function, and we have 2 channels of respiration. When he produces alpha activity, large bursts are seen on the polygraph, these large dark patches of ink, and in addition, the tones become louder, so that he knows when he's making alpha.
The experimental subject sits in almost total darkness in an acoustically isolated chamber. He tries to stay in a state of deep relaxation, maximizing the energy his brain puts out as waves of the type called alpha. The computer keeps a record of his alpha wave energy and turns off the tones every 2 minutes so he can see his scores.
People who substantially increase their alpha brainwaves have experienced reduction in things like schizophrenia, paranoia, and anxiety. There are also physical health benefits, such as reduction of high blood pressure, which follow alpha feedback training. We would hope that people would be able, through the use of biofeedback, to attain some of the most profound states, like samadhi, as the yogis call it, or satori, as it's referred to in Zen, which is a state of enlightenment out of which the greatest forms of creativity could emerge. Alpha feedback has been characterized as involving feelings of flying, floating, lightness, and space. And in profound enhancement of alpha, you actually feel that you lift out of the chair.
Dr. Hart also experiments with shared feedback, in which he tries to synchronize his brainwaves with those of another experimental subject.
Sharing feedback, sitting in the same chamber with someone else, hearing their tones and your tones blending, seeing their scores, working together, attaining the same brainwave state brings about a profound enhancement of interpersonal rapport. In the future, there will be implantable computer systems so that you could have sensory experiences about things going on in your brain and body which now you have no sensory apparatus for. When people can adopt the state of consciousness that they wish, at the moment they wish it, we will have an entirely new culture.
Biofeedback is only beginning to be widely practiced. Ultimately, it could usher in a new era of human health care.
The most exciting thing to me personally is that biofeedback will become the major aspect of the medicine of the future, a behavioral medicine in which people learn to become an active participant rather than a passive recipient of drugs and surgery.
One Saturday in 1905, in the city of Manchester, England, a factory worker by the name of William Hope set out to photograph a friend. Mr. Hope, an amateur photographer, had been through the same process many times before, and certainly nothing about this day was different than any other. Once in the developing room, something unusual happened. At first, he wondered if he had forgotten to clean the photographic plates, but it soon became clear what had taken place. The image of a woman had appeared on the photograph. Hope's friend recognized her immediately. It was his sister, who had died 12 years before. Mr. Hope believed he had photographed a ghost. In 1964, this man, Ted Sirios, came to the attention of a group of scientists and psychologists when he claimed to have taken photographs solely with the power of his mind. A series of experiments were conducted that confounded all those present. The photographs he produced were simply unexplainable.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
In 1874, Sir William Crookes, a scientist and member of the London Psychical Society, was investigating the spiritual medium Florence Cook. It was said that Miss Cook would enter a cabinet and materialize a spirit named Katie King. Though he believed he saw her with his own eyes, he was still not convinced that she and the medium were not one and the same person. To clear up his doubt, he opened the cabinet in which the medium worked. In his own words, "I examined Katie with steadfast scrutiny until I had no doubt whatever of her reality." Vernon Miller is a photographic expert from the Brooks Institute of Photography.
In photography, light is reflected from or absorbed by the subject in the photograph, focused through a lens, and recorded on a light-sensitive material, film, plates, emulsion. The film is light-sensitive, so any energy, any electromagnetic energy can affect the film to some extent. So radiation from all of the various ways, X-ray, so forth, can affect the film. So you might not necessarily see the light that strikes the film. I've seen many examples of accidental ghost photography. I've seen very few, if any, actual examples of a process. Most of the ghost pictures that I've seen are examples of double exposure techniques, where one image was recorded against a dark background, and that image superimposed on a normally lit scene so that you can see the brighter image against the normal scene. This particular picture seems to be quite a production. This is not accidental. The photographer wanted to achieve this effect. There are a few clues. The ghost image is quite bright against a darker background, indicating that he was illuminated some way that would show him against that. We can see 2 or 3 images of the hand as it goes up the banister. Many times there are other clues. The ghost scene will be lit artificially with a directional light, as in this crucifixion scene. It appears that these are miniatures that were lit artificially, and then the combined scene was done in daylight under a different light condition.
Ever since the first photograph was taken in 1826, no images have been more surprising or more controversial than those reported to be ghost photographs. Experts will continue to disagree on a phenomenon that theoretically records the presence of entities that are invisible to the naked eye. Attempts to cross the thin line between life and death have occupied man's mind for centuries. Perhaps photography, recording the subtleties of light and energy, can provide a glimpse into the other realm. William Hope, Sir William Crookes, and others were convinced this is so. This is known as the Armistice photograph and was taken on Remembrance Day near the London War Memorial in 1923. It purportedly shows an entire battalion killed in the Great War and gripped the public imagination like few other photographs before or since. But the question of how these images got onto film is still in debate. Raymond Bayless is a psychic investigator who has researched hundreds of ghost photographs.
There are two main theories. One, of course, is that the origin of all psychic phenomena comes from the mind of an individual operating through the subconscious, and the other main theory is that the phenomenon itself is in some way instigated by a surviving spirit. I've taken part in some experiments that I believe were authentic. That is, that authentic psychic photographs were taken. Now, I'm not going to call them spirit photographs because I don't know whether they're the product of a spirit or whether they're a product of an individual's mind or what have you, but nevertheless, I do believe that they were actually psychic photographs. That is, they were paranormal.
This is ordinary Polaroid film, 4 by 5 inches film, and it comes in a light-tight envelope. It can be utilized into any number of normal cameras by inserting it into a holder, film holder. Okay, we insert the film in the back of the camera, and from this standpoint on, it is just like ordinary wet process photography. And I'll snap this picture and make a little demonstration for you. Now, in wet process conventional photography, there's a step in the darkroom where the film is processed and the picture finally printed. And Polaroid or instant photography has the advantage of having all of this done in front of you, so there's no chance for manipulation of the image other than right here before your eyes. So in a few seconds we can open this envelope up and examine the photograph that we just made. And here we have the image that we just photographed just now and a ghost-like image of another face that was made prior to the exposure just at this time. I'm familiar enough with this process that I would look at any image with a great deal of skepticism.
Many times scientists go into experimenters with blinders on. That is, they have become so biased due to prevailing views, customs of thought, so forth, that they're no longer capable of actually examining an experiment. They may, for example, take part in an experiment, admit that all of the controls were perfect, that there was nothing wrong whatsoever, but then a few days later, they suddenly find that their view is changing. They no longer can accept it. But this is not the result of thought. This is the result, as I say, of a prevailing bias. They simply cannot examine an experiment clearly. There have been spirit photographers that have produced real psychic photographs, and in my opinion, and they have also resorted to fraud. There have been some photographers that apparently never resorted to fraud, or practically never. Bouguer was a very famous early spirit photographer, one of the pioneers, you might say. He made vast numbers of these photographs, some apparently real.
But in 1875, Bouguer was put on trial for fraud by those who felt that the idea of photographing spirits was preposterous. Fraud could not be proved, and Bouguer went on to produce many more spirit photographs, some reportedly under rigid test conditions. Not all such cases were so bitterly fought. In 1917, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle came upon an incident that soon became well known throughout Europe. He reported that 2 young English girls, while playing in the woods near their home, believed they saw a gathering of fairies. They returned to the spot soon afterward and took these photographs. Skeptics pointed out the suspicious resemblance to several drawings done by Claude Shepperson to illustrate a poem entitled A Spell for a Fairy. Episodes such as this tended to cast doubts on spirit photography. Natural cave formations in Southern California provide photographer Seymour Locks with fertile ground for picking up energies from past civilizations.
Coming into the cave area, what I was feeling was simply that it had been used by somebody. It was just a message that I was getting. There are energies in the earth, sometimes from water, sometimes from minerals, and sometimes from the presence of entities who have used this, because everything in nature has a memory. Rock, whatever, has a memory. And so I would assume that the energies in this area would have to do with the people who lived here at one time, Indian people, whomever. But it has that kind of aura about it. But I would assume whenever I work that there are entities around, because my supposition is that I'm assisted on the other side by people who create the imagery.
He believes that his photographs provide evidence of unseen entities. More than 10 years ago, unexplainable images began appearing in photographs taken by Seymour Locks. After much investigation, he has concluded that he has mysterious assistants, and the strange glow apparent in many of his pictures is energy from unseen entities.
This is really beautiful configuration, and it's reminiscent of the opening to the sky that you would find in the mythologies of the American Indian. A psychometrist can hold an object and pick up images, sometimes vibrations, etc. A dowser can walk over a landscape and tell where the water or the mineral. Psychic photography, the ability to pick up an image, is comparable to picking up a clairvoyant image. You're simply using another medium. Photography is a receptive vehicle because it is silver. It has a vibration already. Sometimes the image is impressed while I'm developing. Sometimes it's impressed while it's in the camera. You don't need a camera. You simply need some kind of sensitized paper or film. The silver salts are a receptive vehicle. One of the most spectacular series was with a woman, Jerry Isaacson, who at that time was living in Santa Cruz. And I photographed her in a sequence of photographs in which she was doing a massage. And in the 5 frames that ensued, she became less and less visible. My experiences have been that white light is projected from the healer and that they become transparent. Transparency and a luminosity seems to be prevalent in those photographs I've made of the healers.
In one remarkable photograph, a human face stares at us from another time and space.
After a seance, I wanted to see what I might pick up, because I was still feeling, as I generally do after a seance, the room is very, very strong because you've been building the energies, so-called, in that environment. The so-called upper levels of consciousness are apparently available more frequently to more and more people these days for whatever reasons we don't know. And they seem to go in cycles, and they tend to come in turbulent periods of time.
Perhaps we are still evolving. It seems very possible that the brain, even now, has capabilities which are still untapped. Dr. Michael Graves is a neurologist in Los Angeles and is keenly aware of the bewildering complexity of the mind.
How the brain actually works when we do something as simple as think or say a sentence is something that we know really very little about. As clinical neurologists, we know that certain parts of the brain can be destroyed and the individual doesn't suffer. So there are parts of the brain with no obvious, easily identifiable function, but I believe that there must be some function for all parts of the brain. Modern brain scans actually give you a picture that looks as if someone's head has been sliced into serial sections, just as like a loaf of bread is cut. This is a cross-section of the patient's brain. The intensity of the color indicates the intensity of metabolism of the brain tissue. For example, here we see a red area in the temporal lobe of the brain. That's the part of the brain which is metabolizing or using energy the most intensely. Other areas are yellow or even blue. They're using energy less intensely. This technique could tell us what part of the brain is most intensely operating during any mental function, including telekinesis or any psychic phenomenon. Once we get that step is accomplished, there would still be unanswered questions as to how that part of the brain did that job.
In Waterville, Maine, the Veilleur family has confounded skeptics with their ability to capture ghost images on film. For 15 years, they have explored the natural hunting grounds of ghosts and have taken photographs that raise questions about man's true nature and the limits of our physical reality. Their odyssey began with a simple parlor game, which evolved into a dialogue with an entity that became their spirit guide. Richard Veilleur records the sessions.
Could you tell us how you passed away?
A, C, C, I, D, E.
Ouija first started in December of 1965, and it started as sort of a parlor game or as an amusement.
F, R, I.
The personality which introduced itself was ACL, or Anne Caroline Lowe. She gave information concerning herself as to where she was buried, the inscription on her gravestone, location of the cemetery, and so forth. I friend family. That's what I get out. Would it be possible to photograph you?
Yes.
They were given the location of Anne Caroline Lowe's gravesite. With some trepidation, they visited the site and took this photograph of their young spirit guide. Though they photographed in a wide variety of situations, researchers couldn't find any deception involved in their method.
The personal reason to enter parapsychology was to determine the nature of the pictures and of the scripts. Is it possible to communicate with the deceased through Ouija? Is it possible to photograph the dead?
Who is communicating?
Certain communicators would inform us that there is a return process from their so-called reality to come back into ours in order to communicate. They would have to pass through a tunnel or an alleyway. The opening at the beginning is very wide, and as they come closer to our own reality, it becomes narrower and narrower. They would see us as if steam vapor and water droplets would be falling upon a piece of glass. Thoughtography and psychic photography or spirit photography or paranormal imagery, if you can't see the image, you're using a thoughtographic process. What we have to determine is what intelligence is producing the phenomenon. Is it our own unconscious, or are we actually photographing a deceased, and is that deceased thoughtgraphically impressing its image or another image upon our plate?
In 1966, in Denver, Colorado, a series of tightly controlled experiments are conducted. Researchers are checking and numbering fresh film and new cameras. The subject of these experiments is Ted Sirios, a Chicago bellhop with an incredible mind and an incredible thirst to match. Ted Sirios' ability is the power to project his thoughts onto film. During the experiments, researchers take the pictures while Ted stares into the camera. His concentration is intense. His pulse rate rises to 120 or more. The results are staggering. Images of all kinds begin appearing on the film. A target photograph, unseen by Ted and known to only 2 of the researchers, is the image that Ted tries to duplicate. Sometimes, when he is sure he has the photograph, he shouts, "I got it that time." An amazing aspect of the pictures is that they often contain small errors in form. They are not quite exact duplicates, like the inverted strut of this plane. It is as though that part of his brain that does these things can't make up its mind about the target picture. Again and again, he matches the target pictures until it is difficult to doubt that he is actually doing what he says he is. One of the most spectacular demonstrations of all takes place in a Colorado television station. In a moment of bravado, Ted claims that he can actually put images onto the videotape. Here are the results of that experiment. Convention tells us that this should not be possible. But if these images don't come from the mind of Ted Serios, where do they come from? Images from the far reaches of our imagination. These ghostly faces look at us from behind the veil that hides the mysteries of life and death and make us wonder about the reality of ghosts. During American involvement in the Vietnam War, 57,000 men lost their lives. Over 100,000 wounded were rescued. During air missions over the jungles of Vietnam and Laos, over 1,000 Americans were shot down or lost control of their planes. Their fellow officers were the last to see them alive. What happened to our servicemen who went down behind enemy lines? Men who were known to be alive on the ground. Could new evidence mean that Americans are still alive in the jungles of Indochina?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Spring 1973, Operation Homecoming. American servicemen were coming home. Nearly 10 years have passed since that day of reunion. Today, the families of 2,500 men who didn't come home wonder what has become of them. Over 100 of those men were confirmed POWs at the war's end, and 1,300 were listed as missing in action. Bat Masterson was probably best known as a funny man, a kidder, a guy with a great sense of humor. He married Fran in the spring of 1968, and he headed off to war. 6 months later, while flying in formation over Laos, the pilot of another plane heard Bat's message of trouble. He was experiencing vertigo. He was bailing out. The years have not dimmed the memory of that day for Fran and her daughter, Sherry.
All that day I had a very uneasy feeling, and I couldn't, my throat was like it was closing or something. I just felt very, very strange. And I was thinking of Bat all the time, and I felt like something had happened to him, but I wasn't sure. And the next day, it was about 11 o'clock on October the 14th, which in retrospect was the day after he had gone down. There was a knock at the door, and I opened the door, and there were 2 Air Force men at the door. And I knew something had happened to him, and I closed the door in their face. And one of them had gotten their foot in the door, and he was saying, "Mrs. Masterson," and I'm screaming at him to go away, go away. I didn't know what they were telling me. They said that, you know, your husband is missing in action, and I figured he was dead. I didn't know what missing in action really meant.
Colonel Bat Masterson was a professional soldier, a highly skilled officer trained to elude capture. He and his fellow Air Force officers were prepared to do whatever became necessary to survive in the jungles and make their way to safety. Whatever happened in those hours or days in the jungle may never be known. Did Bat Masterson disappear? Was he captured? Or were he and the other 1,300 MIAs simply forgotten in the excitement of the war's end? Paris, 1973. Vietnam peace talks show progress. On January 27th, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger brings an official end to American involvement in Vietnam. The years of bloodshed end with a handshake. Peace is declared.
And tonight, the day we have all worked and prayed for has finally come. For the first time in 12 years, no American military forces are in Vietnam. All of our American POWs are on their way home.
But what became of the 1,300 MIAs, the 100 known prisoners of war? Were they left behind enemy lines?
I believe there are men alive. I know there are men alive. Whether one of them's my husband or not, I don't know that, of course.
Marion Volman was 13 when she met Charles Shelton, 18 when she married him. They raised a family and traveled from one air base to another. When Captain Shelton was captured in 1965, 5 children waited for his return home.
I circled the White House in a camper for a week, telling the public that prisoners, not all the prisoners came home. And I have been fighting with the United States government and appealing to the American public to do something to get accounting for these men.
Other wives and family members demanded answers. Family members like John Shelton, who was 9 years old when his father was taken prisoner.
I don't feel like the government has done all it can do, and I am bitter because I think that there are lies going on. I think that there are things that aren't being said, and I think they're trying to cover up.
It was very difficult to get an accounting for our missing people. It wasn't because the United States government was cold, was uncaring, or didn't want to in any way get an accounting for the missing. It was just that it was exceedingly difficult to get any cooperation from the other side.
Colonel John Furr spent 7 years in a Vietnamese prison camp. Today, he's the principal advisor for the Office of POW MIA Affairs.
From my viewpoint, it's a frustrating situation that demands positiveness and a degree of optimism that one of these days we'll get cooperation from the Vietnamese to account for our missing.
Today, all but 13 of the 1,300 MIAs have been reclassified as presumed dead. Where is Captain Charles E. Shelton, who remains the last officially recognized prisoner of war? Confined to a wheelchair as a result of his treatment at the hands of his captors, former POW Thomas Nixon believes there are servicemen alive in Vietnam. His concern led him to serve as the National Service Officer for the American ex-prisoners of war.
For Vietnam, there were basically 3 different types of prisoners. The first group were officers, better educated. They would fly over North Vietnam and they would be shot down. They would often be put in solitary confinement. Their only avenue of escape from the torture of being alone for long periods of time, as much as 7 years, was to use mind games, think about their loved ones, to work out complex puzzles, to stare at the wall and decide that they were looking at a moving picture, all kinds of things. They all have a different story. The second group were those who were captured by the North Vietnam regulars. They often took these prisoners and marched them to camps in North Vietnam. And the third group were those who were captured by the so-called Viet Cong, and they lived in the jungles, and they lived on whatever food they could get. And the greatest tragedy was that they were never stabilized in a camp till near the end of the war or conflict.
Air Force Colonel Leo Thorsness, captured on April 30th, 1967, released 1973.
We tried for 6 years, as did they, to figure each other out, to outguess each other, to think like each other thought. And I think we got closer, but we never really understood the other side. We would go to different camps, and we got to know the camps. And every few months or a year, they'd move you. And it would take you maybe a week, a month, a year, several months at least, to find some identification of who'd been in that cell before you. Maybe there was a little window way up top, and the season changed enough for the sun to light up a different section of the wall, and you'd find a faint name or initials and dates and so on. It'd be one of us, of that list we memorized of who we knew alive in the system.
It seems difficult to believe that men could have survived the conditions of POW life after so many years. With the post-war flight of Vietnamese refugees came disturbing stories. They came from boat people as rumors, later confirmed by lie detector tests. They were the stories of Caucasians seen in the jungles, in caves, in prison camps. Live sighting reports of Americans held in Southeast Asia number over 1,000. 300 of these sightings are firsthand. 1976, 3 years after peace is declared, a number of Americans were spotted in Laos. Another first-hand sighting reported 4 Americans held at Tan Khan. At Kanto Prison in the Mekong Delta, one refugee claims he saw 3 Americans held among the 800 prisoners. 1980, a number of Americans previously held in Hanoi were seen in Han Tan.
The director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, which has responsibility for investigating all of these reports, testified before Congress, a subcommittee of Congress, that relative to Americans that are unaccounted for, at this time he's been unable to substantiate the information, and that they cannot correlate it with any missing or any unaccounted for Americans.
The remains of 1,100 soldiers were never returned. One sighting claims that 400 bodies were in a warehouse near Hanoi. When investigated, it was found empty. Were the bodies removed? Vietnam, nearly 10 years after the war's end. Do camps holding American prisoners still exist? Are they the places of squalor and brutality described during the war? The question is why? Why hold Americans captive today? Ann Griffiths, Executive Director of the National League of Families, has some answers.
Well, they've made it pretty clear that they want several things from our government. They would like very much to have normalized relations with our government, which would also then result in lifting of the trade embargo, which would improve their economic situation measurably, would allow greater distribution of humanitarian assistance to people in Vietnam. They would also like for the United States to intercede with the People's Republic of China to help ward off what they perceive as a continuing and ongoing threat from the Chinese, and which has evidenced itself over and over since 1979.
Prisoners could still be there because they are labor. Feeding them is no great problem because they feed them just enough to keep them alive to do the work. And so they are suffering from malnutrition. Doesn't make that much difference. They're not getting medical care. They're just being worked.
The Defense Department remains skeptical, and if the reports are true, rescue seems impossible.
When you deal with other countries, you're talking about sovereign nations, and the State Department, of course, can address this much better than I can, but you just can't crank up and go into somebody else's backyard. It's just not done.
1978. One man claims the government asked him to look into the matter. Bo Greitz, a highly decorated Special Forces commander.
When this thing first came up, I was as shocked as anyone could have been. I had assumed that in 1973, with the Accords, all the prisoners were returned. That's what the president said. I bought it. I was satisfied with it. I didn't put this bracelet on. And when I was directed to look into this matter, I was shocked to find that, in fact, our servicemen are still there. Those servicemen have kept the faith in this country, in God, and I hope in the Special Forces, because we're going to be the ones to liberate them when the time comes.
A rescue operation was devised. 13 former Green Berets were assembled at a camp in Florida. Training began.
These people left their way of life. They dropped their job instantly. They left their wives, their families, their occupation. They left it on a phone call from me that said, "We have information about American prisoners, and I'd like for you to be a part of a rescue operation." Now the big problem. If they're alive, where are they being held? And how are we going to get them out?
Maps were scrutinized for the safest possible plan. The men trained around the clock, honing the skills they had used to fight a war 15 years ago. Spring 1980, Operation Velvet Hammer is ready to go.
We were into phase 2 when we got word to stand down. The word was simply that the president is excited about this and he's going to do it with government forces. And therefore, we were requested to stand down. Since we are not at any time on the outside of the law with this thing, we deferred to our country, be it right or wrong. Now that I look at it, of course, it was a wrong decision.
May 1980. The United States stages its own raid. The plan was to send in Laotian ground forces to confirm the presence of Americans seen in U.S. satellite pictures. The Laotians claimed they found no one.
I think what happened to them, intelligence gave them a good package. They just weren't able, with all of their analysts and requirements, to get it together quick enough to respond. Suddenly, they ran out of weather, they ran out of information, and rather than just say, "Hey, we blew it," they're saying, "Look, we did our very best. We've even got 2 Laotian indigenous patrols that say there weren't any Americans there. And so we'll try again next year." But how can you call the ball game off because of rain in Laos when we got prisoners still over there who have kept faith?
The Defense Intelligence Agency will always pursue these investigations pertaining to the unaccounted for Americans with the idea that there is at least one or more Americans being held against their will in Southeast Asia. And the reason that they will proceed from this position is that any other attitude, anything less than that, would not give them the incentive or the enthusiasm or the vigor which this important issue commands.
Of going back to Washington, D.C. and dealing with the State Department and the Department of Defense and all their classified material that they won't let us see and everything, I don't believe anything they say.
October 1968, Bat Masterson disappears, leaving behind the beginning of a new life. Marion Shelton kisses her husband goodbye one morning in 1965. Time has passed, children have grown up, but the years are filled with uncertainty and loneliness.
I think all of us who are prisoners, I can only speak for myself for sure, but I think it's typical that I have an ambivalent feeling of wanting to do more to solve this problem, to prove it or not prove it, and if there are some there, to get them home. The other side of it is, it was a tough grind while we're there for all of us, and now we're home, and we have a family, or we want to start our life over and kind of get that behind us.
If I found out that Bat died yesterday, I would be very mad. I would be very irate. But if I found out that he died during the war, like when he went down, then it would be okay. But if he died useless, you know, like being killed or something like that, while the war was over, he was supposed to be here. He's not supposed to be there. And that would really upset me.
Reasonably, I don't think he's going to come home. I dream about it. I think emotionally, I think he'll be home. I need him to be home. I dream about him coming home all the time. You know, everyone has the reoccurring, realistic dreams they always have, and that one still occurs.
I could take it if my husband was dead, if I knew that he was dead. And of course, I would love for him to be alive. Sometimes when I think of him being alive and coming back, I wonder just what he would think that he'd been abandoned all these years.
It is important for us to bury our dead, to pay them tribute, to recall their memories, to lay them to rest. But can we lay to rest a memory that may still be alive? It is the 1980s. Vietnam seems years and miles away. But close to the hearts and minds of their loved ones is the fate of the 2,500 who never came home.
and gentlemen, may I crave your attention for a few moments? Moments well spent, my friends, to show you something, a phenomenon, the like of which you may travel the old world over and never see again.
In London, in the 1880s, a strange, misshapen figure appeared in a small carnival sideshow.
The Elephant Man, a grotesque freak of human nature. And yet, he started out in life just like you and me. But one day, while visiting a traveling circus, his poor mother, a fine, delicate creature, 6 months with child, was terrified by a pachyderm. A elephant to you, sir. The consequence of this overwhelming misfortune, I'm about to show you now. Don't let this wonderful educational opportunity pass you by. Would you kindly step this way, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
Who was the Elephant Man, and what caused his grotesque appearance?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
In the London of the 1880s, horse-drawn carriages of the rich were never to be seen in areas like Whitechapel Road, which was, as Dickens might have described it, filthy, festering, and overhung with the smell of decay. Tottering rows of blighted housing, an abundance of unwashed children, where the only escape was to be found in a bottle. Although the finest hospital in London was in this area, there were still large gaps in medical knowledge. Poverty-bred diseases rarely surprised the doctors of London Hospital. John Merrick's case came to the attention of Dr. Frederick Treves, later the physician of Edward VII. His account of the Merrick case is a classic in medical literature. The words are taken from his actual notes.
I first saw John Merrick, or the Elephant Man, as he became known, in November of 1884. One of my junior house surgeons had seen an exhibition of freaks in a disused warehouse off the Whitechapel Road, very near the London Hospital where I worked. The afternoon I went, I found the exhibition temporarily closed. I asked who the proprietor was and where I might find him. I sought him out, and we struck a bargain. He would give me a private showing for the payment of 1 shilling. We went into the warehouse, which was very cold, very dank. We went through numerous passages, up many stairs. Finally came to the room where John Merrick was sitting hunched in a corner.
There he is, Governor.
First, I couldn't quite see him. He was just a hunched figure in the distance. And as we got closer, he turned to me and revealed himself to be one of the most disgusting specimens of humanity it's ever been my misfortune to lay eyes upon. The proprietor said to him rather harshly, as if speaking to a dog,
"Stand up!"
This poor man stood up. You know, in my profession, as a doctor, I have seen many gross deformities and mutilations. But I can honestly say, never before or since have I seen a more pathetic, disgusting spectacle than poor John Merrick.
This is the skeleton.
The curator of the London Medical Museum, Percy Nunn, discusses the actual skeleton of John Merrick.
The fact that he had this terrifically grotesque appearance caused by the multiple growth of both bony tissue and also of the skin. Although he seems to be short in stature, this was attributed to the fact that he did have a scoliosis or curvature of the spine which reduced his height by at least 6 inches. And also the pelvic basin is twisted in such a manner that he became quite a cripple. He has this growth of bone on the head and down the right-hand side of the skeleton. The cast itself was taken when Merrick died, and the cast is a true replica of the way he looked during the time that he was alive. The jaw of the Elephant Man is inclined to the right, and it was here that the first formation of bony growth manifested itself about the age of 4.5 years. During the time he reached the age of 11, the whole of the head, including the forehead, began to show signs of these bony growths. This is a cast taken at death of the Elephant Man's left hand, as you see there. And you will notice that this is almost a normal hand, as against the right hand, which is here, and this is where the disease really took place. The right foot, which I have here, was also grossly deformed.
Dr. Treves recalls the disquieting effect John Merrick had on him.
I couldn't get the experience out of my mind. And I went back and I confronted the showman.
You don't seem to realise, if it hadn't been for me giving him employment, where would he be? He'd be in the workhouse shoveling stones. When I took him in, he had nothing. I took him in out of the kindness of my heart. I'm a kind-hearted man myself. I've been like a father to him.
No, I became very angry. I was disgusted with the way that poor John Merrick was living. He was living in absolute filth and squalor. And he was being exploited by this man. And time had come to do something about it. So we took him away. I decided after a while that the best course would be for me to provide John Merrick with a home of sorts and some sort of security. It wasn't altogether an altruistic decision. I, as an anatomist, wanted to study him from a medical point of view.
Dr. Treves admitted this man himself,
The head nurse remembers.
which I found rather audacious of him, although I suppose he had his own reasons. And initially I felt rather annoyed, or very annoyed in fact, because in fact it was irregular, most irregular. We have very strict rules here, made for very good reasons. One of our main rules is that we do not admit incurables. We just simply cannot afford the beds, nor our nurses' precious time. We have many casualties here. We have industrial accidents. We have to have a certain number of beds always vacant.
We provided him with a room in the London hospital. And he lived there, I think, in relative peace until he died.
When I saw the face for the first time, that's something I would rather forget, and I put it to the back of my mind because I was almost physically sick. And as a trained and experienced nurse, one is not proud of that. One has seen accidents, one has seen terrible sights, but this was something quite indescribable. One could not help but being deeply affected by this case, this particular case, because here was a man we could have turned away, and here was someone that indeed we could help. He was incurable, but that doesn't mean to say you can't help people.
John Merrick lived for 3 years at the London hospital. Dr. Treves visited him often, constantly bringing books which opened up a magic world of make-believe to his patient, who began to construct miniatures which he proudly presented to visitors.
He must have had the most horrific mental troubles to bear, knowing what he looked like. I believe that his coming into our hospital helped not only himself, but all those around us. It widened our own experience. It certainly widened mine. And in the end, I felt rather ashamed of my initial reaction.
The circumstances of John Merrick's death were a little puzzling to us at the time. You see, John Merrick, because of the size of his head, had to sleep sitting up with his head resting on his knees. When we found him, he was lying flat on the bed, and as a consequence, he'd suffocated. Now, whether it was a deliberate act of suicide, or whether it was a pathetic attempt on his part to try to live some sort of a normal life and sleep like a normal human being, we will never know. But he was dead when we found him. And although it was tragic, and he'd made many friends while he was here at the London hospital, I felt that we'd made the last few years of his life a little better than it would have been if he'd remained where he was.
When John Merrick, the Elephant Man, died, he was thought to be a singular, hideous aberration of nature. Yet today, 100,000 people in the United States alone are victims of the Elephant Man disorder, neurofibromatosis. It is John Merrick's suffering that has called attention to their affliction, something society has tried to hide. How does anyone afflicted with this disorder cope with it today? The Elephant Man's disorder is discussed by Dr. Alan Rubinstein.
John Merrick, who was the Elephant Man, had an extraordinary case of neurofibromatosis with extensive overgrowth of tissues surrounding the neurofibromas. He really represents one end of a wide spectrum of this disorder. The disorder can range from a benign syndrome in which only a few lesions are present to people who have more severe involvement of the skin and more seriously growths of deeper areas of the body, which can lead to blindness, deafness, and spinal cord paralysis. Neurofibromatosis is not a rare disorder. The incidence is approximately 50 per 100,000, which means that 100,000 Americans are affected with this disorder. That makes it as common as muscular dystrophy or multiple sclerosis or other diseases which many people have heard of.
I started to get panicked when I was about in my 20s, late 20s, and I suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right.
Irene Smith has additional symptoms.
Ptosis. And then I started to get falling about, losing my sense of balance. They x-rayed my head, and they said I've got one growing on the 8th cranial nerve of the head, which is obviously going to throw me off my balance, and there's also one in my right ear. And that would also help me to lose my sense of balance. I never know I'm going to fall. I can be standing on the curb, go to take a step forward, and I'm flat on my face. When you go into a dress shop, you don't want the assistant in the cubicle with you. You say, no, thank you, I can manage on my own. Because you feel very embarrassed in case they think their dresses might be contaminated or something like that. And I'm very careful how I choose my dresses. I always make sure that I never buy a sleeveless dress or a see-through blouse or anything with a plunging neckline. I always make sure that my arms are either half covered or fully covered if I can. It's not always possible to get the clothes that you want, and I don't make my own clothes. Otherwise, I would always we go around dressed like a nun. Just because that's how you feel, that you want to cover yourself up as much as possible.
This 58-year-old man who demonstrates the most common lesion in neurofibromatosis, which is the dermal neurofibroma. They are usually multiple, more common on the torso, and usually break the skin and present as multiple nodules, which are usually painless. They can range in number from a few to literally thousands. These lesions are composed of nerve cells and fibrous tissue, hence the term neurofibroma. The disorder is genetic. It's a function of an abnormality in the chromosomes of an individual. The precise location of the abnormality and how to identify it are as yet undetermined.
Plastic surgery is a partial answer.
Over the past several years, we've done dozens of surgical procedures in which patients under general anesthesia has extensive removal of his skin lesions. And the results in general have been quite good.
I used to have many large ones, similar to those that I have on my body, on my face. And the foundation had a doctor, Simon, a plastic surgeon, and he removed them, and it really picked me up a lot, changed my attitude a lot.
As a social worker, my primary concern is the impact
Penny Schwartz, Mount Sinai Hospital, New York.
of a genetic neurological disorder on patients' and families' lives. And one of the things that the NF Patient Family Group tries to do is to provide an atmosphere to talk about how they feel.
Do people ever say nasty things to
No,
you?
nobody has ever said anything nasty to me, but I do know that people just are continually staring, and eventually, if the stare lasts for more than 5 or 10 seconds, you eventually do feel extremely self-conscious. I always had a very large, big red, floppy tumor on my left shoulder that I had since birth, and as I was growing older, the tumor itself developed and grew. And to that point, I was very self-conscious about it. And when I used to go to the beach or any other place like that during the summer, where you could indeed go topless, I would always be very conscious of that and wear a very dark shirt so that the tumor would not show through.
My main area of frustration and concern is lack of knowledge on the part of physicians. I've known for some time what I have, but the physicians with whom I spoke and my family history all seem to indicate that it was nothing more than neurofibromas. It wasn't until our two sons were born that I realized it was much more.
One doctor said to me, it's no big deal.
I look at my son, he has tumors, and I feel so helpless, not being able to do anything. And at one point, I was getting upset over watching these tumors come out and not knowing how many or where they're going to hit. Now I pray that they don't hit in the vital areas.
It is totally unpredictable.
He has his years ahead of him where he has his puberty, he has his 20s to go through, his 30s. Nobody can tell me. And I can sit back and say, dear God, help me. There's nothing you can do.
When the Elephant Man was playing in town, someone looked at me, a young boy, and looked at his friend and said, there's Mrs. Merrick. All of us know how important touch is. When people touch you, like that, how does it feel? Does it hurt physically sometimes?
Yes, it hurts when they touch me. It depends where they touch me or how hard they touch me, it hurts.
Sometimes I want to hug somebody, but looking like I am, I'm afraid to because I don't know how they will react.
What are you afraid will happen, Porter?
They will be repulsed. I've had people look at me and back away in horror.
It might not only be that they may feel repulsed, but they might feel that it's contagious, but it's not.
Like when we have a social gathering and people come in and they kiss each other, like I always kind of wait for them to approach me first. And if I see them approach me, then I can already tell the sign if they're going to approach me. If they don't, I just give them a smile and not make them feel uncomfortable.
I have a different perspective. I'm a parent. I don't have NF myself. But as I was listening to you and to Porter and to June before, and especially to June before, I had another thought, and it was that all of us, my daughter and you and June and Porter, are bigger than NF. And that's not the same thing as saying that it's nothing much. It is a great deal. But I know that if I give in to the anxiety, I could not live a contributing, happy life, and my daughter can't either. And so you have to go beyond that. My daughter is more than her neurofibromatosis. All of us are. And the fact that we are here and functioning and working shows this.
The legacy of the Elephant Man. The tragic life of the Elephant Man has attracted the attention of the world to his disorder.
The importance of research on neurofibromatosis extends far beyond the fact that 100,000 people have this disorder. The incidence of mental retardation, epilepsy, and cancer, three very common health problems in the United States, are much higher in people with neurofibromatosis than in the normal population. Research on the mechanisms by which neurofibromatosis produces these problems may very well lead to clues about these other major health problems.
The first purpose is to provide information.
Joan Rudd is president of the National Neurofibromatosis Foundation.
In the 100 years since Dr. von Recklinghausen first described neurofibromatosis, scant little has been learned about the disorder. Whatever progress, whatever information was learned about neurological diseases in general, there was no way for communication to be promoted internationally readily. The foundation seems to have filled that need. Doctors from all over the country and all over the world in all specialties have a structure within which to communicate.
For information concerning neurofibromatosis, write NF, 180 Riverside Drive, New York, New York, 10024. America's 16th president, Abraham Lincoln, was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth in 1865. 9 people were brought to trial. 5 were imprisoned. 4 were hanged. Only circumstantial evidence convicted the conspirators. Was justice done?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Lincoln assassination historian, Professor William Hanchett.
Lincoln has been our most beloved president, and that means that we don't fully appreciate that at the time, during the Civil War, he was also our most hated president. And he was hated for 2 things. He was hated, first of all, for one of the things that he's most honored now, for freeing the slaves. But pro-slavery people, and Booth was certainly pro-slavery, thought that this was a terrible thing for the United States. The second thing for which Lincoln was hated by many people was his suppressions of civil liberty. So when Booth called Sic Semper Tyrannis after he shot Lincoln and jumped to the stage at Ford's Theater, he really believed that he was killing a tyrant. And, you know, killing a tyrant is no crime or no sin. During World War II, we would have respected somebody who killed Adolf Hitler.
And many people, Booth among them, thought of Lincoln as we thought of Hitler.
John Wilkes Booth, a renowned actor in the South, sought worldwide fame that would last throughout history. An opportunity arose during the Civil War to serve both his ego and his beloved Confederacy with one dramatic act. September 1864, the plot was born.
It wasn't a conspiracy to assassinate from the beginning. Sometime late in the summer of 1864, Booth got the idea of kidnapping Lincoln and holding him ransom for the Confederate prisoners in United States prisoners of war camp. And he approached two of his boyhood friends, Samuel Arnold and Michael O'Laughlin, about it. They thought it was a feasible thing to do. Lincoln frequently drove around Washington without an escort.
At least
Lincoln historian and author of Murder at Ford's Theater, Mr. James O. Hall.
Now, I rather think that Booth was handed the kidnap plot in Boston about the end of July 1864, because he met there with 3 Confederate agents. Now, what they talked about, no one knows. But immediately after that, he started gathering together the people who would help him kidnap the president. And they had a meeting on the night of the 15th of March in which they were going to discuss this. They had this meeting at Gautier's restaurant on Pennsylvania Avenue. Booth, being in the theater, concluded that the kidnapping of Lincoln just had to be sensational. So he was going to kidnap him in Ford's Theater. They all gathered together and got a little drunk and got into an argument about how they were going to kidnap Lincoln. Arnold said he'd have no part of kidnapping a man in Ford's Theater, and O'Laughlin said it was suicide. But Booth insisted. The thing never came off, of course, in Ford's Theater.
March 17th, 1865, a kidnap attempt was made. Booth learned that Lincoln was going to attend a matinee performance of Still Waters Run Deep at the Soldiers' Home on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. Historical reports are mixed on what really happened. This version is based on lectures given by John Surratt, one of the conspirators. Booth led 2 of his men out of the city toward the hospital. They were armed and prepared to confront Lincoln's carriage during its return to Washington. Choosing a secluded spot on a deserted stretch of road, Booth left his men with instructions to await his signal for ambush, then rode out to track the carriage. As he prepared to give the signal, Booth discovered that the occupant of the carriage was not Lincoln, but Chief Justice Salmon P. Chase. Booth rode off enraged at his failure. Later, he was to learn that Lincoln had stayed in Washington and delivered a battle flag to the governor of Indiana from a balcony of the National Hotel. It was the hotel where Booth lived.
Then there was a change in Booth's plans, and I think it's probably fair to date it on April 11th, when Booth, in company with David Harold, who was one of the members of his group, and Louis Payne, another member, attended a lecture at the White House. And during this speech, Lincoln said that he was going to urge that some black men be given the vote. And Booth was outraged at this suggestion, and he turned to Payne right then and said, "Shoot him." And of course, Payne refused to do that, but then he turned to David Harold, the other companion, and said, "That's the last speech he'll ever make." So it's possible that then Booth did decide, if opportunity arose, that he would kill Lincoln.
So you see, whether the kidnapping plot just came over into a plot to murder, whether it was one conspiracy or two. You have to remember this, that any time anyone plans to kidnap a president of the United States, they must be prepared to kill. And they had armaments in the kidnapping plot. So it could be that this plan to kidnap Lincoln just drifted naturally in Booth's fanatical mind into a plot to murder.
April 14th, Booth knew that Lincoln would attend Ford's Theater that evening. He met with members of his group still in Washington.
It was only at this meeting that he told them that he was going to assassinate the president. And he gave Payne the assignment of killing Seward. He told Atzerodt to get Andrew Johnson. You see, Booth's plan was a massive conspiracy against the leadership of the government of the United States. The president, the vice president, the secretary of state, the secretary of war, and the general-in-chief. He may have believed that by killing the leaders of the United States, the Confederacy could still win its independence.
On April 13th, 1865, Booth wrote in his journal, "For 6 months we had work to capture, but our cause being almost lost, something decisive and great must be done." Though only a few of Booth's co-conspirators would now be involved in this plot to murder, everyone he had touched in the previous months would be tainted with guilt. John Wilkes Booth, self-appointed leader. Lewis Payne Powell, held prisoner by the Union. George Atzerodt, ferrying contraband across the Potomac. David Herold, a rather dull youth who followed Booth blindly. Michael O'Laughlin, Confederate deserter and boyhood friend of Booth. Edmund Spangler, stagehand at Ford's Theater. Samuel Arnold, Booth's schoolmate, former Confederate soldier. 8:30 p.m., April 14th. Lincoln is seated in his box at Ford's Theater. 9:30, Booth rides up Baptist Alley behind Ford's Theater, dismounts, and calls for Spangler to hold his horse. Instead, a boy, Peanut John Burrow, responds. Booth enters backstage and crosses to the adjoining Star Saloon. There, he orders whiskey and waits as the rest of the plot unfolds throughout the city. "10:03. Payne gains access to Secretary of State Seward's home. Seward was severely wounded, but would live. Payne had failed. Booth was determined to succeed. Booth enters the theater from the front, climbs to the balcony, crosses to the president's box. Being familiar with the play, he knows at exactly what point there will be sustained laughter and applause. Dr. John Latimer, historian, physician, and ballistics expert.
The actual pistol that Booth used to shoot President Lincoln was one like this, called a Derringer. A Derringer is a short barrel gun firing a very large ball, and the velocity and the energy are very fatal if fired directly into the head. Being a single shot pistol, of course, was useless after it fired its shot, and Booth then threw it down and pulled out his hunting knife, and when the Major Rathbone that was in the box with him grappled with him, he stabbed him badly in the arm. The Major staggered back, and Booth went over to the edge of the box and vaulted over onto the stage 12 feet below, a flamboyant, dangerous type of action that did indeed result in his breaking one of the small bones in his leg just above the ankle.
Booth ran from the theater and began his desperate drive towards freedom. He exited the alley with members of the audience in pursuit, rode down F Street, and across the Navy Yard Bridge into the Maryland countryside. Booth went to Soppers Hill to await David Herold. Herold was to lead Payne out of the city, but for reasons never explained, He arrived alone. From Soppers Hill, they went to Surrattville, arriving at the Surratt Tavern around midnight. Here, they were to pick up carbines, whiskey, and a pair of spyglasses. Mary Surratt, one of the accused conspirators, allegedly delivered these glasses for Booth on the morning of the assassination. 4 a.m., April 15th. Booth and Herold arrive at the home of Dr. Samuel Mudd. It is known that Mudd was acquainted with Booth. Whether he knew of Booth's deed remains a question. The broken leg was set and the boot was left behind. It was to become a damning piece of evidence. April 26th, federal troops captured Herold and cornered Booth at Garrett's farm. They set fire to the barn to smoke him out.
The barn was brilliantly illuminated. They could all see Booth very clearly. And Booth came back first towards the corner of the barn, and Booth then decided that he couldn't fight the blaze and started towards the front door with his crutch and a very heavy Spencer carbine, fully loaded, in one hand. And as he went towards the front of the barn, he pulled out one of his revolvers from his belt, and almost immediately a pistol shot rang out. And down went Booth, shot through the neck. Then they dragged him out and up to the back porch of the farmhouse, and he died within about 2 hours. The cry then went up, who shot him? Because, you know, they certainly wanted to capture him and have him for testimony, and here he was dead. And the man that stepped forward was Boston Corbett. One of the great questions is whether Boston Corbett actually shot John Wilkes Booth or whether Booth committed suicide. We know that the bullet hole through John Wilkes Booth's neck went slightly downhill, and we knew the bullet came in from his right, went downhill, going to the left. Now, this enormous pistol, if you try to shoot yourself that way in the neck, you find that your arm isn't long enough to make it easy to do in this manner, and they surely would have seen him do it. You have to switch it around, and you have to use your thumb if you're going to do this in order to press the trigger, in order to make it create the kind of wound that Booth had. So it seems very unlikely just on that basis alone that he shot himself. And if you're going to shoot yourself, to shoot yourself in the side of the neck would be the last place you would want to do it, because you might miss.
The question was asked, was it really Booth who had been shot?
At the autopsy, Dr. Woodward took some pains to be sure who he was autopsying. He had witnesses in who identified Booth, and he then described on Booth's hand his initials, which Booth himself had tattooed on them as a child in a scraggly, childish scrawl, but which were undoubtedly his.
Booth was buried in the old penitentiary. Another Booth was publicly dumped in the Potomac. Why? Secretary of War Edwin Stanton may have ordered this charade to dissuade grave robbers. He was to be questioned for many of his policies following the assassination. He had taken the reins of a crippled government, ordered hasty arrests of seemingly innocent people, rapidly convened a military trial, and ordered the prisoners to be held under tortuous conditions.
Nobody ever accused Stanton of involvement in the assassination until Otto Eisenschimmel published that preposterous book, Why Was Lincoln Murdered, in 1937. It's almost a criminal case of loading the dice against Stanton, taking every circumstance, the most innocent ones, and giving them sinister implications. For example, it's frequently said that because Stanton ordered the men prisoners to be hooded so that they couldn't talk, that he was afraid that they would implicate him in the assassination. And this has been repeated time after time as one of the best indications that Stanton had something to hide. But it's ridiculous. The Stantons and the Lincolns were close to each other. Lincoln and Stanton respected each other. And you see, the misfortune is that in recent years, since 1937, it's just the exact opposite which has become known.
At Surratt, arrested April 14th. Michael O'Laughlin, Edward Spangler, and Samuel Arnold, arrested April 17th. Trial historian Edward Steers.
The trial was hampered by very serious legal questions. principle of which was due process. Military tribunals and commissions, unfortunately, didn't really represent defendants' peers. And the rules of evidence were markedly changed during a military tribunal and commission. That's not to say that the outcome would have been any different than it was had they been tried in a civil court in the District of Columbia. But needless to say, it caused a great deal of difficulty.
Mary Surratt may have been convicted only to serve as bait for her son, John, a primary suspect. The Surratt Society was formed to preserve her memory. Society President Joan Chaconis.
There were actually three things that convicted Mrs. Surratt, I suppose, in the trial. One was the fact that she knew Booth. Her son introduced his mother to the actor John Wilkes Booth. He would come to the house to visit the son. If the son wasn't there, then he'd stop and chat with the ladies. And of course, this was all brought out during the trial that Booth was there, and if he didn't talk with the son John, then he was talking to Mrs. Surratt, and what did they talk about? Whether she knew exactly what he was doing is questionable. However, if you're a mother today with a teenage son, you might have a suspicion that he's doing something that possibly he shouldn't be doing, but you probably don't think it's going to come to any evil or any harm. The second thing was Lewis Thornton Powell, the fellow who was told by Booth to go and kill the Secretary of State Seward. Well, unfortunately for Mrs. Surratt, just as the soldiers are at her house downtown questioning her about the whereabouts of her son, John Jr., and John Wilkes Booth, who should come knocking at the door but Lewis Thornton Powell? And the soldier in the house, detectives, they answer the door and wonder, who is he? What's he doing here? And he says, well, he came here because Mrs. Surratt wanted him to dig a ditch for her the next morning. This seemed very strange, and Mrs. Surratt was called to come out here and identify this man, and she said she didn't know who he was.
The most damning evidence came from John Lloyd, keeper of the Surratt Tavern.
The evidence that John Lloyd gave was that Mrs. Surratt gave him a message to have some shooting irons ready. Some people were coming by later to pick them up, and she gave him a package to deliver to those same people. Whether she knew what was in the package, this supposedly contained Booth's spyglasses. She didn't know what was in that package. These are all things that are based on circumstances, and there's nothing really, no concrete evidence to show that she really had anything to do or any knowledge that Booth was planning to kill the president.
5 members of the commission met and signed a clemency plea on behalf of Mary Surratt, asking Johnson to commute her sentence to life imprisonment. Holt maintains that on July 5th, when he presented the findings to Johnson, he also showed him the clemency plea, and that Johnson ignored it or turned it down. Johnson maintains that he never saw the clemency plea and was totally unaware of it, and upheld the final sentences as recommended by the commission.
July 7th, 1865.
The hangman was getting tired of taking this very stiff rope and making 8 turns on every one of the men's knots, and by the time he got to Mrs. Surratt, since he didn't think it would be used, he only put 5 turns on her knot. And then, to his horror, the knot was indeed used to hang her.
Mary Surratt became the first woman to be hanged by the federal government. Did Booth go to Dr. Mudd's only for medical assistance? Some say Mudd also gave provisions. This could not be proven. Mudd was sentenced to life in prison on evidence that Booth's knee-high boot was found at his home. How many others were convicted on circumstantial evidence?
It was the government's position that all of these individuals participated in the conspiracy to varying degrees, but all of them shared equally in the guilt of the murder of President Lincoln. Stanton, when he issued his order on May 6th, charging the formation of the military commission, had used the phrase that the commission was to remove the stain of innocent blood from the land. And I think, in fact, that's what the final sentencing was doing.
Were the right people brought to trial? Could others have conspired to kill Abraham Lincoln? John Wilkes Booth pulled the trigger in the assassination of Lincoln. There was a conspiracy involved. Some of the details of that conspiracy may for all time remain cloaked in mystery. Reverend Jim Jones was one of the most bizarre religious leaders America has ever known. On November 18, 1978, he ordered his followers to commit suicide. Why did over 900 people follow one man to their doom? How did Jim Jones control so many lives?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
I want you to be like I am. I want you to become what I am. I want you to enjoy the fearlessness that I have, the courage that I have, the compassion that I have, the love that I have, the all-encompassing mercy that I am. I want you to be what I am and something greater. And if you don't want to go this route, then go to hell where you want to, but don't bother me.
The Reverend Jim Jones, born 1931, died November 18, 1978, with 913 of his followers in the jungle settlement of Jonestown, Guyana. How did it happen? What was the basis of Jim Jones' frightening power over his followers? If his story is told again, will it serve as a lesson for now? James Warren Jones came from a poor southern Indiana family. Jimmy was a serious-minded but rebellious boy who became captivated by fundamentalist Christianity. In what was then a stronghold of the Ku Klux Klan, the young Jones preached racial integration and utopian socialism. To finance his first interracial church, he sold live monkeys door to door. In 1965, Jones moved his congregation to Redwood Valley, California. Haunted by visions of nuclear apocalypse, he declared that here at last was a safe place to build his utopian community, the People's Temple.
Level of society, all socioeconomic income strata, from professional down to the ordinary field worker, field labor, mill worker. Really, it's beautiful to see that all these divisions have been broken down, not only race, but any differences of economic position, but just a warm fellowship and acceptance of all people. We started with about 141 people, and from that we've grown to a very thriving congregation of a few thousand. I didn't think you'd retire.
Not around you.
Jones achieved extraordinary rapport with people, especially with the aged and with blacks.
Thank you for inviting me in.
To those who felt useless and unwanted, he offered respect and love.
I'm about to go.
Jim Jones was a fiery minister who ridiculed the Christian deity as an impotent sky god.
I'm not here to teach you about no sky god or pie in the sky or sweet pie god. I'm here to teach you that what you see is what you get. You don't lie.
Grace Stone was a top aide to Jim Jones.
Jim Jones wasn't a Christian. He was an atheist, and Jim used to have people bring the Bibles into the church, and he would throw them down, he would stomp on them, he would spit on them, and he would talk about using the pages for toilet paper.
Debbie Layton was a member of the Temple Planning Commission.
Jim Jones was a brilliant man. Clever, deceitful and evil, but he was very, very clever. And he read all the books on sociology and psychology and other cults and brainwashing, and he knew exactly what to say and what to do to impress and influence other people.
You'll see him walk on this lake like nothing was ever wrong.
Jones was a gifted showman, an expert practitioner of faith healing. According to numerous reports, most of the healings were phony, but they appealed especially to fundamentalist worshipers who had a long tradition of theatrics and high emotion in their religion.
I think that Jones was able to attract a lot of people into the church because he got to these people at a point in their life where they were vulnerable, be it they were in the middle of a divorce, or they were depressed, or they were lonely.
I was a very, very rebellious kid, and Jim used guilt to bring me into the church and keep me there. He said people from affluent backgrounds that are spoiled cannot stay in a group like this, cannot stay in a structured life and give of themselves to other people. And I was determined that I cared about other people, and I was going to stay in people's temple.
Walk with me, walk. You had an instant family, you had instant friends, you never had to be alone. If you had any problems, you always had someone to go to. You were just never alone. You always had support, and that's very powerful.
Charles Gary was People's Temple attorney for 2 years.
Jim Jones had tremendous charisma. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever met anybody with more charisma. He was very fascinating, very enthusiastic in what he had to say, and very convincing. It's only when you began to read between the lines as you knew him over a period of time that you began to get the feeling that he had a tremendous ego, and that ego was almost destructive.
As Temple membership soared, Jones became increasingly political. He mobilized thousands to help elect the late San Francisco mayor, George Moscone, who rewarded him with the prestigious directorship of the Housing Authority.
Jim Jones was highly respected in San Francisco. He supported Ronald Reagan as governor and Richard Nixon. He was a tremendous champion of free speech, civil rights, civil liberties, anything that was progressive and good.
Along with Jones' increasing power came fear of media persecution. On one occasion, he gave permission to film services in Los Angeles, but suddenly reneged on his promise.
I really don't feel comfortable with our worship being photographed. I really don't. I must go against the entire council. I don't feel good about it. They can photograph me all they choose, because I do not care. I'm fearless. But I don't want the cameras focusing on others. I don't want them. Ask me your questions, and I'll tell you right straight from the shoulder where I stand. You want to get out there?
What was passing between this man and his congregation? It was perhaps a form of romance, but as time went on, Jones seemed to change. The dark side of his personality came to the fore.
Every single member of your family had to get on the floor and say something negative about you. And that was to break down any ties and unity within a family, so that when you did come to the realization that something was wrong and you wanted to leave, you could not feel the bond to go to a family member and say, listen, something's wrong here, let's get out.
Tommy Bogue was 7 years old when his parents brought him to People's Temple.
They had these little kids, maybe 6, 7 years old, go into this room and then make them grab hold of these electrode things, and they start turning up the electricity on, and they'd put a microphone next to the door, and you start hearing them screaming, you know, I mean, it sounds, I mean, it's bloody chilling is the only way I can really put it.
After critical articles appeared in the San Francisco Examiner, Jones staged a demonstration.
All of these allegations are totally untrue. I'm principled and dedicated to my people, and they are also committed to the Christian ethic, the Judeo-Christian ethic of service. Certainly anyone who wants to investigate our organization, we're more than open to it by any honestly inquiring group or otherwise.
So intimidating was Jones's demonstration that the newspaper canceled its series of articles on People's Temple.
I think that Jones probably was an unhappy person. Deep down inside, he didn't believe in himself. And so he was constantly having to attain more money to be more secure, more political friends. Jones would freak out when anybody would speak against the church or him.
Jim hated men. He was very insecure. And only women became the top aides to him.
According to Debbie Layton, in the book In My Father's House, Jones appropriated her brother Larry's first wife, Carolyn. When Larry remarried, Jones also seduced his second wife, Karen.
Because
Ex-Temple member Richard Clark.
I think that Jones was burning up with lust. Matter of fact, he finally told her one night, he finally said that
he would like to have sex with everybody in the temple, you know.
Every single woman that was on the planning commission was approached by Jim Jones and forced into a sexual relationship. And I consider it rape. I was raped by Jim Jones.
In late 1977, New West magazine printed a blistering expose of People's Temple. Grace Stone sued for custody of her 6-year-old son, who Jones claimed was his child. Jones reacted to his difficulties by moving Temple members 6,000 miles to Jonestown, a settlement he had started earlier in Guyana. Here, Jones would have to answer to no man. Jonestown would be a world unto itself.
Flour, rice, black-eyed peas, more peas. You have different containers around the place. We couldn't go through all the tremendous inventory they built up. Kool-Aid.
What a swing! What liberation brings!
The first time I went there in October of 1977, I came back and I said I saw a paradise. They had their own electricity. They had their own generators. They had the most perfect medical setup I have ever seen. Everything was immaculate. Everything was good and everything was decent.
When fascist terror brings concentration camps or brings massive food riots, you have a home.
You just can't imagine that all the hundreds of us here are so extremely happy. I wish I could describe the whole thing to you, but it's hard. But I just must say this. I can't help but say that none of this would have been possible had it not been for Jim Jones.
I thank you, Jim. You have certainly made a way for us, and everybody seems to be so happy. I am pleased. Thank you, Jim.
I don't want to go back to the States because this place is better.
That was pretty much an ideal situation because, like, you could see progress happening. You know, you had a sense of you're creating a town. But then when Jones came down there, that all changed. They started having the long meetings till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. They started having 12-hour work days, and the discipline started getting into the extremes. And, I mean, it just became a hellhole.
When I got to Jonestown, the first thing Jones asked me was how did I want to die? And he asked me, did I want to die fighting? Did I want to take the portion? Then I knew what I was up against then. It was death that Jones had chosen for us.
As more people packed into Jonestown, food supplies ran low. Jones controlled millions in temple funds, but refused to spend it on food or adequate housing. Isolated in the jungle, news from outside came to him in radioed fragments. His fears and suspicions multiplied.
Quite likely I'll be there for both.
For 900 people, life became an answer to one man's whim. Jonestown was their entire reality. Jim Jones was their God.
I woke up and I had a constriction, I guess, in my chest or in my stomach, and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe at all. I didn't even call on Father. I thought of him, and it all was right. Thanks, Father.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you, Father.
Around Jones was just like a force field of evil. It would even take your mind, just like you couldn't even think when you was around Jones, because it's the force that he had built up.
The most frightening things about Jonestown were that there were armed guards surrounding the camp at all times, and while you worked in the field, they watched you, and you weren't allowed to speak to your neighbor, and you had to work double time. And Jim Jones's voice went over the loudspeakers 24 hours a day, while you ate, while you worked in the field, and while you slept.
When Grace Stone carried her custody battle for her son John into Guyanese courts, Jones was beside himself.
If by any chance you would make a mistake to try to come in and take any one of us, we will not let you. You will die. You will have to take anybody over all of our dead bodies.
Jim Jones was not sane. He had not been sane since I saw him in August of 1978. His paranoia was destructive. I warned him about his paranoia, but he treated that as though I was an enemy.
I got a hell of a lot of weapons to fight. I got my claws, I got guns, I got dynamite, I got a hell of a lot to fight. I'll fight, I'll fight,
By mid-November 1978, concerned relatives of Temple members persuaded Congressman Leo Ryan to visit Jonestown. Ryan brought reporters and a network news team. Nothing could have triggered more dread in Jim Jones. At first, the visit was a success for Jones. Ryan and reporters saw only the superficial, positive side of Jonestown. The next morning, however, 10 people, including Richard Clark, fled into the jungle. Several other families told the Ryan party they wanted to leave. Jones could not change their minds.
Congressman Ryan came over to him and he said, "Jim, don't be upset about this." He said, "If half of the people here were to leave, I would still say you have the most beautiful place. It's a dream."
Jones would not be soothed. Is it conceivable that he was mentally unstable from an early age, a borderline psychotic who attempted to realize his paranoid delusions of grandeur? Now his dreams seemed to crumble around him.
People play games, friend. They lie, they lie. What can I do about liars? Are you people going to leave us? I just beg you, please leave us. Bill, we will bother nobody. Anybody wants to get out of here can get out of here. We have no problem about getting out of here. They come and go all the time. I don't know what kind of game. People like, people like publicity. Some people do. I don't.
Emotions ran high as the defectors left with the Ryan party. Tommy Bogue was among them.
So we're going down the road, and then they stop to take some pictures further along. When they stop, we tell them, don't stop, keep going, because something's going to happen. So we come into the airport, and that's where we all get off and we wait for the airplanes. And I loaded onto the big airplane, and I was sitting right across from the door in the back. Okay, and then that's when we saw the tractor and trailer coming around.
When the shooting stopped, Congressman Ryan, 3 newsmen, and young Patty Parks lay dead. 10 others, including Tommy Bogue, were wounded. Odell Rhodes is one of the few surviving eyewitnesses to what happened next in Jonestown.
Jim Jones came over the speaker system himself, and he called everyone to a general meeting.
It's too late. The congressman's dead, the congressman Lee's dead, many of our traitors are dead, they're all laying out, they're dead.
He told us that the Guyanese army would parachute in on us, and they would torture older people and babies, and that, you know, when they come, you know, we should all be dead.
If we can't live in peace, then let's die in peace. We've been so betrayed. We've been so terribly betrayed.
And I was just looking, I mean, here are people my age, older people, younger people, and they were, for the most part, they were voluntarily taking at the time. They were voluntarily drinking poison.
This is a revolutionary suicide. This is not a self-destructive suicide. Please, for God's sake, let's get on with it. We've lived as no other people have lived and loved. We've had as much of this world as you're going to get. Let's just be done with it. Let's be done with the agony of it.
Eyewitness Stanley Clayton.
Some people was not getting up out of their seat. They were sitting there, you know, scareless, you know, to death, you know, they don't want to do this. Where people with with Jim Jones there, you know, imposing himself on these people, pulling people out of the chair, you know, and saying, it's time, you know, we do not want, you know, the GDF to come in here and castrate us, or we do not want them to come in and shoot us down like dogs, you know, let's die with dignity and so forth. In fact, that people listened to that, but then there was some that didn't listen to that, and those who did not listen to that were forcibly pulled up out of their seats. If they didn't go over there, they were injected right there.
Hurry, my children, hurry. Let us not fall into the hands of the enemy. Hurry, my children. Quickly, 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 quickly.
Odell Rhodes and Stanley Clayton escaped into the jungle. When Odell returned with Guyanese officials, they found Jim Jones shot in the head. Of 914 dead, only he and his nurse had not taken poison. Jim Jones and most of his followers are gone, but disturbing questions remain. Is our present society especially vulnerable to men like Jones? Are there other cults in America with tragic potential? Reportedly, there are still people who venerate Jim Jones, who sleep with his picture, and who feel he is the only person who ever loved them. Organizations that offer solutions to all of life's problems can be seductive, but also perilous. Might the lesson of Jonestown help people avoid the danger?
The church was bizarre at the end, but it didn't start out that way. What a person saw the church in the beginning and what they saw afterwards were two different things. People were tricked, and I believe that most people can be tricked.
There is an age-old legend that somewhere in these forgotten wastelands lie the fabled Solomon's mines. The Bible states that Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth for riches. Now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 636 talents of gold. In modern terms, that means 13.5 tons. The Bible also lists great quantities of other valuables. Where did they come from? Where did his caravans travel to find his fabled mines? What was the source of Solomon's great wealth?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
For centuries, the Israelites had been nomads. From the time they left Egypt, they had no land to call their own. King David, according to the Bible, brought them a dream, a city of their own, Jerusalem. Having at last won his kingdom, David felt his own hands were too stained with blood to be the builder of God's house. So he abdicated to his favored son, Solomon. Here in the spring of Siloam, outside the walls of Jerusalem, Solomon was anointed king. The first temple was built by Solomon, and it made Jerusalem the center of the Jewish religion for all time. It was Solomon who transformed Jerusalem into an ancient wonder. Today, it's the center of three great religions. For Christians, it's the scene of the crucifixion. For Muslims, it's the place where Mohammed climbed to heaven. And for Jews, the Wailing Wall has special significance because it is all that remains of the Western Wall, the site of Solomon's temple. Solomon had to secure and develop the territories David had won. It was the largest land empire in the Near East. By defeating the Philistines, the Israelites created a kingdom which stretched from Beersheba in the south to Dan in the north. Caravan trails crossed the kingdom from north to south and east to west. Solomon found himself controlling the crossroads of trade for the civilized world, and so was able to command a steady income in tolls for safe passage. Solomon built 6 mighty fortresses which secured the main trade routes of the Middle East. To the northeast, stretching along what is now the Lebanese coast, were the kingdoms of Phoenicia. The Phoenicians had great resources of timber and metal, and skill in working them. What they lacked were agricultural products. To compensate, the Phoenicians turned to trade. Solomon had an abundance of grain. The Phoenicians were a great maritime power. Their alliance with Solomon would make him the richest merchant prince in the world. In exchange for grain, Phoenicians sailed the oceans and traveled to the limits of the known world and beyond, seeking trade goods. Solomon's harbors assumed a new importance. They would become bases for a Phoenician sea trade and provide homes for Phoenician skills and technology. He sent 10,000 men to cut the cedars of Lebanon, timber for his great building projects and for his new shipyards. And even today, the remains of slipways still run down to the sea. Phoenicians built and manned the ships. Not just vessels to ply the coastal trade, but ships which could go on a 3-year voyage to the land of Tarshish. The Israelites were, by tradition, a nation of nomadic farmers, and without his Phoenician allies, Solomon could have achieved none of his greatness. This ship stove, like all Phoenician work, was of distinctive design. Phoenician style became the Art Nouveau of Solomon's kingdom, using techniques which became traditional and have changed little since. Metalworking, too, was virtually a Phoenician monopoly. They had the skills for making not only the necessities of life, but for working rare metals as well. The metal arrived already refined in ingots. Along with the cargoes of precious metals, the ships brought apes and peacocks and ivory. Their skill at working with gold keystoned the craft of the Phoenicians and creates the mystery. Where did Solomon's gold come from? The answer to the question may be found in the extraordinary relationship that developed between the Israelites and the Phoenicians. Each had what the other needed. To find Solomon's mines, it's important to understand the trade between the two nations. The Phoenicians opened up to Solomon the trade routes of the world. In return, Solomon guaranteed them a regular supply of oil and wheat. This agricultural surplus gave him his purchasing power and was the real basis of his wealth. A sledge with stones bedded in its bottom is still used for threshing on remote Bedouin farms. The wheat is spread on the threshing floor, and the continual circulation of the sledge gradually separates the grain. It is a timeless method common throughout the Near East, and is probably not so different to methods in use at the time of Solomon. Tossing the wheat in the air separates the chaff, which is blown away in the wind. It is then winnowed before being ground in a stone quern. The grain is poured into the center of the quern and emerges as flour for the baker. Agricultural produce was brought in to be stored in great warehouses and granaries. For 1 month in the year, each of the 12 provinces had to feed the capital. These new cities were built under the supervision of Phoenician craftsmen. Theirs were the skills which crafted the masonry, walls, and staircases, cutting the stone into accurate geometric blocks. This doorway, with its decorated capitals, is typical of Solomon's style of architecture. Their greatest work, however, was the building of Solomon's New Jerusalem, where the workmen were personally supervised by the Phoenician king. The stone was quarried locally, and the city was transformed from a small fortress town into one of the wonders of the ancient world. Deep under the present city lie the remains of Solomon's buildings. Solomon's palace once stood here, and the walled-up arches of the Golden Gate are on the site of the entrance to the temple. The layout was similar to a much smaller temple found at Arad, near the Dead Sea. At one end was the Holy of Holies, and in the center of Jerusalem was the sacrificial altar. Quoted from the Bible, 3 times in a year did Solomon offer burnt offerings and peace offerings upon the altar which he built unto the Lord. Solomon's temple was furnished in gold, and gold leaf decorated the richly carved cedar paneling. The fame of his magnificence spread far beyond the frontiers of Solomon's own kingdom, and the great of the world came to see for themselves and wonder. Ezekiel refers to silver, iron, tin, and lead coming from Tarshish. These metals with gold could come from Spain. The ivory, apes, peacocks, and additional gold could have been shipped from North Africa. Such a voyage might well have taken 3 years. Solomon struck a deal with the Phoenician king Hiram. In view of the success of their joint operations in the Mediterranean, they agreed that together they would open up new trade routes to the south in the Red Sea. The Bible tells us that a joint fleet was built at Etzion-Geber. Was this the port from which the Phoenician gold ships sailed? A world-renowned metallurgist undertook archaeological excavations. Professor Rothenberg.
This would not be a possible site for a port. You wouldn't possibly be able to build a ship there. The winds are so strong, the south winds are devastating. It's the worst place in the world to look for a port. The only site I can see is a small island called Jasirat Pharaon, the Coral Island, Zarzevelat, which has a natural port, a beautiful anchorage. Even in the biggest storm, it will be quite in that small bay. It's the only natural port, and I'm sure this is the site.
Here, excavations unearthed warehouses and workshops. Were the remains of caulking pitch and tar, which were found beside the small fortified harbor used on Solomon's new fleet? The whole island was enclosed in a fortified wall, part of which still exists at the base of later fortifications. This new port would open up a whole new hemisphere. It would challenge the land routes across Arabia. Eventually, the Phoenicians would reach India and circumnavigate Africa. Could Solomon's mines have been in one of these new and distant lands? The existence of Solomon's sea trade brought strength and wealth to his land. It also brought the most famous woman of the time to him with a sense of need and humility. The Queen of Sheba came from southern Arabia, the wealthiest region of the Semitic world. She brought gold, supposedly from her mines, frankincense and myrrh from deserts in her kingdom, and spices and other goods derived from her trades in India.
Solomon, with his Phoenician ships, obviously disturbed very much the overland route. And as they were after the same raw materials and after the same trading partners, the obvious thing was to do was to make a common enterprise. And so the lady came up to talk to the king, and he was clever enough, in this case, to say, okay, let's do it together.
She had arrived with a great train of camels. The camel had only recently been domesticated. It had opened up the possibilities of trade across the waterless desert. So it seems they concluded their trade treaty. In return, Israel would have provided her with agricultural produce and manufactured products of third countries like Phoenicia. The queen was certainly impressed by what she had seen. Thy prosperity exceedeth the fame which I heard. Silver was nothing accounted of in the days of Solomon. Everything at his court was made of gold. But where did it all come from? While the queen was in Jerusalem, another cargo of gold and precious stones arrived from Solomon's port in the Red Sea. This jar was labeled Gold of Ophir. Ophir certainly existed, and it has fascinated biblical scholars for centuries. Where was it? Was it in the East? In Africa? Even America? Modern Israelis called this new town Ophira because they believe that Solomon's mines are somewhere nearby in the mountains of southern Sinai. The landscape is littered with the debris of recent war, but there is no trace of Solomon's mine. Merchants traveling north from the Red Sea towards Jerusalem may have left a clue. En route, they sought shelter from the heat of the day in the shade of a canyon. As they whiled away the hours, they sometimes carved their names on the rocks. And once someone carved a Phoenician ship. This is a much larger and more seaworthy vessel than the small inshore craft which plied the Mediterranean coast. These could have been the ships that sailed the Arabian coast in search of gold. From the size and number of amphora jars they carried, we conclude that these ships were large and strong enough to sustain long voyages. The Red Sea is full of coral reefs and sudden winds. It is a graveyard of ships. And even today, the local fishermen cast their nets in the shallows rather than venture upon the waters. To avoid the monsoons, the ships would have to leave in July and return in December. So, exactly where did these ships travel? Where was Ophir?
What actually is hidden in the deserts of Arabia? We have now geological reports mentioning hundreds of mines, gold, silver, and copper, along the western side of Arabia, where a lot of ancient remains have been found, traces of metal making. And I think we should consider this as one of the major centers of early metallurgy in the Near East or in the ancient world, which so far had not been recognized. So with increased knowledge, our ideas change.
In the desolate mountains of the Sinai lie the great mines of Timnah. For decades, they have been called Solomon's Mines. But are they? The possibility of locating the mines long excited archaeologists.
Timnah was untouched. All we had to do is to kind of dust it. Very shallow excavations, and here you had complete factories standing with all the remains, working tools, the pottery, and the furnaces. So it's a unique site in the world. The earliest mining operations we have are from the 4th millennium BC, the very beginning of copper making, the end of the Stone Age. Then again we have the large workings, thousands of mine shafts, actually date to the time of the New Kingdom of Egypt, roughly the time of the Exodus.
In this small temple, the Egyptian landlords and their Midianite workers worshipped the goddess Hathor. The artifacts found by Rothenberg were made by Midianites from Arabia, famed for their skill in metal making. They were made over a period of about 150 years. Then, quite suddenly, mining stopped.
I think it was abandoned mainly because the energy problem became too complicated. They had chopped down all the trees. They must have carried charcoal from great distances. But we should, of course, take in consideration that in the middle of the 12th century, the Egyptian empire collapsed. The Egyptians retreated into Egypt, left the Asian provinces. We have not found any remains whatsoever that could be collected to Israel. There are no traces whatsoever of King Solomon or any other Israelite king in the area. The mines were mined out already long before and have never been worked since. And we know from the Bible that the Midianites, or the Canaanites, as they were called in a Midianite tribe, family of groups, were the earliest metallurgists. But we have no traces whatsoever of any metallurgy in Israel, in the sources or in the towns excavated.
In Arabia, today's gold is black, the rich oil found there. Perhaps this area was also once the origin of Solomon's gold. Did Solomon ever have his own mines, or did he simply trade with people that did? After his death, his kingdom fragmented, and his ships rotted on the shore. Solomon's trading partnership with the Phoenicians had made him the richest man in the world. The magnificence of his wealth was never to be seen again in Israel. Historians who wrote about it, long after his death, made it a legend in its own right. Where it came from was forgotten. All that was left was a memory of untarnished glory. The sun had set on the greatest maritime adventure of the ancient world. 500 years ago, it is said 2 young princes, one heir to the throne of England, were murdered in the Tower of London. Their uncle, Richard III, the last English king to personally lead troops into battle, was accused. Others hold this to be slander. Richard, they say, was a most valiant, most virtuous king. Which was true? Was Richard the murderous villain of Shakespeare's imagination?
Plots have I laid, inductions dangerous, by drunken prophecies, libels, and dreams, to set my brother Clarence and the king in deadly hate, the one against the other.
Did Richard have his nephews murdered to gain the crown? The answer to this mystery may yet be found in the Tower of London.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Beside the Thames River, flowing through the city of London, stand the grim stone walls of the Tower of London. On the ruins of an ancient Roman fortress, William the Conqueror ordered construction of a huge castle in the year 1078. It would dominate the landscape and intimidate the local inhabitants. Over the centuries, subsequent kings made it one of the strongest fortifications in all of Europe. It has withstood siege, bombardment, and the Great Fire that destroyed London. For 900 years, it has served as a fortress, a royal palace, a dreaded prison, and a treasury for the crown jewels. The crown of England, the pinnacle of power. It cost the lives of many ambitious noblemen. The quest of it dimmed honor and loyalty. Richard III was accused of such an obsession. His adversary, Henry Tudor, burned with the same desire. Peter Hammond, Tower historian.
I think what most people know about the Tower is the time when it was a state prison, a place where important political prisoners were kept. There were many famous people in the Tower, and most of them came to unfortunate ends, beheaded or disappearing mysteriously.
Prisoners were often brought to the Tower by riverboat. The fate of many to have their heads impaled on the spikes of Tower Bridge. Few who arrived here ever left. Stairways led to secret passages and torture chambers deep within the walls, where terrible screams were often heard. Beneath these stones, the earth was once soaked with the blood of queens. Anne Boleyn, Catherine Howard, wives of Henry VIII. Sir Walter Raleigh wrote his history of the world during his 12-year imprisonment here, before he too was beheaded. One sad tale is that of Lady Jane Grey. Guiltless herself, but a victim of her family's ambition. She was executed after being queen for just 9 days.
One of the most interesting, fascinating mysteries in the Tower is what happened to the 2 young princes, those 2 royal children, the sons of Edward IV, who disappeared mysteriously after the elder one lost the crown that was his by right, and his uncle Richard III became king instead. What we know about it is not very much. We know that the princes were in the Tower, after their Uncle Richard became king. We know that they were last seen in the Tower. We know that a couple of 100 years later, the bones of 2 young children were found, who may or may not have been the princes. In writing, we have stories about rumors of the princes having died, but nothing more than that.
There is only one recorded fact concerning the young princes entered into the records of the day, that they were last seen in June 1483, playing at bows and arrows in the Tower yard. They were never seen again. The popular story has it that Richard plotted with one Sir James Tyrrell to murder the princes. Not content with being the young king's Lord Protector, he wanted the throne himself. The opportunity came, it is said, when young Edward, heir to the crown, was placed in the Tower, according to the tradition that all kings-to-be must reside there before their coronation. His young brother was brought to keep him company. Sir James obtained the keys to the Tower, and one midnight, accompanied by 2 henchmen, secretly came to the place where the boys slept. As Tyrrell kept watch at the door, the accomplices entered the chamber. Whether the story is true or not, the children were never seen again. Their Uncle Richard is believed by many to be completely innocent. One group, the Richard III Society in London, has thousands of members in branches throughout the world. Their spokesman is Jeremy Potter.
Richard III is probably the most maligned character in history. He reigned only for 2 years as King of England, and he's been dead for nearly 500. His reputation has been blackened by the myths that were put out by the Tudors, who took the throne from him. He was the last of the Plantagenet kings. He was the rightful King of England. He was a good king. He was a better man than most, so far as we can judge his character at this distance of time.
Well, he was obviously an extremely courageous and extremely generous, I would say, an extremely straightforward person. He did care about the less privileged of his subjects.
There would be no good reason for Richard wanting to kill the boys. When Edward IV, the boy's father, died, he left Richard as Lord Protector of the realm and of the elder boy, and the country did not wish for a boy king. So Richard III was the adult heir to the Plantagenet throne. He was accepted by the City of London, by the Houses of Parliament, as the rightful king.
Richard would have gained nothing out of the murder of the princes without anybody being certain that they were dead.
I think he was an ambitious man, and at this time he was a frightened man. And one can see perhaps everything he did, and perhaps the murder of the princes as well, as things that he did to save himself, to preserve himself from his enemies. He had to make himself king because that was the only way he was safe from the prince's mother, Elizabeth Woodville, and her family, who were after his life, in fact, as he knew. It was a battle to the death between them. And once the princes were in the Tower, it wasn't safe even to leave them alive because their names could be used by any rebels or conspirators against Richard, as indeed was to happen. So to preserve himself, I think he had them done away with.
At Westminster Abbey, head librarian Howard Nixon added his view.
The evidence of Richard III's complicity was based almost entirely on Sir Thomas More's history of the reign of King Richard III, in which he was quite convinced that Richard was a double-dyed villain and that he was entirely responsible for the murder of the princes. But Sir Thomas More was a very biased witness because he was in the service of Cardinal Morton, one of Richard III's greatest enemies. And although in his account More writes as if he was personally present when this story was being unfolded, in fact he was a boy probably under 6 years old.
William Shakespeare, enlarging on Sir Thomas More's story, went even further in perpetuating the image of an evil Richard. Actor Robert O'Mahony.
The part of Shakespeare's Richard III has always been incredibly popular with actors. David Garrick made his reputation with it. Edmund Kean, one of his favourite roles. Irving, Olivier. And whatever people actually think was the true nature of the historical Richard, I don't think you're ever going to get rid of this image of him as the bottled spider, as the Red King, as the evil, evil monster.
Shakespeare was a writer of fiction. He was a writer of historical fiction. And he made up the plots in order to suit his particular characters. And of course he based them on some historical facts, but he accepted the Tudor version of Richard III because there was very strict censorship at the time, and if he had not, his play would never have been performed and he would have been thrown into prison.
Not content with creating one of the most villainous characters in literature, Shakespeare makes Richard deformed, physically. He gives him a hump, he gives him a withered arm. Shakespeare makes Richard lay bare his character, his motives, and his intentions in the very opening speech of the play, when he turns to the audience and he says, "Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this sun of York, and all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Grim-visaged war hath smoothed his wrinkled front, and now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in his lady's chamber to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. But I, that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking-glass, I, that am rudely stamped, and want love's majesty to strut before a wanton ambling nymph, I, that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable the dogs bark at me as I halt by them.
The medieval mind thought that a deformed body indicated an evil person, a deformed mind. It was to the interests of the Tudors to suggest that he was a villain, and they therefore made up a physical deformity in order to back this case.
And therefore, since I cannot prove a lover to entertain these fair, well-spoken days, I am determined to prove a villain and hate the idle pleasures of these days. Plots have I laid, inductions dangerous, by drunken prophecies, libels, and dreams, to set my brother Clarence and the king in deadly hate, the one against the other. And if King Edward be as true and just as I am subtle, false, and treacherous, this day should Clarence closely be mewed up about a prophecy which says that G of Edward's heirs the murderer shall be.
This was entirely invented after his death, and also the story about the withered arm. Well, now, how on earth could a man with a withered arm ride a horse and wield a battle axe?
Barely 2 years after gaining the crown, Richard was forced to fight to keep it. Henry Tudor, exiled in France, landed on English soil and raised an army to lay claim to the English throne. Richard's forces met the Tudors in the field at Bosworth. At a critical moment, Richard, famous strategist in battle, the fighting lord of the North, made his decision. He spurred his horse and charged headlong into the midst of his enemies. Battle of Bosworth, to save his crown, Richard III thundered into the midst of his enemies, seeking to bring down his adversary, Henry Tudor. But one of Richard's closest allies, Lord Stanley, defecting at the last moment, intercepted Richard within sight of his goal. Not even Richard's enemies ever claimed that he lacked courage or skill in battle. But treachery within his own ranks brought him down. If Richard had killed to gain the crown, now it was all for nothing. In the 2 years of his short reign, he had lost his much-beloved son, his wife, and now his kingdom and his life. His last cry was treason. On Richard's death, Henry Tudor became king, and a strange silence fell regarding the fate of the princes. 20 years later, Henry ordered the execution of Sir James Tyrrell for treason. Afterwards, he even waited a further 2 months, then suddenly said that Tyrrell had confessed to the murder of the princes at Richard's command. Although there's no evidence of such a confession, it became the source for the stories of Richard's guilt. But if Richard was not guilty, who was?
Henry VII had very good reason to have the princes murdered, because he'd become king by battle, by beating Richard at Bosworth. His claim to the throne wasn't very good, and the princes had a better claim.
So Henry Tudor, who became Henry VII, may well have found the boys alive and murdered them himself.
He did have other people who were in the royal line put out of the way in the Tower, imprisoned or even executed on trumped-up charges. The only thing that makes me think that perhaps he was innocent is that maybe the princes weren't alive for him to have them murdered when he came to the throne.
Before you have a murderer, you have to have a murder, and there is no evidence that the princes were murdered. They may have been. They simply disappeared.
And so the story rested for almost 200 years. Then, in 1547, some workmen found what appeared to be the bones of 2 children under a stairway at the base of the tower. Believing them to be the remains of the princes, King Charles I had them sealed in an urn and placed in Westminster Abbey. Ironically, in the chapel of Henry VII, who might well have been their murderer. Nearly 2 centuries later, in 1933, the urn was opened and the bones were examined by experts.
We've got some pictures of the bones here, and there is the almost complete skull of the elder child, and this shows the rather more broken one of the younger boy. Here are the thigh bones of the two children, and you can see that one is longer than the other, and the jawbone of Edward VI.
The examination of those bones in the Abbey nearly 50 years ago proved nothing. It didn't prove the sex of the children. They could be female. It didn't prove the century with which they lived, and it didn't prove their age. And I hope that there will be another and more scientific investigation. Certainly we're pressing the Dean and Chapter to have them re-examined.
Once somebody has been buried in the Abbey, been given Christian burial, they are in a slightly different position from bones preserved in a museum. And you cannot keep on poking into bones that have been given Christian burial inside a church.
I think they're reluctant to re-examine them because they're reluctant to disturb royal tombs, but the whole question here is whether they are royal tombs.
Are the bones in the Abbey those of the princes? Were the princes murdered at all? If so, is Henry VII, who gained and kept the crown, responsible for their deaths? Is Richard the most maligned king in history, or truly Shakespeare's arch-villain? Perhaps new dating methods or a forgotten scroll in some dusty library may eventually give the answer to this intriguing mystery of the Tower of London. The warders at the tower say that sometimes in the early dawn, the figures of two small, lost boys walk anxiously, hand in hand, on the Tower Green. Are these the princes, and for whom do they search? They were called the People of the Sun and believed that they were elected by their tribal god to carry out the destiny of the world. Guided by this religious imperative, the Aztecs fought their way to domination of the Western Hemisphere. They exacted tribute from over 30 other city-states. In 1519, ruled by the priest-king Montezuma, they were at the zenith of their power. But on April 22nd of that year, a small army of 508 soldiers, led by Conquistador Hernan Cortez, landed on the shore of Mexico. Why did Montezuma refuse to fight this enemy that would ultimately imprison him and change the face of the New World?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Montezuma, king of the Aztecs, is about to meet his destiny. It is the 8th of November, 1519, and it is one of the most unusual confrontations in all of history. He believes he is meeting a god. But this god is in the form of Conquistador Hernan Cortez, who had reached Tenochtitlan, the capital of the Aztec Empire, by a combination of shrewd strategy and a mystical confidence that his time in history has arrived. At his side is the Indian woman known as La Malinche, who is his translator and a key to his understanding of the Indian people. Today, in the center of Mexico, workers are uncovering the great temple of the Aztecs. The site was discovered by chance in 1978, and both as a structure and as a symbol is the most important single site in the Aztec world. Dr. David Carrasco is a professor at the University of Colorado.
The Aztecs lived in the north, in a place called Chicomostoc, or the place of 7 caves, and there, their god Huitzilopochtli appeared to the shaman priest in a dream, telling the priest that he should move the people to another location, and that location would be marked by an omen in the landscape. And there they were told that if they built their city in this place, their city would be the queen of all other cities in Mexico, to whom people would come as one supreme among all the others. It was at this very spot that the Templo Mayor was built.
The remains of the temple and the few other artifacts that survived the conquest tell us of the awesome power of the Aztecs. Since religion was at the core of their society, their pyramids were built on a scale more fitting of gods than men. The Aztec calendar was invented by priests who were well versed in astronomy, and it was remarkably accurate. More accurate, in fact, than the Roman calendar we use today. Their nobles and priests were schooled in history, religion, and prophecy. They were not only learning from their past, but believed they could predict their future. Their conquests had enabled them to create a world of luxury, and their lush gardens fed their growing armies and put flowers on the tables of their nobility.
The primary sources that we have depict Moctezuma II as a highly sensitive, very spiritual, and deeply concerned Tlatoani, or king, who had a very close relationship to the major deity of the Aztecs, Huitzilopochtli. He carried the influence and the power of Huitzilopochtli in his own heart. He was the spokesman for this great deity.
The Aztecs had a cyclical concept of time. Every 52 years, a new cycle began, and the gods had to be appeased at these crucial periods to assure the continued prosperity of their civilization. The year 1519 was the beginning of a new cycle, and there were ominous signs that their world was in danger.
The Aztecs tell their story of the conquest in a very unusual way. They begin their story of how their world came to an end by telling not how the Spaniards first came to their land, but by telling that there were omens in the sky, signs in their own heavens, which indicated that their world, or their cosmos, was coming to an abrupt and violent end. The first omen that appears is a rip in the sky, which bleeds drop by drop onto the Aztec world, celestial influences. The second omen is a thunderbolt, which hits and burns down the temple of the great god Huitzilopochtli. A number of omens follow which indicate that the Aztecs understood their own collapse as originating with celestial influences, not the presence of Spaniards.
The final omen was the most frightening. One night, throughout Tenochtitlan, a woman's cry was heard. My children, we are lost." It came from everywhere and from nowhere, and the people were afraid. It is an eerie fact that the arrival of Cortez was foretold by the Aztec prophecies. Irony and coincidence played instrumental parts in the collision of these two great cultures. It was as though some guiding force had arranged the elements of this great drama, which the characters then acted out. We have records of this historic event. In a personal account written by Bernal Diaz, a soldier in Cortez' army, and in the colorful picture writings of the Aztecs themselves. Both cultures seem to confirm the warning of the omens. But Professor James Lockhart has a different interpretation.
The omens tell us mainly what the Aztecs, or the Indians of that area, were thinking many years after the conquest. Most of the ones we have are a generation or generation and a half. They're their attempt to explain what happened. And the kinds of things that we have, astronomical phenomena, strange animals and the like, are part of a standard repertoire that these people often use to explain bad things that happen to them after the fact.
Cortez was totally unaware of the Aztec situation when he approached the shores of Mexico. His main concern was keeping his expedition together, and to prevent desertion, he burned his ships after he was ashore. The great god Quetzalcoatl was prophesied to return on the very day that Cortez lands, and Montezuma has his people watching the coast in anticipation of this momentous event. A messenger brings him drawings of these beings, and the light-skinned, bearded figures are frighteningly similar to the traditional description of their god. Montezuma is overwhelmed and afraid to receive this mythical being, but also afraid to arouse his anger by keeping him away. What hand was guiding the Cortez expedition to land on that exact day? The mission was nearly aborted many times. Even as it got underway, conflict and uncertainty made it doubtful whether it would ever reach its destination. Yet, Cortez's sense of destiny pushed him on, ironically fulfilling the Aztec prophecy. Who knows where or how the Quetzalcoatl legend originated? His image was on every temple in the empire. The more fantastic theories see in Quetzalcoatl an Irishman, Norseman, or even Atlantean, who had landed on Mexico's shore in some ancient time.
Quetzalcoatl was important because he ruled a magnificent kingdom, a magnificent city-state in which there was abundance, harmony between the gods and human beings, agricultural stability. But at a certain point in the golden day of Quetzalcoatl's kingdom, he had to leave, but he promised to return one day and restore the abundance and stability of this marvelous situation. It appears from the primary sources that we have that when the Spaniards began to march inland in 1519, led by Cortez, that the Aztecs, and especially the Aztec king Moctezuma, interpreted the presence of the Spaniards as the return of this king Quetzalcoatl. And he investigated this identity in a number of ways. First of all, he sent out some representatives to paint pictures of Cortez and the Spaniards so that these pictures could be brought back and compared with the pictures that they had of their own Toltec ancestors. Secondly, Moctezuma sent out food to see if the Spaniards would eat the Indian food, would recognize it. Were they indeed human beings, or were they other kinds of beings, or were they some sort of combination of beings, human beings and supernatural beings?
Many of the Indians near the coast do not share Montezuma's reverence for these intruders and want to drive them out. But their fighting methods are no match for the Spaniards.
The battles between the Spaniards and the Indians usually ended in Spanish victory. The Spaniards had the great advantage of steel, which both offensive and defensive gave them an advantage that the Indians simply could not equal. The steel sword could cut through anything the Indians had. The steel helmet could not be penetrated by anything the Indians had. The other great advantage that the Spaniards had was the horse, which fulfilled the function, essentially, of a tank in modern warfare. And these two then were used in conjunction. A fairly large body of Spanish footmen with their swords would hack away at huge numbers of Indians, killing them and killing them and killing them until they got tired. Whereupon the horsemen would burst out and push the Indians back, which they could do. And then they would return to inside the Spanish group, and the Spaniards would begin doing it all over again.
After being defeated on the battlefield, several tribal emissaries beg for peace and bring gifts as a sign of friendship. Cortez uses the occasion to further impress upon them his invulnerability. He has a horse brought to him, knowing that to them, this is a beast of the most fearsome proportion. He is quick to take advantage of the moment. He takes the helmet of one of his soldiers and calls back the frightened envoys. He then commands them to take the helmet to Montezuma and have it filled with gold. Even this helmet seems to be an object of wonder to them.
It appeared to them that this helmet was very similar, if not the same kind of helmet, which the great Aztec deity Huitzilopochtli wore. We're told that the helmet was taken to Moctezuma, and when he saw it, he marveled at this possibility, and in fact compared it to the helmet which was associated with Huitzilopochtli, and was very impressed by the similarity and in fact afraid.
Montezuma does as commanded, but still, he sends the message for Cortez to come no further. At the heart of the Aztec belief system was fear. Fear of the apocalypse, which would inevitably come and annihilate the tribe. The function of the Aztec priests was to postpone this apocalypse as long as possible. And this could only be accomplished by pleasing the many gods with the hearts of human sacrificial victims.
There are Aztec myths, Aztec stories, which tell that the Aztec city itself, the great temple of the Aztecs, was created as a result of the sacrifice of deities. These stories of sacrifice of gods became the models for the ritual system and the ritual processes of the Aztecs themselves. That is, as the gods had sacrificed themselves to give life to human beings were asked to sacrifice other human beings, which was understood to feed the deities and regenerate the world.
Cortez receives his helmet, along with the warning not to come. One of the other tribes is more emphatic. We are going to kill these who are called gods and offer them up for sacrifice. Cortez gathers his men to pray for good fortune and strength against an enemy that outnumbers them more than 1,000 to 1. Against such overwhelming odds, it seems foolhardy for Cortez to continue his advance. But his ambition propels him forward, and the lure of wealth and power keeps his troops behind him.
One of the most repulsive dimensions which the Aztecs felt about the Spanish invasion of their country was the Spanish greed for gold. The Aztecs said of the Spaniards, they're like dogs seeking gold. Gold is their sickness.
The lure he holds out to the Indians of Mexico is freedom from Aztec domination. He will use every tactic at his disposal, every weapon in his arsenal, and every person in his path, in his determination to become master of the New World.
People have been saying for a long time that Cortez didn't tell it right. He overpraises Mexico as to its great extent and population and wealth. Not that it wasn't impressive, but he doesn't really care about that so much as he wants to impress the emperor back home that what a service he has done in giving him such a huge principality. He also over-evaluates the religious component and the patriotic component in what he's doing. They may have been very real too, but that wasn't really the reason that he did what he did. But in his letters back home, it appears that his whole motivation is Christianity and service to the emperor, when actually his motivation is that he be confirmed as governor.
Even after consulting with his gods, Montezuma can think of nothing to avoid the impending disaster. Cortez is invulnerable in battle and immune to magic spells. He certainly must be a god. It was ages ago that Quetzalcoatl was driven out of the land by a rival deity, and now with his return, there will be a clash between the two powers that will do incalculable damage.
As the Spaniards were approaching the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, they expected to see something magnificent and great, because they had heard about Moctezuma's great city, the great temple of Tenochtitlan, and the mighty power of the Aztec nobility. When they entered the city, what they saw was even much more magnificent.
Bernal Diaz describes the Spaniards' approach to the capital city. When we saw the town with buildings rising from the water, all made of stone, it seemed like an enchanted vision. Some of our soldiers asked whether it was not all a dream. Montezuma himself greets them as they enter the city center with these words: "O Lord, with what trouble have you journeyed to reach us, have arrived in this land, your own city of Mexico, to sit on your throne, which I have been guarding for you this while. I have been watching for you, for my ancestors told that you would return. Welcome to this land, rest a while, rest in your palace."
I believe that Cortés, in fact, was taking an enormous risk in going into Tenochtitlan. But I'm not sure that the Spaniards realized that they were. They had a long history behind them of entering into the presence of the cacique, or chieftain, or king, seizing him in the course of some friendly parley and getting away with it. They also had an equally long history of winning battles. So I'm not sure that they fully realized the risk to themselves that they were taking.
Montezuma has actually moved out of his palace to make room for Cortés. It is a time of great anxiety, and Montezuma feels it is more necessary than ever to continue the sacrifices. The Lord of the Dead needs victims. From their quarters, Cortés and his men can see the grisly spectacle of the sacrificial victims being thrown down the steps of the pyramids. Finally, Cortés can endure it no more.
When Cortés and his troops first arrived in the city, Moctezuma took them to the Great Temple. And standing on top of the Great Temple, Cortés is, according to Bernal Diaz del Castillo, turns to his own priest and says to the priest, perhaps this is a good time to ask Moctezuma to remove his own sacred idol so that we can put a cross here. Moctezuma, like many of the other priests and chieftains and leaders in Mexico, were repulsed by this possibility.
The presence of the Spaniards is causing conflict among the Aztec leaders. Rumors of uprising are heard throughout Tenochtitlan. In a desperate attempt to avert disaster, Cortés takes Montezuma prisoner. This is a bold maneuver while in the heart of the Aztec Empire. And to further assert his power, he displays the bound king to his people. Spaniards now feel free to put up their crosses and altars and demand that the sacrifices stop immediately.
There were many uprisings of the same kind as that led to Montezuma's death all over the Spanish Indies. It was a quite predictable process. First you seized the cacique or chieftain, and through him you ran his kingdom. But the people began not to like it, and so invariably you get secondary rebellions after the initial conquest.
As the uprising spreads, Cortés sends Montezuma out to persuade his people to stop the fighting. But the situation is out of control. Suddenly, stones rain down on Montezuma. He is mortally wounded and will die 3 days later. Though the fighting goes on for some time, the death of Montezuma marks the end of the Aztec Empire. The most powerful nation in the Western Hemisphere has come to an abrupt and tragic end, defeated by a force smaller than Montezuma's palace guard. The legend of Quetzalcoatl is curiously fulfilled, and who is to say that the same omnipotent hand that created the legend did not also push Cortés to the shores of Mexico on that April day in 1519? So many questions remain about the conquest. What if there had been a different king at the time, one not so superstitious as Montezuma? What if Cortés had not landed in 1519? Would history have been different? Perhaps not. Perhaps it was as Cortés believed, and no matter what the odds, it was his destiny to be conqueror of Mexico. Houdini called himself the master mystifier of the age, the undisputed king of handcuffs. No ropes could bind him, no icy waters drown him. Imprisoned in chains or suspended in straitjackets, Houdini emerged from every restraint. Though denying he had supernatural powers, he spent his life in pursuit of death and hoped to communicate from beyond the grave. What were the secrets of the great Houdini?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The great Houdini died on Halloween 1926. In death, he remains as enigmatic as he was in life. For years, he visited spiritual mediums and seances, seeking proof of life after death. And shortly before he died, he promised to send word from the beyond, if he could. Houdini was perhaps the best-known escape artist of all time. From the beginning, he was surrounded by mystery. Born Eric Weiss in Hungary in 1874, he would later claim Wisconsin as his birthplace. He was a restless child who rarely slept. His only consolation, the beat of his mother's heart. It became the driving rhythm of his life, an affirmation that all was well, even through difficult times. Magic fascinated young Eric and provided escape from a life of hardship. Already captivated by sleight-of-hand masters, he happened upon a book that would change his existence. The life story and secrets of France's greatest conjurer, Robert Houdin. Taking Houdin's illusions and adopting his name, Eric became Houdini the Magician. These simple props, now in a museum, were among the first that he could afford as he struggled to survive in an already overcrowded field. In an attempt to appear successful, he dubbed himself the King of Cards. While playing beer halls on Coney Island, Harry fell in love with a beautiful young singer. Her name was Beatrice Ronner. Harry called her Bess. She was part of an act called the Floral Sisters, and just 18. Although Harry was Jewish and Bess Catholic, their romance blossomed. Despite her family's objections, within weeks she would become Mrs. Harry Houdini and join his act. The highlight of their show became a disappearing trick called Metamorphosis, in which Harry and Bess would exchange places inside a bag, inside a trunk, in 3 seconds. Although audiences were intrigued by the illusion, it was not unique, and Harry would continue to seek new tricks. Handcuff escapes were common entertainment, though the audiences knew that performers used phony cuffs. But Harry practiced with real ones every night. He developed a locksmith's mastery of what became a huge collection and could escape from every cuff. Still, the audiences were unimpressed, so Houdini searched for a more challenging restraint. He found it in the straitjacket. After seeing an inmate at an insane asylum struggling futilely in such a device, Houdini was inspired to incorporate the stunt into his act. This rare piece of film documents his entire escape in less than 3 minutes. Yet even with the straitjacket, Houdini's climb to vaudeville fame seemed agonizingly slow. He despaired being at the bottom of the bill, below such acts as the tiniest triplets ever born. Desperate for publicity, he dared police to try to lock him in their cuffs. The challenge would become his trademark. Houdini expert and owner of many of his handcuffs is amateur magician Sid Radner.
Houdini didn't invent the handcuff escape act, but he did perfect it. Unlike his competitors and the people who preceded him, Houdini took on all comers. Every sheriff, every chief of police, every deputy, everybody from anywhere could bring in handcuffs, ordinary handcuffs, bring them up on the stage. They had to be in good working order. And as long as they were in good working order, Houdini would accept the challenge and he would proceed to get out of these handcuffs, ordinary handcuffs, just as these are here.
Finally, Houdini's skill caught the attention of a major vaudeville booker, and he and Bess started a national tour. They were paid $120 a week. For publicity, Houdini added jailbreaks to his repertoire, allowing police to strip and search him before locking him in a cell. Minutes later, Houdini would appear free, unfettered, and fully clothed. It was not until he toured Europe that he achieved the fame he had dreamed of. Success would stretch his tour to 4 years. France paid homage to the King of Cuffs. German theaters begged him to extend his tour. And in Russia, he freed himself from a Siberian paddy wagon. But escaping from bonds of rope and steel were not enough. To generate bigger audiences for his stage shows, he risked a drowning death. Houdini yearned to share his success with his now widowed mother. So he sent for her in Budapest, and giving her a gown designed for the late Queen Victoria, presented her like royalty to relatives and old family friends. Triumphantly, he returned to America as a vaudeville headliner, earning $1,200 a week. Drumming up business in each new town with increasingly hazardous stunts, it now seemed as though nothing could hold him. It was impossible for audiences to understand how he could survive in a box, in the dark, underwater, for 4 minutes. Only the few close to him knew how he picked locks with his toes and even dislocated his joints to escape. The crowds always wondered if this time Houdini would die. How often did he wonder himself? Death fascinated him, and he would frequently hire a local photographer to take his picture by a famous tombstone. He even arranged a stunt in which he was buried alive 6 feet deep. The weight of the earth nearly suffocated him. He swore he'd never attempt it again. Houdini delighted in convincing his audience he was always just a breath away from death. No stunt achieved that better than the water torture cell. The audience was allowed to inspect the 100-gallon tank, but they could never detect a trick. Behind a drawn curtain, Houdini would somehow escape and then wait unseen as minutes passed. When the audience could bear the tension no longer, Houdini would emerge, breathless, to their immense relief. Some were so amazed by Houdini's prowess, they were sure he possessed paranormal abilities. Magic expert Walter Gibson discussed this issue with Houdini during their friendship in the 1920s.
The question has been raised about Houdini's approach to the supernatural. Many thought that he had mediumistic powers himself, and that he didn't want to advertise that fact, so he simply pretended that his escapes were normal things. So they thought that the reason that he enclosed himself in a cabinet was to get the darkness that would bring spirit aid, and that he actually would dematerialize from some of these contraptions in which he'd been placed.
The more successful Houdini became, the more his mother was proud of him. Ironically, his act grew so popular they rarely saw each other anymore. When he and Bess set sail for another European tour, Mama came to say her farewell. It was the last time they would see her alive. Devastated by the loss, Houdini would spend hours by her grave, hoping for a word from beyond. The vigil became an obsession that would change the course of his life. Houdini entered a period of intense mourning following the death of his mother. He edged his stationery in black and published elaborate tributes to her. After a year, he recovered from his grief and burst upon the American scene with renewed vigor and purpose. The public response was greater than ever as Houdini introduced a new twist to his straitjacket escape. Although it appeared more dangerous, Houdini would later admit the inverted position made his release simpler. In city after city, his genius for publicity drew huge crowds and packed the theaters night after night. Movies made his tricks even easier. Playing characters named Harvey Hanford and Harry Harper, the movies and serials featured the stunts that had made him famous. Within a few years, he formed his own motion picture company. The theme of his first movie was reincarnation, as Houdini comes back to life from an icy Arctic grave as the man from beyond. The plot of the movie nearly caused him disaster at Niagara Falls. Despite Houdini's safety precautions, the stunt almost killed him and his co-star. There are those who say he encouraged these brushes with death. Death and what lay beyond would always fascinate Houdini, for this was the barrier that separated him from his beloved mother. Trying to contact her became an obsession. During the 1920s, spiritualism was widespread, giving hope to the living that they could communicate with the dead. Mediums prospered in darkened seance rooms. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, author of Sherlock Holmes, was one of its major advocates. On tour in England, Houdini accompanied Doyle to over 100 seances, but still no messages came from his beloved mother. So great was Houdini's distress and disappointment that Lady Doyle volunteered to use her powers to contact the spirit of his mother. A seance was held, and Lady Doyle began writing in a trance, unaware of the words that flowed onto the paper. Oh, my darling, thank God at last I am through. I want to talk to my boy, my own beloved boy. Now I can rest in peace. First moved by this demonstration, Houdini later rejected it. Why was a cross drawn when his mother was Jewish? Why was the letter in English when she spoke only German and Yiddish? If Lady Doyle couldn't contact her, could anyone? Walter Gibson recalls Houdini's turn against spiritualism.
Now, Houdini respected Conan Doyle, and he knew there were lots of believers of that type. But he also knew that psychic matters, spiritualistic seances, were studded with fakers. And he started out to expose the fakes.
Houdini and Bess knew all the tricks of the spooky trade. Billed in their struggling years as Professor Harry and Mademoiselle Beatrice, they faked spirit writing on a slate and did a phony mind-reading act. Now he attended seances disguised, exposing mediums in the course of their trickery. Soon he incorporated his debunking into his stage performance, demonstrating how bells were rung by spirits, how photographic negatives were tampered with to produce ghostly images, and how props were used to fake spirit voices.
Somebody would hold a trumpet. Houdini would stand away from the trumpet and whisper, and they didn't see him whisper, but they would catch these voices as though they came through the trumpet, and he showed how that was done. He explained several other spiritualistic tricks, but the one that was most impressive was the slate writing.
Houdini showed how a medium's accomplice would exchange a blank slate for one with writing, and how some mediums were so skilled they could write spirit messages with chalk between their toes. Houdini challenged mediums to prove their claims were real, and so did the prestigious journal The Scientific American, whose publishers asked him to join their investigation committee. A young medium known as Marjorie claimed to manifest a wide range of psychic phenomena. However, when Houdini devised a special box to prevent her from manipulating objects in the dark, the phenomena ceased. When she failed to collect the award, Marjorie predicted imminent doom for Houdini. As he began his September tour in 1926, Houdini himself had the premonition he would never see his home again. Strangely, Houdini did not die performing a dangerous stunt. While waiting backstage before a show, he was punched in the stomach by a young man who had heard of Houdini's legendary iron midriff. Unfortunately, Houdini was caught off guard and had not prepared himself for the blow. He suffered for a week from a ruptured appendix and peritonitis. He died on Halloween. Houdini was buried in a coffin he had purchased for his act, a stack of his mother's letters under his head. Ironically, even though Houdini was proud of all the spiritualist fakery he exposed, he never lost his hope that there was life after death. While he lay dying, he made a pact with Bess that if it were possible to communicate from the other side, he would do so. They agreed upon a code that would prove the message was really from him. The words that would reunite them were inspired by the song that had brought them together. Rosabelle, believe. Bess did believe and kept the light of hope burning in their home. Mediums claimed to make contact with Houdini, but the code words were never right. Finally, the agreed-upon message was produced by psychic Arthur Ford. Bess confirmed it at first, but later discovered there were ways he could have learned the code, ways that were not supernatural. On Halloween 1936, 10 years after Houdini's death, Bess and a circle of Houdini's friends met in Hollywood for a last seance. The event was recorded.
O thou disembodied spirits, we greet thee. It is the spirit of Houdini we wish to contact. Are you here, Houdini? Please manifest yourself in any way possible. We have waited, Houdini, oh, so long. Speak, speak, Harry. In the name of humanity and love, if there is communication from the great beyond, come through with the evidence. Speak, 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 speak.
The evidence did not come. Bess sadly closed her final seance.
My last hope is gone. I do not believe that Houdini can come back to me
or to anyone. The Houdini Shrine has burned for 10 years. I now reverently turn out the light. Good night, Harry.
Buried with Houdini was his hope that he could be contacted after death. Although Bess gave up, there are still those who try to reach him and dream that he may yet be the man from beyond. Although Houdini's will specified that all his illusions and theatrical props be destroyed after his brother's death, many of them have survived in private collections. At the Houdini Hall of Fame in Niagara Falls, Canada, 2 of his challenges still wait to be met. Since his death more than 50 years ago, no other magician has exactly duplicated his escape from the water torture cell. And within this envelope is a secret code. So far, no medium has come forth with the precise code words to prove communication with the dead. No one could be more pleased that the challenges continue than the great Houdini. In August 1945, a motion picture camera crew enters the city of Hiroshima, Japan, to record startling images of the first city devastated by an atomic bomb. There were those who said that Hiroshima would remain uninhabitable, forever poisoned by radiation, and that those who were exposed to the bomb would all be dead within 3 years. What has become of the Hiroshima survivors?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
On July 16th, 1945, a signal flare illuminates the barren New Mexico desert as scientists anxiously await the detonation of the world's first atomic weapon. For President Truman, the inevitable dilemma: should the weapon be used against Japan? Believing that it will bring a speedy end to World War II and the savings of millions of lives, the president issues the order: drop the bomb. In the early morning of August 6th, a B-29 named the Enola Gay departs the Pacific island of Tinian en route to Japan. Her payload, a single 5-ton bomb nicknamed Little Boy. The mood in Hiroshima that morning was one of uneasy anticipation. While other Japanese cities were being leveled by American bombers, Hiroshima remained unchanged, and no one in Japan could understand why. Some thought Hiroshima was being spared because it was too beautiful to bomb. They thought the Americans were saving it to build villas there. Others speculated that a relative of President Truman's, perhaps even his mother, was living in the city, and that's why the city was being spared. Yet there were those who foresaw the real reason. Hiroshima was being reserved for a special, highly destructive weapon.
Many survivors remember seeing the B-29 over Hiroshima that morning, but paid it little heed. And few could see a small, shiny object falling from the plane. Kaz Suishi was an American of Japanese descent living in Hiroshima at the time of the bomb. She was 2 miles from the bomb's hypocenter.
It was a beautiful blue sky that morning. I heard the sound of the plane and I looked up and saw the B-29. I was not concerned because the B-29 used to come every single day, but it never dropped bombs. I thought it was beautiful. It looked like a silver angel. Then after the B-29 was gone, there was still a little dot, a tiny little dot falling to the ground. At first I thought it was a parachute, and I thought how brave the American must be to parachute into the city.
During the 43 seconds it took for the bomb to fall to Earth, most of the inhabitants of Hiroshima weren't even aware they were in any danger, and none could imagine the devastation that was to follow. In an instant, the city of Hiroshima, Japan, was obliterated. Metal fused with stone, sand turned to glass. It was as if the sun had come in contact with the earth. Every structure within a 2-mile radius of the bomb's hypocenter was destroyed. Another Hiroshima survivor is Florence Yamada Garnett. She was 13 years old at the time and lost most of her family in the explosion. It is only recently that she has been able to talk about her experiences.
Next thing you knew, the building was falling on top of you. There was a pressure like somebody was just stepping all over you. It was, and then the heat. After the explosion of the bomb, you can feel the heat. You suck in the air and you think you're dying. I was rolled across a schoolyard. That's about all I remember at the time.
The temperature near the center of the blast was so great, human beings literally evaporated, leaving behind, in some cases, nothing but their shadows etched into stone and concrete. No one is certain how many were killed in the blast. Conservative estimates put the figure at 70,000, with many thousands more to die in the weeks and months to follow. Within days, medical personnel attempt to treat the tens of thousands of seriously injured. Severe burns and mutilations are so numerous, medical facilities so primitive, that most of the severely injured have little chance at all for survival. As one doctor puts it, Hiroshima is a sea of dead and dying.
You could see people running out of the city, skin hanging, some burned to look like charred, but they were still moving. I remember seeing people just sitting or standing, charred to death. I recall a man that was on a bicycle that was still leaning against a bridge, and another person taking the body off of the bike and then riding the bike away. I thought it was cruel at the time, but of course, it's survival for yourself.
As horrible as their experiences have been, many of the survivors are soon to learn more terror is to confront them. Within days and weeks, the survivors begin to notice in themselves a strange, insidious form of illness. The survivors attribute the symptoms to A-bomb disease. They are actually the effects of acute atomic radiation, never experienced before. One man who understands the terror of radiation poisoning is Dr. Robert J. Lifton, a psychiatrist who has spent several years in Hiroshima and has interviewed numerous atomic bomb survivors.
Well, with most wars and with the use of conventional weapons, you kill people. Then both sides bury their dead. They then return to life as usual. Oh, they grieve and there's pain, but life goes on in the old-fashioned way. In Hiroshima, the bomb was dropped, and that was the beginning of lifelong effects. For instance, days, weeks, months after the bomb was dropped, and sometimes in people who seemed unaffected by the bomb, to have no marks on their bodies, they would suddenly find themselves having weird symptoms, very grotesque symptoms, bleeding from all of their bodily openings, bleeding into the skin, severe diarrhea, bloody diarrhea, extreme weakness, high fever, and when white blood counts could be taken, very high white blood counts, extreme weakness, and in many cases death. If people lived a little longer, other grotesque symptoms would follow, such as their hair falling out. Now, these were the symptoms of acute radiation effects. Nobody understood this at the time. They simply sensed that there was some kind of poison in the bomb. And the people in Hiroshima began to feel that this is a weapon that leaves behind poison in your bones, and that poison may strike you down at any time.
The first thing we would do is get up in the morning and look at your forearm, and if you didn't have any purple spots, that means you were going to live for a couple of days. With me, as I said, I went through the radiation sickness of vomiting, nausea, dehydration, complete loss of hair. But I was one of the lucky ones to survive. This was the first thing you would do in the morning, is look at your arm, comb your hair, and it starts falling out. You feel your time is coming very soon. There was no panic about it. It was just an everyday reality at the time. However, the people who are not exposed to the bomb directly were very hesitant in going back into the city. By that time, we had heard there was a different type of a bomb, that if you were exposed to the bomb, you may not live.
Within weeks, the survivors of Hiroshima begin the lengthy and burdensome task of rebuilding. Unknown to them, the effects of the bomb would haunt them for years to come in ways they could not imagine. When an atomic bomb explodes, it produces heat, light, and blast effects. In addition, there is the emission of invisible rays of atomic matter that bombard everything within the blast area. These invisible rays, referred to as radiation, have the capability of penetrating the human body. In small doses, certain types of radiation, like that used frequently in medical diagnosis, is believed to be harmless. But in massive amounts, like that experienced at Hiroshima, the results can be deadly. Penetrating the human body, radiation strikes deep within the cells our bodies are made of. When a damaged cell reproduces itself, instead of dividing to produce a new healthy cell, it manufactures an identically damaged cell. This type of growth, which frequently takes years to surface, leads to the disease we call cancer. Scientists had been aware of the harmful effects of radiation for some time and wanted to determine how much of it had been received in Hiroshima. Human bone fragments, one of the materials that best retains radiation, were collected at various locations in the city for analysis later. The early findings revealed that a large amount of highly toxic beta and gamma radiation had been dispersed throughout the city at the time of the explosion. What effect this would have on the Hiroshima survivors was still unknown. All that was certain was that many of the survivors, even those who seemed unscathed by the bomb, were carrying within their bodies the potential for great harm that would not reveal itself for years to come. Dr. Stuart Finch has recently concluded a 34-year investigation into the delayed effects of radiation exposure.
Major findings early were the occurrence of increased cataracts in the lenses of the eyes, and then the increased occurrence of leukemia, which in the heavily exposed population reached a peak rate of about 40 times the normal rate. Concomitantly, there's been an increased rise in cancer rates in Hiroshima, particularly cancer of the stomach, cancer of the thyroid, cancer of the lung, breast cancer, and most recently the occurrence of multiple myeloma, which is a form of bone cancer. I think it is safe to say that there has been a definite relationship established between the occurrence of exposure in these survivors and the occurrence of cancer.
The effects of radiation can remain hidden for generations. When sex cells are radiated, the victims may remain in perfect health, but pass on genetic damage to their offspring. When hundreds of exposed women who were pregnant at the time of the explosion gave birth to defective children, it created widespread fears of permanent genetic damage. But the damage suffered by children in the womb was the result of direct exposure to radiation, not genetic inheritance. Nonetheless, fears of genetic damage continued for years until Hiroshima had been rebuilt and thousands of healthy children were born to Hiroshima survivors. Today, most authorities conclude that the genetic threat from radiation in Hiroshima is much smaller than previously believed. One man who thinks differently is Dr. Gerald Hirsch of the Wadsworth Medical Center in Los Angeles.
The most recent studies indicate little or few long-term genetic effects for radiation. One recent study indicated that only one child out of 12,000 children of radiation-exposed Japanese had a mutation. However, several years ago, we developed a test that we thought would pick up a majority of mutations. The test uses just an ounce of blood and involves the purification of the oxygen-carrying protein of red cells. Many of the radiation-exposed people had an abnormal value in this test. These data indicate that the mutation rate for radiation may be much higher than we previously thought, perhaps as much as 1,000 times higher.
If Dr. Hirsch's findings are correct, it would mean that seemingly healthy children could be carrying genetic damage that might not reveal itself for generations.
We're not sure, though, how many of the mutations measured by this test will have bad effects in future generations.
A single bomb devastated a city and left its survivors with lifelong suffering. How deep are the scars of Hiroshima?
Nuclear weapons are radically different from ordinary bombs. If you compare, for instance, the destruction of Tokyo to that of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, well, Tokyo was completely destroyed. More people were killed in Tokyo than were killed in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. But it took thousands of bombs, over hours of saturation bombing to do that to Tokyo. In Hiroshima, a single bomb dropped from a single plane destroyed an entire city. Now that created in survivors in Hiroshima the sense of a sudden and absolute shift from normal existence to an overwhelming encounter with death. they suddenly found themselves in the midst of a sea of dead and dying, and they walked about in a daze, like people in a dream, as they described it, not really knowing whether they were dead or alive. Now, one imagines that in the midst of disaster, people are panic-stricken, running around, screaming. That's not the way it was in Hiroshima. Rather, they walked around quietly, as in a silent movie, very muted, very still. And when you see the films of those early days, that's the kind of faces that you see. That's also psychic numbing. Their minds are shut down, they're muted. It's a defense against ordinary or normal degrees of feeling, because one simply couldn't permit oneself ordinary forms of feeling and suffering, ordinary psychological pain, to those influences and still remain sane.
The psychological pain suffered in Hiroshima still exists today.
I guess it was about 10 years ago when I had a fire in the house. There was a time when, at that time, I couldn't separate Hiroshima and present. And that was, as weird as it sounds, it was very true. I became very hysterical, which I wasn't hysterical during the Hiroshima fire. I could not separate Hiroshima and present. I had to stay off of work for about a month. And the doctors did not know what to do with me. I didn't realize that it was a common, would you call it neurosis or whatever it was that happened. We're finding about more of those things now.
Hundreds of Hiroshima survivors now live in the United States, in areas like Little Tokyo in Los Angeles. Most do not want to be identified. They feel a sense of shame and embarrassment in being a survivor. It has been through the efforts of people like Paul Tsunishi of the Japanese-American League that the plight of the Hiroshima survivor is now emerging into the open. Various Japanese groups have organized radiation seminars held in major American cities.
We are bringing a program, a public forum to you today.
At this one, held recently in Los Angeles, the public learns that the effects of Hiroshima are still being felt, more than 35 years after the bomb.
I am a victim and a survivor of the atomic bomb.
The specific problems are medical insurance, their inability to get insurance, or if they have insurance, they don't want the carriers to know it. And they're not sure what will happen if it becomes known that they are survivors of radiation from before. Additionally, there's a question of getting and maintaining jobs because they might be ostracized because of that. And there's a social stigma of being ostracized from the larger group.
For Kaz Sawishi, the seminar reawakens tragic memories. The photographed images of a devastated Hiroshima will never be forgotten by those who see them. In a matter of seconds, a city was destroyed. Yet its legacy may last forever, perhaps making all of us Hiroshima survivors.
If a bomb were dropped today, there would be no outside world, nobody there to help. There would be no recovery.
April 10, 1912. For RMS Titanic, it was her maiden voyage and her last. Just 4 days later, the ship everyone thought was unsinkable sailed at full speed into the perilous waters of the North Atlantic. An iceberg loomed up out of the dark, slicing a huge gash down her side. She took 2.5 hours to sink. In the icy waters, 1,503 people died. Less than half that number were saved. Why did so many drown? Was the captain to blame? Or was this, the world's most notorious maritime disaster, a tragedy predestined in time?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The precise point in the North Atlantic where the Titanic went down has never been satisfactorily located. On board were said to be hoards of treasure, some of it too valuable to be recorded on the ship's manifest. Gold bullion to pay for First World War armaments. A jeweled copy of the Rubaiyat by Omar Khayyam. The personal belongings of no fewer than 57 millionaires who had chosen to sail on her. The upper decks of the Titanic, said a commentator, had a smell all of their own. A smell of perfume and of champagne and of wealth. 12,000 feet beneath the forbidding sea, she is a prize and a challenge that many men have dreamed of recovering. Yet her whereabouts remain unknown. In 1981, the Texas oil millionaire Jack Grimm went searching for her for the second year running. The search ship carried on board the most modern equipment that science could provide. Sonar detectors, underwater cameras capable of operating in spectacular detail at depths no previous expedition had ever ventured. For so large a vessel to vanish without trace is just one of the puzzles that have fascinated naval historians ever since her fated voyage. She was thought by the world at large to be unsinkable. The flagship of the White Star Line, she was the largest luxury liner ever built. She was the technological masterpiece of her time. Just as no expense was spared on her hull, her fittings were of surpassing luxury. First-class passengers could enjoy cabins with ornate carvings and plush furnishings. A lavish menu. Silk sheets adorned some beds. A maid's room adjoined each suite. Nothing was too good. Only a few pitiful human reminders were salvaged from the wreckage. The discharge book of the lookout seaman who spotted the fateful iceberg too late. The life vest that carried Mrs. John Jacob Astor, the wife of one of the millionaires, to safety. Her husband, like most men, chose to stay on board and die like a gentleman. A champagne cork from an early evening celebration. A deck chair washed into the icy waters and picked up by one of the rescue ships. The handkerchief of one of the survivors. A strangely unlucky sequence of events put the Titanic on course for disaster. The captain knew that there was ice in the area and steered 8 miles further south than planned in order to miss it. The lights on the foredeck were dimmed to give the lookouts a better view. The night was eerily calm.
Well, the first thing you usually see of an iceberg is the glint from the crystallized surface. And you see this long before you see the actual berg itself. You see a kind of glow. On this occasion, probably, the iceberg had just fallen over so that it wasn't showing a crystallized side. It was showing a side that had been under the water for a long time and was totally dark. So there was no swell, no sea, no ripples around the berg, nothing to see at all. Just a dark shadow on the water.
Immediately, 3 warning bells were rung. The huge ship was steered hard to port in a desperate attempt to miss the berg. Lewis Gorman of the Titanic Historical Society explains what happened next.
A spur of the iceberg, and as most people know, an iceberg is more below the water than above. And the spur ripped the ship below the waterline, approximately from the bow to below number one funnel, opening up these compartments in this area. Now, the watertight compartments in the ship are vertical. And what happened is that the forward compartments were opened. As they filled with water, the law of physics took over here, and the weight distribution changed, and the ship began to tilt. Had the ship hit the berg head-on, she would not have sunk. She would have absorbed it in maybe the first 2 compartments, and she would have maintained her floatability. However, this did not happen, and the spur of the iceberg acted as a big razor blade opening up the compartments. As this happened, they did not realize, of course, the passengers, the extent of the damage. This was such a large and well-built ship that it felt just like a jar. Eyewitnesses' account tell us that many people didn't realize it. It was only as the ship began to settle, as things began to slide, as water in the glasses began to slant, that you realized that something was amiss.
One of the few survivors of the tragedy alive today was 7 years old at the time, traveling on the Titanic with her mother and father. Eva Hart has a vivid memory of that night.
The greatest tragedy about the Titanic is the fact that she hadn't enough lifeboats. If she'd had enough lifeboats, no one would have died. And so it was just a question of the people who were on deck first, people who were there in plenty of time, got a seat in a lifeboat. Their lives were saved. And because my mother was wide awake and fully dressed, we were up on deck right away. My mother said it was such a little bump that it reminded her of a train pulling up. You see, we were on the port side of the ship, and this tremendous gash was on the starboard side of the ship. And it certainly wasn't enough to wake me. My father went up on deck as she made him go, and he came back and said to her, "You'd better put on this very thick coat of mine, and I'll put on another one." Which he did. He put this thick coat on her, and he put another coat on himself, and he picked me up out of my bed and wrapped a blanket round me and carried me up onto the deck. And people were milling about up there. My father said to my mother, "Now stand here by this lifeboat, and whatever anyone may say to you, don't move." And we stood there, and gradually people came thronging onto the deck, and there seemed to be people rushing about, and to my recollection, a tremendous amount of noise. And he did come back and say, no, they weren't going to launch the boats. And then he went away again and came back and said, yes, they are going to launch the boats, but it's only a precaution. One of the officers told me, you'll probably be back on board for breakfast. And anyway, they launched the boats, and my father put my mother and I in. He helped other women and children. He made no attempt at all to get in himself. And we, fortunate people who were on deck in time, were saved. The uppers had 2.5 hours in which to wait to die, knowing that there was no means of saving. Well, quite the most terrifying thing that I think, the thing that I can't even bear to think about now, is the sound of people drowning. when they finally were all in the water, the ship went under the water, all of which we saw, and I was wide awake. The terrible sound of people drowning, nothing could describe it. 1,503 people falling into icy water and screaming and drowning, and the noise of hissing steam, that was very prevalent. And one day when I was older, I was saying something about it to my mother, and I said, "Oh, that terrible noise." And she said to me, "Yes," and a terrible silence that followed it. And it hit me then. I realized that it did. It seemed as if everything in the world stood still after that moment.
Gradually, the full and terrible extent of the tragedy became known. While mourners grieved, newspapers started asking questions. Who was to blame? Why were there so few survivors? The hunt for a scapegoat began. The world was stunned by the tragedy of the Titanic, and ever since, writers have tried to piece together the causes of the disaster. At an inquiry headed by Lord Mersey, vital questions were asked, one by one.
I understand the Titanic was engaged in a race to beat the speed record across the Atlantic. Is this true?
She was not, as some people surmise, trying to break the speed record for the North Atlantic. She was not that fast.
The Titanic received at least 4 warnings of icebergs in the area. Why did she ignore them?
The fourth and most dramatic warning came about dinner time. This was of icebergs and growler ice right in the path that she was taking. Now, there's a lot of doubt whether this ever got to the bridge. At the time, the Titanic's radio officer was sending personal messages to the shore from the passengers, expecting to get ashore the following day, etc. And probably this message, this vital message, never got to the bridge.
Everyone thought the Titanic was unsinkable. Why then did she sink?
No marine architect would say such a ship is unsinkable. However, by the standards of design at the time, it was the best designed ship in terms of compartmentation and floatability.
Knowing there was ice in the area, why did Captain Smith not slow down or even stop like other liners in the area?
Quite simply because it was the custom of the White Star and most of the other crack transatlantic liners to get their passengers to the other side without stopping if they could avoid it. They did so because they knew that with a good lookout they could see icebergs, and unless the visibility was bad, they didn't stop. So the Titanic didn't stop, and it is only with hindsight that you might ask, why did she not stop or slow down?
How carefully did the crew look for icebergs? Can they be charged with carelessness or negligence?
In those days, there was no such thing as radar. The only procedure was extra lookouts. For example, in the forward lookout, 2 lookout men were set.
All precautions that could be taken, apart from stopping the ship, were in fact taken. The lights on the foredeck were dimmed so they wouldn't dazzle the lookouts. The lookouts were warned to look out for ice.
Every witness agrees that with enough lifeboats, every single person on the Titanic could have been saved. Why then were there so few lifeboats?
The Board of Trade, which governed the life-saving accommodation on British ships in those days, believed that if she had enough watertight compartments, they needn't have enough lifeboats, needn't have more lifeboats than a certain minimum number.
So, was no one to blame? With 1,503 people drowned, the inquiry had to come up with an explanation. The judgment was that a nearby ship, the Californian, had failed to come to the rescue quickly enough. Her captain, Stanley Lord, was censured. But ever since, there's been a fight to clear his name.
Mystery still surrounds the part that the Californian played. Her radio operator, it is said, was asleep at the time. Her logbook shows she was stationary among the icebergs. Captain Lord was inexperienced in such conditions. But could she have seen the distress signals from the Titanic and failed to answer them? This was the crime for which Captain Lord was pronounced guilty. As the survivors bobbed about in their lifeboats waiting to be rescued, Undoubtedly, a ship of some sort approached.
I saw a ship, which seemed to me to be quite close by, close enough to see all her ports and the lights on her deck, and definitely not moving. And it seemed so close, and I can remember crying for a long time and saying, why doesn't that ship come to us? It wasn't big compared with the Titanic, because she was very big, but certainly it was a ship, and the outline of the ship and all the lights on it, not just some lights on the horizon.
But was this ship the Californian? Peter Padfield, having examined the evidence from both the British and American inquiries into the disaster, thinks Captain Lord was made a scapegoat.
To my mind, the evidence is conclusive. It could not have been Captain Lord, because when the Titanic sank, none of the lookouts or the officers on the watch of the Titanic could see any ships in the vicinity. Subsequently, while they were getting the boats down, a ship did appear, came towards the Titanic until she was as close as 5 miles and you could see her side lights, and then she turned and went away again. The evidence is conclusive that the Californian was stopped during the whole night, and therefore that single fact, apart from many others, convinces me that it couldn't possibly have been the captain of the Californian.
The dispute is basically about the relative position of the two ships. According to the inquiry, the Californian was no more than 5 miles away and should easily have seen the distress signals. But in the confusion that followed the collision with the iceberg, did the Titanic signals officer make a mistake? He worked out a position by dead reckoning, based on a star sighting 6 hours before. He did not allow for drift. The currents in that part of the North Atlantic are powerful. Allowing for drift, it's possible that the Titanic and the Californian would have been separated by at least 20 miles, and the distress signals impossible to see. The matter could be settled once and for all if a search expedition could pinpoint the actual position of the Titanic. So far, this has not happened, as the chief scientist of the 1981 vessel admitted.
The one interesting thing is where the Titanic, this is where the Titanic hit the iceberg, okay? The current was drifting in this direction, and here is where they picked up the survivors hours later. You can see we have quite a few anomalies in that particular area. The scientists can't tell for sure if it's a man-made object or geological.
There is considerable doubt about whether the Titanic is still intact. Charles Haas of the Titanic Historical Society explains the possibilities.
Many survivors' accounts report that there was a loud, roaring, rumbling noise as if everything in the ship had broken loose and had crashed down to the bow. In fact, this was probably the ship's boilers. There were 29 of them, and each one weighed 90 tons, plus the ship's engines weighing hundreds of tons. And all of this tremendous weight plummeted down towards the bow, crashing and smashing its way through everything until it probably exited right through the bow of the ship. Once the ship achieved an equilibrium, it then settled back slightly and plunged downward underwater. Now, there are two theories as to what became of the ship. The first was that she continued in a nose-down position until she finally hit the bottom, striking somewhere at a speed of 30 to 50 miles an hour. The other theory said that the Titanic sank like a leaf, in that she moved back and forth through the water and suffered less damage when she finally hit the bottom.
It is on record that a number of passengers canceled their reservations, seemingly foreseeing disaster. It was an extraordinary coincidence that she should sink on her maiden voyage and that she should strike an iceberg below the waterline in the only way that made her vulnerable. Eva Hart's story of her mother's premonition of disaster is just one of many similar tales.
My father made up his mind to cut his losses here and to go to Canada. Well, he booked a first-class passage for us in the ship called the Philadelphia. Now, from the very moment that this had been decided, my mother had an extraordinary premonition, something she'd never had in her life before, never had again. Then came the day I heard my father say to her very crossly, and I wouldn't mind quite so much if you told me what it is you're so frightened of. And she said, I couldn't tell you, I don't know. But I know it's a fatal thing for us to do. We just mustn't go. And then came the news that we couldn't sail in the Philadelphia because there was a dock strike. And I really think my mother thought that was more or less a reprieve, but not my father. And one day, to his immense joy, we were told that if we paid some extra money, we could go second class in the Titanic, largest ship in the world. And then and only then did my mother say, well, now I know why I'm frightened. And he said, why are you frightened? And she said, because they say this ship is unsinkable, and that is flying in the face of God. They will never get there. And she was so right. And never again in her life did she have a premonition. But to that premonition, I owe my life, because my mother never went to bed in that ship. She slept in the daytime and sat up at night.
The story of the Titanic is one that raises more questions than it answers. Where exactly was she lost? Will we ever find out? What was the mystery ship that sailed so close to her in the night?
A radio operator asleep. An ice warning that never reached the bridge. A collision that struck where the Titanic was most vulnerable. Could this set of circumstances be entirely accident? As a result of the Titanic tragedy, the United States Coast Guard runs an international ice patrol, and all transatlantic liners use a more southerly route. Perhaps it's a small consolation for the relatives of the 1,503 people who died on that cold April night.
I am a computer. I've been programmed to tell you that your future isn't what it used to be, and neither is mine.
Mankind is entering a future of unlimited possibilities. Tomorrow's city is now being constructed in steel and concrete. Engineers work on a bold new space-age city in the middle of the Arizona desert. What we see may give us a glimpse of life in the 21st century. There are some who say future life isn't here at all, that it exists somewhere in space. Is this tomorrow?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Man's curiosity has forever been the key to his survival. The drive to explore the unknown, his fate. His greatest discoveries have been the result of confronting his greatest fears. Of all the mysteries we confront, it is our future itself that remains the most elusive. What lies ahead is the question we posed to some of America's most prominent futurists.
By the middle of the next century, I suspect that there may be literally millions of people every year moving out into space and back again, quite routinely.
I think that most of the existing diseases like cancer, heart disease, and so forth will be either totally conquered or much diminished in frequency by the end of this century.
The evolution of the computer is going to impact everything that we do, including even the evolution of man himself.
I think science is becoming so powerful that
the problem that will face us in the future is how to decide what we want, not how to decide what we can get.
Today, prediction of the future is the full-time study of a specialized group called futurists, 20th century visionaries. The mysteries they probe may hold the key to not only the quality of our life, but to our very survival. If they are right, we may soon realize our wildest dreams. 70 miles from Phoenix, on a remote desert bluff, a daring step into the future has been taken. A prototype for space-age cities is under construction. It is called Arcosanti. When construction began 10 years ago, critics labeled it a utopian fantasy. Today, many see it as the genesis of an entirely new type of city. It is a city without streets, a city without cars, a nearly self-contained environment. Though only an experiment, the dream of Arcosanti has attracted worldwide attention, for few theories of the future are actually committed to concrete and steel. Its present population is comprised of an international community of engineers, architects, and students who are convinced that Arcosanti holds the key to the future of city living. So convinced that they work under the blazing Arizona sun as unpaid volunteers. Though a folly to some, to these people, the city represents a chance to build the future around them. They are dedicated to the vision of one man, maverick architect and philosopher Paolo Soleri.
The main relationship of Arcosanti to the environment is in terms of a very limited encroachment on the environment, because what we are doing in Arcosanti takes the place of what we might be doing in a suburban development that might take 20 square miles. That means the community has to have many levels. But through that kind of containment and miniaturization, the impact is going to be minimized on the environment. In addition, the ability to use less resources is going to be also very important. So we are encouraging a notion of frugality, which is not just the individual commitment, but it's commitment of the habitat itself to be frugal.
The name Arcosanti comes from the word arcology, a combination of architecture and ecology. One of the most daring goals will be to bring large-scale agriculture to the heart of the city in the form of giant hothouses. A prototype of this system is operating in Massachusetts. This energy-regenerating hothouse is the work of the new Alchemy Institute. Gary Hirschberg.
This greenhouse is 100% solar heated in a climate that is really quite nasty. The heat that comes in here comes through the glazing and bounces off the back wall down into the ground. It is absorbed by the ground, and some of it goes to the top of the room, where it's either sent outdoors if there's too much heat, or it's collected by a fan whose opening is up here, which takes the heat that has gone to the top of the building and pumps it into this big box here, which is filled with fist-sized rocks. And the hot air heats up the rocks, and then at night when the fan runs, it blows through the heated rocks and takes the heat from them and pumps it out through louvers across the plants and keeps them warm. The rest of the heat that comes in here is absorbed by the fish tanks. The fish tanks are green because they have algae in them. Algae is what the fish eat, but algae also absorbs solar heat, so the water gets slowly but surely hot. Not as hot as dishwater, but hot enough to keep the place warm at night when it's freezing. This combination of architecture and the agriculture and the aquaculture works together without using fossil fuel energy, and it makes the possibility of a greenhouse in this climate commercially viable idea again.
These ideas have already been incorporated into the structures at Arcosanti.
Yet despite the proven practicality of such innovative systems, futurists like Solari are often considered eccentric dreamers. Are he and his followers putting their hopes into a false future?
The notion that I am a utopian or a dreamer, I think it's totally out of contest with my model of reality. I don't believe in the Garden of Eden. I don't believe in utopia. I don't believe in equity in terms of having it tomorrow. I don't believe that life is an easy gliding through few years and so on. So what we are doing here is something very hard to do, difficult to implement. We are absolutely knowledgeable of our limitations in terms of intellect, in terms of resources, in terms of skills, but we think that we have enough reasons for doing what we are doing to stay with it. But there's nothing utopian about Akuzanti. Utterly nonsense. Utopia is for angels. We are not angels.
Still, man has always had visions of a utopian society. How we build our future may now be the result of a remarkable machine.
Hello, I am a computer. I'm happy to give you a demonstration of the way I speak. Pretty good, isn't it, when you consider that English is not my native language, and I'm still learning. Soon I'll sound even better.
We have taught computers how to talk. Current research is developing computers that can think. Already, they serve as the crystal ball of our future. No tool will play a more important role in shaping our lives. With the computer, our imaginations will be able to explore at will. The children of today are growing up using computers as previous generations used pencils and books. As adults, these children will operate computers with unbelievable capacities. Computer expert Lou Crane speculates on where computer technology is heading.
If we were to try to look just 50 years down the future, the impact of computers is going to be absolutely phenomenal. The evolution of computers is going to affect everything that we do, including even the evolution of man himself. Today's computers certainly cannot think. They can only perform pre-coded tasks in a precise, one-step-at-a-time type technique. Basically, they're performing tasks at a tremendous rate, but they're not thinking. But down the road, I'm sure that programs will be written that will allow computers literally to think, to be able to react to their environment, to change their environment, to program themselves. And this will be utterly necessary for a space probe, as an example.
The extreme distances between solar systems require many years of travel. Though we rely on computers in space today, what if a computer could think?
Space is, by its very nature, the unknown. So there's no way that you can tell a computer how to respond to every situation, because you don't know every situation. So the computer has to be able to think for itself, has to be able to adapt to things that we can't even imagine. It may well be that the first contact between Earth and another planet will not be between a man and the other species, it'll be between computer and the other species. Indeed, it may be between two computers, Earth's computer and their computer.
We've never had anything like it. I mean,
Dr. Marvin Minsky.
History repeats itself, and when anything new happens, it's not really new. But I think the computer is really new. There's never been a intelligent artifact before. There's never been a box that could understand things. And computers can't understand anything yet, really, but they're getting there. And I think in the 21st century, we'll have something really new.
Computer technology is our fastest growing science. In the imaginations of futurists, the possibilities are truly incredible.
Maybe 45 years, possibly less, there will be a major evolutionary step which will take place, not only in computers, but in the evolution of man. It will be possible at that time, I believe, to have a computer, a small chip, surgically implanted in the brain of a person, not unlike today's pacemaker or other such device. And this chip will receive its power from the body. It will be a very, very capable computer. It will be man and machine working together. A person could, just by thinking about it, have at his disposal the equivalent of the entire contents of the Library of Congress or all of the works of Shakespeare. A scientist could, a doctor looking for a solution to a difficult problem, could have at his disposal all of the work done by all of the other scientists working on similar projects. The final result then is the most important step in the evolution of man in 1,000,000 years or perhaps ever. It is really the beginning of a new species.
I now believe that we've located or identified the major genetic control area that regulates aging. And if in the future we can learn how to stimulate this or otherwise control it, we may be able to increase lifespan substantially.
Dr. Roy Walford, professor of pathology at UCLA. Like other medical researchers, Dr. Walford is convinced that the great medical discoveries of the future will be the result of our ability to understand and manipulate our genetic code. These long strands, called chromosomes, are made up of over 50,000 units called genes. Acting as nature's computer, they're programmed with each of the body's characteristics, from the color of our eyes to our immunity to disease. If Dr. Walford is correct, then the location of the gene site that controls the aging mechanism may be within our grasp.
We might enjoy
Dr. Edward
better
Cornish.
health. We could rejuvenate ourselves. Well, I think we also could experience stronger bodies. We could be more intelligent. We might be more beautiful than we are now. And I think that all these things are technologically feasible. Now, that does not mean we have the technology to do all that today, but you can easily see by relatively modest projections of what's happening in medical technology that in the 21st century, a lot of this would really become possible.
Genetics research has produced amazing results. Some of the secrets have already been revealed. We are at the point now where we can perform minor cell surgery and even inject healthy genes into diseased tissue. Perhaps the most promising technique for gene manipulation lies in the area of electrical stimulation. As the experiments continue, scientists may learn to stimulate the genes that control our aging. What will it mean to live longer?
If people begin living to be 120, 150, or 180, you'll have many unforeseen and, in my view, positive social effects. For example, if you increase lifespan by decelerating the rate of aging, then all of the diseases of aging are postponed to a much later age, so that cancer, heart disease, stroke, and so forth, instead of occurring as they do now at about the age 65, will be occurring at the age 130, 140. So by decelerating the rate of aging, you in effect cure all of these diseases at one stroke for the age group at which they now occur. They will have many sociological effects that I don't think we can realize right now. People will be into having multiple careers. They spend 20 or 30 years in a present career and have to be re-educated through a revamped, retooled educational system to go on to other careers. A lot of people would choose to do that now. Women, for example, if you extend lifespan, you also extend the childbearing age, so that it'd be quite feasible then to be having children when you're 60, 70, or 80, which means that the women could have a whole career before they get into raising a family if they want to do that. They don't have to make that hard choice that a lot of career women are faced with in the present society. How old would people be if we could stop the aging process entirely? How long would people live? The answer is about 600 years. If you keep the accident rate the same, if you still think about a survival curve, if you keep the accident rate the same as it is today, but stop everybody from aging and cure all diseases, then the maximum lifespan would be about 600 years. Some kind of an accident would get you by that time.
The medical and technological advances of the 21st century will greatly increase our mental and physical capabilities. Where will we take them?
1, fire.
We have already taken our first tentative steps into outer space. Slowly, we are learning how to adapt to this entirely new environment. Our concept of the universe is changing. As it does, our concept of ourselves and our place in the universe is also changing. Futurists see current space explorations as more than just another new technology, rather a natural expression of our survival instinct. The colonization of outer space will ensure the survival of the human species. Today, we are rehearsing the construction of colonies in space. In these underwater tanks at NASA labs, the problems of construction in a weightless environment are anticipated and resolved before the work actually begins. Some of the techniques discovered here have already been put into practical use by our astronauts.
One of the things that I spend some time on is working on new ways of getting off the planet. A group of friends of mine and I are working on a new way to launch very heavy loads into space cheaply. And I believe that if we can get these things to work, then it's practical to build houses, cities in space.
In a lab at Princeton University, a working scale model of the machine that could solve some of the problems of large-scale space construction has been developed. It is called a mass driver. Futurist Dr. Gerard O'Neill of the Space Studies Institute.
This is the bucket of a mass driver electric motor. The bucket carries a payload of lunar material, and it's accelerated by these magnetic coils with an acceleration that's more than 100 times as fast as the hottest drag racer ever made. When the bucket and its payload get to the full speed of 8,000 miles per hour, the payload is released and goes out into space, and the bucket is recirculated for reuse. So if you were to look at a mass driver in operation, you'd see that stream of payloads like water coming out of a fire hose off into space. And this is how it works. We can use the mass driver as a catapult to bring thousands of tons per year of lunar material into space. There we can process it using solar energy into oxygen that we can breathe, into silicon that we can make into solar cells, and into big structures, space industries, space power stations, or space colonies. Industries and colonies in space may sound incredible, but we who are working toward them know that most of the building blocks are already in place. For less than the investment in the Alaskan pipeline, we could make these things happen before the year 2000.
The future holds many possibilities. With the technologies available to us, what that future will be is now a matter of choice. If our destiny lies in outer space, it may be, as philosopher Eric Hoffer stated, man is a stranger on this planet. The seed of man originated amongst the stars. Does this explain our preoccupation with the heavens, the stars, and the gods?
400 years ago, a renowned French doctor decided to put in writing strange visions that he summoned up by occult means. He believed they foretold the future, and they have become known as the prophecies of Nostradamus. Many people have trusted them completely and even planned their lives around them. Adolf Hitler was one. The words of Nostradamus, although written 4 centuries earlier, seemed to describe Hitler uncannily. In the court of Henry II and Catherine de' Medici, Nostradamus was believed. Were they all deluded? Or was there some mystic formula which Nostradamus used to foresee events yet to happen?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Early in the 16th century, Nostradamus gained fame as an astrologer after he published prophecies in verse form. Nostradamus described his method of predicting the future.
Sitting alone at night in secret study, it is placed on the brass tripod. A slight flame comes out of the emptiness and makes successful that which should not be believed in vain. The wand in the hand is placed in the middle of the tripod's legs. With water, he sprinkles the hem of his garment and his foot. A voice, fear, he trembles in his robes. Divine splendor, the god sits nearby.
Since the beginning of history, advice has been sought from prophets who foretold disasters yet to come. Mankind's belief in free will and control of our own destiny sits uneasily with a suspicion that catastrophes, natural and man-made, are in some way preordained. Nostradamus himself believed that his predictions were of fates that could be avoided, destinies that could be changed. He never doubted that he was genuinely seeing the future. He chose to write his prophecies in what are known as quatrains, 4-lined rhyming verse in the Provençal dialect of southern France, which was his home. It was the time of the Inquisition, when men and women were burned for lesser heresies than the one he practiced. So he deliberately disguised and confused the quatrains, using anagrams, Latin and Greek. Specific dates are rare. Even so, his verses evoke vivid images of calamities on earth.
At sunrise, a great fire will be seen, noise and light extending towards the north. Within the globe, death and cries are heard, death awaiting them through weapons, fire and famine. The greatest army on the march put to flight will scarcely be pursued further. The army reassembled and the legion reduced, they will be driven out of France completely.
He organized his quatrains in groups of 100 called centuries. Nearly 1,000 predictions have come down to us. His fame spread with extraordinary speed after publication of the first volume in 1555. At the court of Henry II and Catherine de' Medici, they were read avidly. One was of particular interest because it was thought to predict the manner of the king's death.
The young lion will overcome the older one in a field of combat in a single fight. He will pierce his eyes in their golden cage. 2 wounds in one, then he dies a cruel death.
An Italian prophet had already warned Henry II that both the beginning and end of his reign would be marked by a duel. The first duel had been fought without injury, and now it was thought that the king's jousting days were over. But the occasion of a double royal wedding of his sister and his daughter to foreign nobility proved too much of a temptation. He faced his young lion, Count Gabriel de Montgomery.
The young lion will overcome the older one in a field of combat in a single fight.
The king wore a protective visor, according to contemporary accounts, made of gold. Was this, as Nostradamus called it, a golden cage?
A field of combat in a single fight.
The 2 horsemen raced towards each other. Montgomery, too late, tried to withdraw his lance. The lance splintered, fragments driving up under the protective gold visor. Henry II took 10 agonizing days to die from septicemia. It seemed such a striking confirmation of Nostradamus' prediction that Catherine de' Medici made him médecin du roi, a doctor and soothsayer by royal appointment. For the rest of his life, he was famed throughout Europe, and after his death in 1566, people began to interpret lines from his quatrains as referring to their own time. Erica Cheatham, a scholar of medieval French who has made a special study of Nostradamus, finds some of these supposed prophecies significant.
One of the things I find most convincing about Nostradamus, and personally made me really interested in following him through, was the fact he gave specific dates that occurred after his death. He writes that in 1666, the city of London should be destroyed by fire. He gives the date of the death of King Charles I, 1649. The Parliament should put the King of London to death. Louis Pasteur, the great biologist, he not only gives his name, but in the same verse, he gives the founding of the Institute, 1895.
London burnt by fire in 3 times 20 plus 6.
The Great Fire of London happened in 1666. The French Revolution in 1791.
By night he will come through the forest, 2 partners, in a roundabout way. The Queen, the White Stone. The Monk King, dressed in grey at Varennes.
Marie Antoinette, her hair turned white through shock, escaped with Louis XVI secretly through the town of Varennes.
For not wanting to consent to the divorce, which then will be recognized as unworthy, the king of the islands will be forced to flee, and one put in his place who has no sign of kingship.
King Edward VII of Britain abdicated because of his love of Mrs. Simpson and spent the rest of his life in exile. His brother George, who never expected nor wanted to become king, ruled in his place. But for those who see Nostradamus as having an outstanding prophetic gift, 2 names are always put forward. Napoleon, Hitler. Both names, if they were truly foreseen by Nostradamus, were disguised or coded. Napoleon was written as an anagram. Pau, Ne, Laurent. Juggle these around and they become Napoleon Roy, Napoleon the King. Napoleon, after his defeat at Waterloo, was exiled on the tiny island of Elba. After his escape and his victorious 100 days, a new empire began to grow for him.
Stained with murder and enormous adulteries, the great enemy of all mankind, he will be worse than his ancestors, uncles and fathers, in steel, fire and water, bloody and inhuman.
Out of nearly 1,000 such quatrains that Nostradamus wrote, how many can be interpreted as having come true? Scholars such as Erica Cheatham think the proportion is very high.
In my opinion, I think perhaps 73% is a rough average of what has come true, but remember that does cover a span of 400 years.
As Hitler advanced through Europe, his colleague Goebbels was busy orchestrating a propaganda campaign based on the 400-year-old prophecies. True or not, they were to have an effect on the strategy of the Second World War. It was Frau Goebbels, wife of the Nazi propaganda minister, who first alerted Hitler to the strangely accurate way that Nostradamus seemed to describe events leading to the war in Europe. Ellick Howe, a former British intelligence agent, detailed to assess the influence of Nostradamus on Hitler, explains what happened.
Around the 20th of November, 1940, once Goebbels was actually sleeping at home with his wife. She was reading a book about ancient prophecies, and she was so excited about what she read about a particular prophecy which had been attributed to Nostradamus that she woke her husband up and said, Joseph, you must listen to this. There's this prophecy that there'd be a war in Poland in 1939 and it would be the end of the British Empire. And a couple of days later, Goebbels was instructing his stooges at the propaganda ministry to prepare, without delay, a Nostradamus leaflet for the benefit of the French in order to depress and mislead them.
No fewer than 13 quatrains seem to refer to Hitler, sometimes calling him Hister, sometimes the great or greatest leader, and describing the swastika as the crooked cross. Even before hostilities began, military leaders on the French side began to dig the Maginot Line, according to instructions apparently given by Nostradamus.
A great trench, earth excavated. The water will be divided into 15 parts.
The Nuremberg Rally and the invasion and occupation of France.
When the greatest man carried off the prize of Nuremberg, battle is joined with the French. He makes preparations. Some will regard him as good, others bad or uncertain.
Italy and the pact with Mussolini.
Not far from Venice, the two greatest ones of Asia and Africa will be said to come from the Rhine and Hitler.
Mussolini's black-clothed fascists and the pact with Hitler.
Liberty will be occupied by a black, proud and villainous man. By Hitler, the Republic of Venice will be vexed.
Aerial warfare and the Battle of Britain.
He will use thunderbolts, so many in such an array. the machine of flying fire will come.
A skeptic would call these quatrains obscure and irrelevant. And was Nostradamus genuinely foreseeing a swastika when he wrote the following?
The great pontiff by the warlike party who will subjugate the borders of the Danube. The cross pursued by hook or crook. Captives, gold, jewels, more than 100,000 rubies.
And are even the references by name to Napoleon and Hitler as accurate as they first appear? Author John Sladek does not think so.
There are hundreds of Napoleon quatrains in the prophecies, mainly because I think the 19th century French scholars kept going over and over Nostradamus and digging out anything that could be anything to do with Napoleon. But the one I noticed particularly is supposed to have an anagram of Napoleon, which is P-A-U-N-A-Y-L-O-R-O-N. If anybody can make Napoleon out of this, they're a pretty good mystic themselves. In fact, it could be an anagram of just about anything. It could be an anagram of your pal Anon. There are a number of predictions which refer to something or someone called Hister, H-I-S-T-E-R. And this is usually taken by the Nostradamus believers as Hitler. But in fact, it was a reference to the Danube River, which was called the Ister River in Nostradamus' time.
It is said in defense of Nostradamus that he made his prophecies deliberately obscure in order to escape the charges of heresy and witchcraft. Moreover, if it is possible to look into the future, everyone in history who has attempted to do so has said that the picture is uncertain and indistinct, as if they are permitted only glimpses of what might be.
It's self-fulfilling prophecy.
Ron Warmoth, modern psychic, often consulted by the business community, explains foretelling the future.
And the true psychic part, or precognitive part, which is being able to sort of see around the bend in the river, as Einstein put it, is relatively rare in that sense where it's completely without any sort of an input. I do believe that, that we can prevent future events. I'm not a fatalist. I happen to believe that we do have free choice. And I feel that being forewarned is being forearmed, which means that if a psychic tells you something that's negative, you can change it.
If the Nostradamus predictions come true in our lifetime, might they help to establish his authenticity? They speak of actions begun by a man in France leading to a crisis in Persia, the land now called Iran. It was indeed in France that the Ayatollah Khomeini lived in exile before returning to take over from the Shah. Erica Cheatham finds this completely convincing.
When I wrote it initially, I said that this particular prediction was rubbish. It's in number 70 in Century 1. It talks of a man in a turban who shall sit in France plotting the downfall of the Emperor of Persia. Unbelievable.
Another quatrain can be taken to predict that the Prince of England will marry and that he will be the last prince on the English throne. Lastly, he seems, according to Erica Cheatham, to speak of the San Andreas Fault. A great earthquake. He gives an astrological date, the sun in 20 degrees of Taurus, which means May the 10th. He does not give the year. The overthrow of Ayatollah Khomeini, the last king of England, the eruption of the San Andreas earthquake on May the 10th. If all these happened, would it be just coincidence? One striking aspect of the prophecies of Nostradamus is that where they seem to mean something, they have often been unfulfilled. Hitler saw himself as the conqueror of Europe and Russia. Neither Nostradamus nor any of his astrologers foresaw his downfall. Napoleon believed he would win at Waterloo, as predicted by Nostradamus. He lost.
There's certain quatrains which were taken to mean the French Revolution, and then were taken to mean the Napoleonic Wars, and then were taken to mean the First World War, and then were taken to mean the Second World War. So I don't suppose anything that's that vague really is of any value at all as far as predictive power.
So far, a lot of the things he said have come true, or there has been accuracy there, because I believe he did predict the Second World War. He's predicted also to do with the massacre of the Jewish race. He also predicted a great deal to do with Hitler. He also predicted a lot of our problems we have with Russia, and many different things, and he has been very accurate. I mean, I think it has to speak for itself.
In the end, perhaps most prophecies mean just what the listener intends them to mean. Possibly those rare, true glimpses of the future that some people seem to have are half coincidence and half foresight. Perhaps they owe as much to self-fulfillment as to the supernatural. We cannot be sure.
For centuries, psychics and mediums have attempted to pull back the dark curtain of mystery that separates the land of the living from the realm of the dead. Some claim to have successfully recorded spirit voices on electronic equipment. In 1920, Thomas Edison experimented with a device designed to pick up the voices of those beyond the grave. What were the strange sounds captured by this updated version of Edison's machine? Are we ready to establish direct communication with the spirit world?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Man has always been frightened by the dark, troubled by the sound of echoing laughter or hollow footsteps passing down long, empty corridors. At the S&A studios in Hollywood, California, there has been a history of occurrences that some say is beyond the realm of understanding. Many of the tales emanate from behind the massive doors of Sound Stage number 1. Mary Pickford once acted here. Cecil B. DeMille directed. One man recreates his own astonishing story.
My name is Jerry Fitzpatrick.
I was the construction coordinator at this studio for approximately 4 years. It is one of the oldest sound stages in Hollywood. It was one particular night I remember I worked all night by myself. We had a large set to build, and I was here alone laying it out. I was tired, but I remember I stepped back over in this area to take a look at what I had done. But at that time, there used to be a catwalk right up here, about 15 feet off the ground, from one end of the soundstage to the other. Also, at that time, there was a staircase that came from this door down to floor level. It was at approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. I heard the door open and close and footsteps coming down the catwalk. I immediately called out, "Who's there?" And the footsteps stopped. There was total silence. So I ran up the steps to check the door, and the door was bolted, like all the security doors were, and the alarm system was on. The hour was late, and I was tired, but I heard that door open and close, and footsteps coming down the catwalk.
Some have suggested the theory that the dead may occasionally re-enter our own time and space. Confused by their predicament, the spirits may call out for help or attempt to communicate. Many would suggest that the strange noises in this old studio are the product of overactive imaginations, but others aren't so certain. Could spirits actually be attempting to speak to us? One man may have uncovered evidence that implies spirit communication may occur with remarkable frequency. D. Scott Rogo is the author of Phone Calls from the Dead.
Well, I first heard about these cases when I first entered the field, which was close to 10, 12 years ago. And I really didn't take them seriously at all. I thought they were very outlandish. It was hard for me to believe that people were actually getting phone calls from people who were dead. But as the years progressed and I did more and more investigations, I discovered that these calls were fairly common. And then I realized that there was a major effect here that someone really had to study.
Mary Meredith of Oklahoma City recreates the night she purportedly received a phone call from the dead.
Hello? Of course, I don't tell everybody about it, because a lot of people still think that I'm crazy when they even hear about it. But I know that it was, and it happened to me.
Mary Meredith's case occurred in 1977. She had just been in the hospital. She had returned to her home, not knowing that there was a letter waiting for her telling her that her cousin had died. She had been very close to this cousin. It was very soon after she read this letter from her mother that the phone rang, and it was from her cousin.
It just really upset me when I got the phone call, and I hung up on the first phone call because it upset me. But when she called back again, I said, I cannot believe that anyone would call someone and tell them that it's their cousin when my cousin is dead. I can't believe this. I said, and I have been sick, and I can't believe anyone would pull something on me like this. She said, but I know you've been sick. I was at the hospital with you. And I said, what are you talking about? And the phone started getting crackling, and then I couldn't hear. It just faded away.
The idea that the dead can contact the living through electromagnetic devices is certainly not new with my research. Thomas Edison, for instance, several years before his death, became very fascinated with the idea that he could invent a machine that could bring through the voices of the dead, and even apparently made some sketches of such equipment. Edison, as is well known, was extremely paranoid about his ideas and kept them very, very hidden, so he never patented his ideas. But certain sketches did surface after his death, which purported to be the machine he was working on.
The year is 1920. Thomas Edison is 73 years old, inventor of the light bulb, the phonograph, the motion picture camera, and countless other devices. The grand old man of science focuses his genius on audio contact with the spirit world. Edison claimed his research was unfruitful, but some believe he was on the verge of success. In another laboratory, 60 years later, an inventor may be following in Edison's footsteps. Al Manning is the head of the ESP Center in Los Angeles, California.
You might not expect a person with a background in aerospace to be interested in spirit contact and other psychic things, but it happened for me in a very practical way. I was studying a big printout of figures, and I knew there was a mistake on the page, not knowing where, but as I ran my finger down the column, I felt a buzz under it. And sure enough, when we checked that line, that was where the mistake was. This was certainly enough to kindle my interest in spirit contact in the occult. And it led to a study of ritual and ceremony to enhance the contact with spirit and other magical things.
As Manning's research efforts grew, he gathered around him a group interested in exploring the field of spirit contact. If they succeed, the potential rewards could be immense. Some believe that an awesome source of knowledge may become available to those able to break through the barrier that separates the living from the dead. Al Manning recreates a moment when he claims he accomplished direct contact with a spirit entity.
I was sitting in meditation one day, and a spirit showed me a picture of a device, wild-looking thing, and spoke the word mica. I didn't understand it. I said, "Do you mean Formica?" Very clearly it came back, "No, mica." I don't know how it works.
While photographing Al Manning's crystal device, cameras recorded a possibly strange phenomenon. Is it a reflection, a defect in the film emulsion, or like Thomas Edison, has Al Manning made a breakthrough of possible scientific significance?
The work of Thomas Edison, both in his research methods and his persistence, have always fascinated me. So when we came across partial plans for a device that he had been working on to contact spirit by recording their voices, we thought we would try once more in this area. We have done other things in the past unsuccessfully. And I don't know if this one is going to work, but we're going to use the old home recorder for the cone particularly, along with an extra long antenna with flashing lights in hopes of attracting the local spirits to us so that they can participate in recording the voices.
What explanation is there for the remarkable sounds recorded through Al Manning's machine late at night in the graveyard? In an old cemetery in Sierra Madre, California, members of the Orange County Society of Psychic Research have gathered to try some unusual experiments. On this day, various electronic devices will be tested for their ability to contact the dead. Harry Shepard directs the group.
We are feeling for vibrations from the various markers. And you can feel the outline of the spirit, and when they're there, you can sense it. And this is the way we determine the best area to do the spirit voice recordings.
I get a sinking feeling here, and the child on the other side, I get a pulling over there.
It's just like shots of electricity are coming out of the ends of your fingers, you know, not on the snow.
It's cold, too, the stone.
Yes.
There's two very, very strong entities right in this area. Very strong.
You could feel
I
the
like
heat
it right in
coming
here.
from the other
Well,
stone.
later I like
right
Yeah,
around
but
here,
in
yeah.
other parts it was cold. This one here, feel this one here, Dick.
This would be a
in-
very good spot
Yeah.
to tape, right in here.
Well, that is. That's different, isn't it? Side is a little cooler.
It's even different.
Probably
We have so
both
many great locations now.
Yeah, this place is fantastic. The cemetery is one of the best in the area.
As the group gathered psychic impressions, technicians began setting up a battery of recording equipment.
Okay, we'll be going just after dark. Check your levels. Okay.
Microphones and cable was strung out to areas that attracted the psychics. Fresh recording tape was carefully loaded into each machine and labeled.
Now that the sun is set and it's dark here, you're always reminded that you wonder what kind of spirits you might run into in a graveyard, but it feels comfortable here, so let's see how it all comes out. Over here, we have our updated version of the Edison machine. We've incorporated the crystal because it gave us an interesting auric manifestation before. And this wire leads to the antenna with the flashing lights. And behind us are the tape recorders in case we get some sounds that will need serious analysis later.
Okay, why don't we try to get into a very relaxed state. Everybody close your eyes and just breathe normally. And let that beautiful, relaxed feeling start to flow down your face, down your arms, down to your legs, and out to your feet. And go receptive with every breath you take. If there's any spirit entities here that would like to communicate with us, we have 3 microphones mounted on this pedestal. You may speak into any of these 3 microphones, or you may rap on them for a yes or no answer.
How long have you been in spirit world?
Is there anyone on Earth that you would like us to deliver a message to for you?
Is there anything that we can do?
The questions continued all night. When the session was over, more than 5,000 feet of tape had passed through the recorders.
Thank you for your cooperation.
The following weeks were spent analyzing the sounds recorded at the graveyard. Technician John Kawamoto spent over 30 hours noting the dozens of unusual sounds on the tapes. When his log was complete, the psychics were invited to listen to the tapes and interpret what they heard.
Girl, you ready?
What is that?
What's
Right
that?
there. I know.
What is that? Whoa.
It's a growling.
Girl, you ready?
Right there.
Wow, listen to that.
Somebody's singing in the
Back it off here.
Girl, you ready?
Right there.
Remember that one tape that we got before that had that real weird voicing in it, that real bad sounding voice? That sounds similar to it, Dick. Very, very similar to that one.
Right.
Remember we did that about 3 years ago, and we got that rrrr sound.
Oh, and there's that.
Yeah, that is a beautiful one.
Okay, now that we listen to the microphones, let's take a look at the telephone and see what we see.
We got some fantastic stuff earlier. Let's see what we have here. If there's any spirits here, we now have this telephone with us that is attached to this microphone and at this tape recorder through here. And you can use this now, if you wish, with the other microphones to communicate with us.
Can you hear me?
That's loud. That's a very loud and clear.
We'll go back.
Yeah,
With
let's
normal
back it
speed, we'll hear the clicking, and if we slow it down to 1/16th or 1/16th of the speed, slows the voice way down, and we can stretch it out and hear the syllables in it. instead of just a click or a pop sound.
That's right, because a lot of times when we slow it down, we can hear a word that normally you couldn't hear at normal speed. Right.
Okay, this is slowed down to 16 times, or we'll try it and see what happens.
Okay. Okay, you're here.
Wow.
Okay, I just went back. I'll go forward again.
Is that at normal speed?
Yeah.
What?
No,
It's definitely 2 words.
Sound like,
Yeah,
sound
16.
like it said listen that time.
It's the same. Get 2 different voices.
Help me, boy.
Help
That
me
was
backwards.
really clear. That was really clear backwards now. And listen was forward, right?
Uh-huh. It's an... Excellent voice. You know, sound quality of it was very, very good.
And I think, too, the importance is slowing the tape and
Tape
speeding down.
down.
Something that you think is just a pop, you know, in this sort of taping can turn out to be all kinds of things.
Now let's see how we did with the Edison machine.
I think
Yeah,
that's a
let's
great
go
idea.
do that. Let's see what the Edison machine shows us.
You got it going here.
To our spirit friends, would you please direct your answers into the horn so that we can record them readily?
Are you happy where you are now?
Do you like this form of communications?
Do you have any suggestions for improving our equipment for easier communication with you?
Would you prefer that we turn off the blinking lights?
Is Thomas Edison with you?
Can we slow that,
Oh, listen, right
that
there.
down and
Look,
listen to
Okay.
yeah.
that's right where that
Right.
humming started, right
That-
there when you
that's where
turned the
it
lights
sounds
on.
like singing or
Yeah.
something, yeah. The
Right,
slower
and
might
it was
we-
just when the lights got turned on.
Okay, you want it slow.
Yeah, 16. Let's do it at the 16th speed. Listen to the humming noise.
It's like a lot of activity or something centered right inside.
You know what it actually sounds like? It's energy vortex. Like an energy vortex in there.
That's what I'm saying. It's like a center of
It's already
energy.
dynamo, I tell you. This
It's a good
Got his
machine.
dynamo working.
Interesting.
It's a,
Let me. Is there any way that machine could have been creating that type of sound from the inside?
No, the machine wouldn't create it from the inside, but that horn will really focus the energy so that when the spirit would direct the energy into the horn, you'd get that kind of a manifestation.
Okay, but there's not any kind of way that from inside, like because of whirling or
The horn
machinery or
is-
something.
yeah, nothing
that,
is moving in there. Then
Oh,
the
man,
horn is
that's
perfectly
really
still.
interesting.
There was nothing connected.
the energy, you know,
How about-
vortex right there in the which
While the
causes-
pops, squeaks, and whines recorded at the graveyard may not constitute hard evidence of spirit contact, Harry has a suggestion for those who doubt his work.
If people are a bit skeptical, if they would try it themselves at least once, then there's a very good chance that they would get something on tape themselves, if they do it with an open mind.
Will we ever have a major breakthrough in the field of spirit-voice contact?
Just as many of us are interested in trying to establish contact with the dead might be just as interested in contacting the living. Phone calls from the dead, cases of voices that appear on electronic recording equipment, and other similar manifestations might be the successful result of active experimentation on the other side to make contact with the living. There may come a day in the very distant future when contact with the dead is an everyday occurrence. But the major breakthrough leading to this result might actually be due to experiments produced by scientists on the other side and not through any attempts by us on this side of death.
Lost civilizations, extraterrestrials, myths and monsters, missing persons, magic and witchcraft, unexplained phenomena. In search of cameras are traveling the world, seeking out these great mysteries. This program was the result of the work of scientists, researchers, and a group of highly skilled technicians.
The human aura. That golden halo familiar to saints and psychics was long thought of as an artist's fantasy. Today, Kirlian photography captures the image of an aura as the energy field surrounding all animate beings. And now, for the first time, In Search Of has made ultra-high-speed motion pictures of the aura around a drop of human blood. Can this radiating pattern offer new insights into disease and health?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
In almost every religious painting, a golden halo symbolizes divine power of healing. Many stories in the Bible suggest that Jesus' contemporaries could actually see a brilliant aura surrounding him. Here is the recreation of one such story. 2,000 years ago, the sick and lame flocked to the hills around Jerusalem, searching for a mysterious carpenter's son who performed miraculous cures. A rich woman, afflicted with terrible hemorrhaging, had wasted all her money on doctors. She heard that Jesus was passing nearby. "If I can touch only the hem of his robe," she said, "I will be cured." This is one story in which the Gospels agree. Jesus did not suspect what was about to happen. His healing power, or aura, seemed to have a life of its own. Jesus felt power drained from him. He asked the disciples, "Who touched me?" The woman felt instantly that she was healed. Jesus kept asking, "Who touched me?" When he realized what had happened, he blessed the woman. "Your faith has made you whole," he said. "Go in peace." Had this woman, who acted in blind faith, drawn the energy from his aura? After Jesus' death, his disciples gathered to pray at the Feast of Pentecost. They recalled Jesus had promised to send the Holy Spirit to comfort and guide them. And then they heard a sound like rushing wind and began to see what they called cloven tongues of fire sitting on each. Later, they surmised they had inherited Jesus' healing power. That moment marked the historic beginning of the Christian religion. In Christian art, halos around the heads of saints were actually filled with gold leaf, a priceless commodity in any era. Historians have been unable to trace the origins of this tradition, which has shown a remarkable consistency over 2,000 years. The aura remained a purely psychological phenomenon until the end of the last century, with the pioneering work of W.J. Kilner. This brilliant surgeon, chief of X-ray experimentation at London's St. Thomas Hospital, was always popular with patients. Kilner startled the medical world with a completely new diagnostic technique. He had invented an aura screen, a glass plate coated with dicyanin. Through the screen, he could clearly see a pronounced aura around all humans, and the shape of the aura, he claimed, indicated oncoming diseases. Collecting thousands of case histories, he wrote long books on aura diagnosis, and yet no one else could see an aura through his screen. The medical world branded him a quack. Patients continued to come, however, because his aura diagnoses were accurate. The most momentous discovery came to Kilner by accident, a discovery which would change all of his ideas about the existence of the human aura. One night, he prepared a new mixture of dyes. Persistent staring through strong colors had racked his eyes with pain. He looked away for an instant and began to perceive auras with his own eyes. Could the power to see auras have been all along not in his chemicals, but in himself? With no students who could carry on his work, Kilner was forgotten. The only carryover from his research, these aura goggles, a novelty item from England. Supposedly, after wearing them for 10 minutes, one can see auras. However, at least for me, they don't produce anything unusual. The ability to see auras remains with a select few. In Search Of has located one individual who apparently has this gift.
What's happening in the leg areas, the colors are dimmer.
In modern-day Los Angeles, Janet and Eileen Charlton offer a unique service, aura counseling. Janet Charlton claims to see auras surrounding everyone, an ability which was not always a blessing. Since she began to speak, no one believed the colors and shapes she reported.
I have seen auras ever since I can remember. I don't physically ever remember not seeing them. I knew how people were feeling just by the lights that were surrounding their bodies. During my childhood, I went from one psychiatrist to the other. I spent lots of time, lots of money going to, I believe there were 6 of them. Basically, yes, they all thought I was crazy. They didn't understand. I learned to more or less keep things to myself rather than saying what I was seeing and saying what I was sensing about people.
Janet made this drawing of a healthy human aura as she sees it.
According to what's going on in the auric field is how you can tell what disease is coming in. I have found through experience of not only myself watching my own auric field change, but also by watching others' auric field changes, that there is a definite color bleeding that goes on in the auric field that shows up. And it shows up in the auric field before it manifests in the physical body.
And suddenly we realized...
Her mother-in-law, Eileen Charlton, long a practitioner of psychic healing, was the first to identify Janet's gift.
And we discovered that she could see the changes and she could describe what was going on in the client. So we had a feedback system. We had a way of checking one another because it's difficult for a psychic to work alone at times because they're not sure of the information that they're receiving.
A woman whose illness had recently been diagnosed by an MD volunteered to test the Charltons.
Lower calf area is very orange and very red. Mostly in the calf area, not so much the front, but the back of the calf. Okay, there's some green in the orange area. That doesn't look like it belongs there. You been having any constipation stuff? Anything like that? Okay. That's probably what that is. The health aura basically looks good, except down in the lower leg area and this right thigh. And it's about 4 inches away from the body, whereas up in here it's about 7.
So I'm channeling some energy.
We have no statistical documentation of Janet and Eileen's abilities. At least one medical doctor has referred patients to them. Our test subject's reaction is one opinion.
Well, the diagnosis is correct as far as the 3 things that have been bothering me were the legs and water retention and constipation. And they named those 3 things. So if I were to scale it, I would, I guess, honestly give it like a 90%.
These pictures were taken with Kirlian photography, a controversial process which claims to give pictures of the aura. A breakthrough from Russia, Kirlian photography is just now offering scientists a new method of diagnosis and healing. At the California College of Acupuncture, a state-approved teaching institution, research is ongoing in the field of aura photography. Here, experimenters are trying to capture motion pictures of the energy body by sending high voltage through plants and humans. These are Kirlian movies of the sparks around 2 fingertips. The person on the right reported feeling agitated and angry.
Plants.
John Hubacher, one of the leading experimenters today.
When we take a Kirlian photograph of a living object, it will always change, changes very dynamically, very much like we expect the human aura to change. And we believe that these changes do accompany, in human beings, physiological changes, changes of the body, changes of our state of health. We find changes with emotional state. It's a very complex thing that we're just learning about. Kirlian photography doesn't necessarily photograph the aura. It may be photographing a component of the aura. The aura, as clairvoyants claim to see it, does extend out quite a distance from the body. So it's certainly not the aura that clairvoyants talk about, but it may be what they call the inner aura, or the etheric body, or the energy body, or, as we're trying to do research here at the California Acupuncture College, the system of acupuncture, chi energy in the body. This maybe is what we're really photographing with Kirlian photography.
Skeptics have claimed that Kirlian auras are nothing more than fancy sparks, until the startling phantom leaf experiment was performed by several independent investigators.
Ready to go?
A generating apparatus produces a controlled alternating current of 40,000 volts.
Can you make a longer spark?
Part of a still living leaf is cut away, and a Kirlian movie recorded. In this case, with a video image intensifier. The faint electric field can be seen and recorded only in total darkness.
Lights off, okay. Got us.
One would expect to see just the uncut part of the leaf, and that is usually the case. On rare occasions, however, the leaf seems to remember a ghost of the missing portion. Evidence for the first time that the physical body is not all there is to life. Alan Dietrich has a worldwide reputation for his phantom leaf ability. John Hubacher comments.
One of the problems with Kirlian photography in the phantom leaves is that work that we had done at UCLA and the work that we had heard about done in other countries, notably Russia, was that the experiment was not reproducible. This means that we would take phantoms, and at UCLA, for instance, we would get phantoms 1%, 2% of the time. They were very difficult to get. Allen had fabulous phantom leaves. He presented these at this New York conference, and he was getting them, how many say, 90% of the time?
90,
95? This is a tremendous result, and so we were all very excited about his ability to generate these phantom leaves.
The first time I did it, nobody ever said I couldn't do it, so I just went down and tried it. And I got it the very first time I tried it, so I've been working with it ever since. I haven't changed anything. So.
It seems that it may actually be Allen himself that can produce the effect, and this is typical with many types of experiments in parapsychology where the experimenter himself interacts with the experiment quite intimately.
The movie apparatus would not produce a complete phantom. Alan Dietrich continued all night with still film. Here are two of his successes. In each case, half a leaf produced a complete image. Kirlian photography is now being combined with the ancient Chinese art of acupuncture. Preliminary results hint at a link between Kirlian images and the meridians of acupuncture. Experiments with volunteers are ongoing.
The meridians on the feet, the lines of energy, tend to be fairly weak, so we don't expect a very strong discharge. Right now at the California Acupuncture College, that's exactly what we're trying to determine. Whether the energy changes that are traditionally understood by acupuncture can be seen by Kirlian photography. Okay, lights, let's...
The feet show a slight imbalance.
Okay, this meridian here, as you see, the large intestine meridian, tends to be very full on the pulse, so we should see this stronger. And we've found out afterwards that there is some intestinal problems, so that corresponds again to the diagnosis. Okay, lights, let's see if the Kirlian...
The hands showed generally healthy meridians.
Being able to cause and being the underlying...
Dr. Stephen Rosenblatt, president of the college.
The body's functioning depends on this energy flow. By changing the energy flow, we change the body's functioning. The Kirlian work, the reason it's so important and so critical is that it provides an independent measurement and photograph, an actual picture of what this energy flow that we've been talking about so long is like.
And kidney 3 on the left side.
Data is still being collected. Kirlian photos are taken of volunteers before and after the acupuncture.
These are strong points to stimulate what are called the yin meridians, which have appeared weak by the pulse diagnosis.
The procedure, by the way, is painless, and subjects rarely report any conscious awareness of a change.
To stimulate them. Now we've had the needles in for a period of about 5 minutes. I'm putting a little bit of moxa right here on this point, which is an herb which will tend to stimulate the energy here. We should be finding that the left foot, when we take the Kirlian photograph, should be stronger than the right foot. Now we're lighting the moxa, and this should stimulate the meridians in...
Can the internal energy flow be altered and photographed?
Okay.
The extreme faintness of the Kirlian image requires total darkness, and film pushed to the extreme of sensitivity. The feet are now more in balance.
This again is the large intestine line that we determined there was a problem with the large intestine line. And so now we can have the lights and we can see if this side shows up a little more balanced than it did last time and make a comparison of the two. Okay, lights.
The aura around the fingers is stronger.
Because of the stress of the environment and other problems in modern life, the body is not perfectly healthy all the time, as we know. What acupuncture does is try and overcome some of these impediments, some of these blockages that occur in the system and return it to a state of balance or a state of flow. And what we're talking about flowing is qi. Qi is the Chinese word for this energy that we're talking about, this animate type of energy, energy that causes the body to be alive and somehow different from the model that we have here. It has a certain life quality. It's this life force. The Chinese designated Qi. Other cultures called it Ki. The Hindus called it prana. The ancient Hebrews called it ruach. The Russians today call it biomagnetic force. It's been called orgone. It's been called odic force. All these names throughout history have been given to this particular force. And for the first time in all this history, we're able actually to photograph it.
At the Orthopedic Hospital in Los Angeles, a startling new application of Kirlian energy has been invented by Alfred Benjamin, Director of Medical Photography. The experiment attempts to diagnose diseases in human blood. A Kirlian generator is set up to discharge through the blood onto a glass plate coated with liquid crystals. The drop of blood is carefully measured and placed on the crystal plate. An ultra-high-speed camera prepares to capture the first 1,000th of a second in the discharge.
What we found out, generally speaking, is that normal blood, for instance, has a certain healthy, we call it, pattern, radiating waves coming from the center. They're usually very repetitive. You can repeat it again and again. While with cancer patients, we found the pattern itself is not there as pronounced and sometimes completely gone, disarrayed, no inner circle, no inner corona, and the radiating pattern is missing and bubbles appear, a lot of bubbles sometimes. So we found out there is a certain differentiation between so-called healthy blood and cancer blood on a great proportion.
This investigation is preliminary. Alfred Benjamin is hopeful, however, that the elusive aura may yet fulfill its promise of healing power. Kirlian photography offers a great promise as a tool in the new horizons of medicine. Mystics and visionaries never doubted the existence of the aura. After 2,000 years, science may rediscover its promise of wondrous healing. Only in the last 100 years has the human race begun to ask the question, were we always human? It was not until 1973, when an anthropologist happened to look down at the crumbling soil of Ethiopia, that we achieved a new look at our past. A single broken bone can sometimes be a time machine. Did it transport us to a moment when the link between man and ape walked the earth?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The Great Rift Valley of East Africa extends 1,000 miles to one of the most desolate spots on Earth, the Afar Triangle. In 1973, a French-American team began to search the area, which they suspected could be rich in pre-human fossils. What they found may have pushed the story of humanity back to 3.5 million years ago. October. Don Johanson was leader of the American team. This reenactment, based on his book, Lucy, shows how he literally stumbled onto the first of 3 amazing discoveries. The bone seemed to be the shin of a small primate. Upright walking humans had never been found in soil this old, soil which team geologists had dated to 3.5 million years BC. He carefully marked and cataloged the spot. Johanson spotted another bone. He couldn't believe his luck. Fossil limbs are extremely rare, and his 2 fragments fit into a perfect knee joint. What he noticed next took his breath away. He knew that the knees of apes meet in a straight line, human knees at a slight angle. This knee looked almost human. That evening, Johanson and one of his graduate students snuck outside of camp to a nearby Afar burial mound. Johanson kept insisting he had to find a human femur for comparison. The student was worried. The Afar zealously guard their ancestral mounds. If the anthropologists were caught robbing graves, they might be shot, or worse. Luckily, inside the mound was a modern femur. Except for size, the bones were almost exactly the same. They respectfully replaced the femur. From the knee joint alone, Johanson suspected the unknown creature walked upright. His subsequent discoveries were to revolutionize our beliefs of when the first human walked the earth. The following year, Johanson returned to the Afar with a larger group. The digs began to yield dramatic finds: prehistoric hippos, crocodiles, the huge skull of an extinct mastodon. Meanwhile, the painstaking search continued for human ancestors. They would have considered themselves lucky that season to find a single pre-human bone. That's why the events of late November were unbelievable. Johanson hit his second streak of luck. Crossing down a small gully, he spotted a bone. And another. They pulled out a vertebrae, part of an arm, and more. Had they found King Solomon's mines, the scientists could not have been more overjoyed. What they dug from the dry soil would eventually bring them fame, scientific acclaim, and a backlash of controversy that continues to this day. For they had found a full-grown woman, 3.5 feet tall, weighing 50 pounds. A woman who was not quite human. Dr. Johanson and his colleague, Dr. Tim White, analyzed the fossils and later named the new species.
Well, what we see here is one of the most remarkable discoveries that's ever been made in the study of human origins. We have a skeleton which is about 40% complete. Normally, we're happy when we find a bit of a jaw or a bit of an arm, and here we've got parts of legs, parts of arms, parts of the skull, nearly a complete lower jaw. And she's popularly come to be known as Lucy. To anthropologists around the world, she's known as Australopithecus afarensis, or the Afar ape man. And she represents for us the oldest, most complete human ancestor known from anywhere in the world.
What Lucy shows us is a creature that was a mosaic creature. Her hip, her knee, her foot would have been very human in appearance, and yet when we look to parts of her face, represented here by her lower jaw, we find that it's a very protruding lower portion of the face. We have portions of her brain case, and they show that the brain was very, very small, smaller even than some modern chimpanzees.
We have been looking and are always looking for various links in the evolutionary chain. And one of the interesting links in the evolutionary chain, which has been filled by the discovery of Lucy, is this intermediate form. That is to say, we've got a form that's fully upright, walking on two legs, just as modern humans do, but still has a lot of evolutionary change necessary to make it truly human in the teeth and the face, the jaws, and the size of the skull. So here we have essentially found a very interesting and provocative link between something that was partly human and partly ape-like.
What did Lucy look like? No record of skin color or hair density remains. This reenactment is one possible interpretation. In the hostile environment around primitive African lakes, frequented by large predators, Lucy's upright walking may have offered a new talent for survival. For the first time in primate evolution, the hands were free, hands which were shaped just like ours.
We can assume that these hominids were at least as intelligent as a modern chimpanzee, but we can't assume that they were more intelligent or that they had speech or anything like that because we don't have any record of their tools. We don't find a stone tool record until much later in time, much younger than Lucy.
The upright walk of a human, the strength and agility of an athlete, and the brain of a chimpanzee. Could Lucy talk? Could she reason? Could she remember the past and plan for the future? According to Johansen and White, not very much. The talent for stone tool making would not come for another 1,000,000 years. In that sense, Lucy was still an animal. Not all scientists agreed with this interpretation. A year after the Lucy find, Johansen was again in the field, seeking more evidence, and again he struck gold. A movie crew was present when his team unearthed an entire pre-human family, at least a dozen who somehow perished together. In the years since this monumental discovery, scientists are still arguing its meaning. Some experts claim the bones represent not one, but 3 species, that Lucy was completely human, that Lucy was a knuckle-walking ape, that Lucy's family evolved into humans. The controversy continues. If Lucy is our predecessor, and if the date of her life and death and 3.5 million years is correct, this little creature who lived without speech or reasoned thought would be the ancestor of me, of you, of all of us, 200,000 generations removed. 1,000,000 generations before Lucy, fossil fragments have been found of little primates called Ramapithecus. The theory of evolution claims these monkeys as our ultimate ancestors. A few footprints in Texas rocks, however, might prove that Lucy doesn't belong to us at all, that evolution is wrong and the Bible right. If the theory of natural evolution is correct, then the Earth must be very old. What scientists call the geologic column is layer after layer of rocks built up over time. A slice through this birthday cake would expose 4 billion years of slow change. Human bones would be found only in the very top, and dinosaur bones only in the middle.
Today, most scientists would agree. Most, but not all. A growing number of scientists who call themselves creationists interpret these strata very differently. They believe the world and man were created about 10,000 years ago, and most of these rock layers were deposited during Noah's flood. It's hard to imagine a more controversial split today in the ranks of science.
At the Institute for Creation Research in San Diego, scientists are gathering to coordinate and publish their interpretation of origins. The Creation Research Society now claims 700 PhDs and Masters of Science. John Morris is one of their experts in geology.
I feel that humans lived throughout the entire geologic column, and that the geologic column could very well have been, and in fact I feel was, laid down by a single major hydraulic catastrophe.
Dr. Morris was principal investigator on one of the most amazing bits of creationist evidence ever found, the footprints in the Paluxy River in Texas.
It was about the turn of the century, 1908, something like that, when there was a major flood on the Paluxy River. And the people then began to see markings in the rock that they had never seen before and didn't understand. They were these huge prints of these bird-like creatures with 3 toes, things of this nature, and soon people figured out they were dinosaur footprints, and it was an amazing find.
Discovery of the dinosaur prints attracted many scientists to this rural area. Some of the huge tracks were removed to various universities, and some were sold on the black market. Today, the area is incorporated into Dinosaur State Park to protect the remaining tracks. The giant reptile prints are fascinating, but other nearby tracks are more difficult to explain. Creationists claim they are human footprints in the same Cretaceous layer, placed at the same time as the dinosaur prints. Yet the theory of evolution insists humans and dinosaurs never coexisted.
This, I think, is one of the main evidences for the revision of the geologic column. To find humans and dinosaurs together is totally incompatible with our modern-day concepts of evolution and uniformitarianism.
Then, evidence came to light that some of the prints may have been fakes. A team of creationists excavated, attempting to answer once and for all the charges of a hoax.
Throughout the 60s and around 68 to 71 or so, there was a whole lot of activity at the Paluxy River to uncover new prints, go back into the river, to turn over new rock shells where the river has not been before, where there's no chance of carving. These prints are inside, in place, and there's no chance that they were carved. These are prints as they were laid down in the original mud, which later turned to limestone.
6 new trails were exposed, startling evidence for the creationist claim. The Bible tells explicitly the creation of the world, not in 4 billion years, but in 6 days. For creationists, there is only one origin of the species: divine creation. Animals were made in their own kind, and Adam was fashioned from dirt in the image of God. For evolutionists, blind chance changed simians into sapiens. Dr. Duane Gish, a biochemist, has written that man did not evolve, that fossils such as Neanderthal and Lucy are misinterpretations of deformed humans or extinct apes.
I believe that these creatures, such as the Australopithecines, were apes, not intermediate, and they were certainly not men. The primates make up one of the 32 orders of mammals, and as George Gaylord Simpson, one of the world's leading evolutionists, has stated, every one of these 32 orders of mammals have appeared with their distinct ordinal characteristics already complete. In other words, from the very start, when the first time you see a bat, it's a bat. A whale is a whale. A primate is a primate, and a hoofed animal is a hoofed animal. And there are no transitional forms, no intermediate going back to their supposed ancestral order.
The Paluxy prints are one of many claims which have fired a recent scientific controversy. A controversy which is often very heated.
Well, I think that the only place that we have definitive evidence for humans and dinosaurs existing together is in cartoons. And essentially what we're looking at probably is somebody's attempt to pull a joke on scientists.
Science, by their definition, is the attempt to explain everything without a supernatural. Now, to me, that is incompatible with science as it calls itself a search for truth, because if there is truth outside the naturalistic scheme of things, then any attempt to explain things without a supernatural element is doomed to failure. And I feel that much of evolution science is doomed to failure because of that very assumption.
It may be that those human footprints that are there, I've not seen them, were simply carved in the same rock levels in which you found dinosaur footprints.
Right. These have never been published in the scientific literature, and scientists have never been invited to critically examine the footprints.
No,
until that happens.
We would welcome an opportunity to go and look at these footprints and to investigate them personally.
Most of the journals that publish scientific literature are committed to an evolutionary position, an evolutionary framework. And articles that would be antagonistic toward that viewpoint would seldom be approved for publication. On many occasions, creationists have written to journals to publish articles, or even letters to the editor, that sort of thing, and very, very seldom are they published.
There's a sense that people say there's this discontinuity between the family of man and the family of apes, but if we look at extant forms, living forms today, and we study the anatomy, we study the biochemistry, we study the blood, we study the actual DNA sequences, we find out that there is a lot of overlap between apes and humans, and obviously somewhere in the past they shared a common ancestor.
Now the similarities in the proteins, of course, are not startling. We would predict that on the basis of creation, because we are living in the same world, we're drinking the same water, eating the same food, breathing the same air, we have exactly the same metabolic problems. We believe God, the Creator, then, having solved these problems, would have essentially used the same solution in each case. But the distinguishing features between man and chimpanzees are really startling. Of course, he has a brain about 1/3 of ours, and the many other characteristics of chimpanzee are tremendously different than man. He has no ability to speak, he does not think abstractly, does not think into the future, does not think about the past. Very, very different from man. He is indeed an animal. We are human.
Okay, one of the things that modern creationists are trying to do is to masquerade under a banner called scientific creationism and act as though they are actually scientists working within the scientific forum. This is not true. In fact, what these people have are a set of beliefs, usually based on the chapter of Genesis in the Bible. And instead of testing their propositions and trying to answer questions, they already have the answers, and they're not asking any questions.
There's no way that we can construct testable scientific theories about origins. Evolution is no more scientific than creation, and it's certainly as religious. It is a basic dogma of humanism, atheism, agnosticism, and things of that nature.
The debate has moved from the laboratory to the classroom to the courtroom. It was once thought settled. It probably never will be.
Lower third.
Those scientists who espouse evolution and those who believe in creation will probably never close the gap. Hopefully, they can agree on one point. Science needs healthy skepticism.
And we shouldn't forget the famous Nebraska man, based upon a single tooth found in western Nebraska in 1922. Some of the world's greatest authorities were very excited by this discovery, and they were convinced it was part of a primitive subhuman ancestor of man. And the Illustrated London News had their artist draw a picture of this creature. It turned out to be very manlike. Showed a picture of the man and his wife and the tools that they were using based upon this single tooth. However, a few years later, they discovered the skeleton of this creature, the remainder of the skeleton. And it turned out to be neither a man-like ape nor an ape-like man. It turned out to be a pig. Now, again, the startling thing is that great authorities had mistaken a pig's tooth for an evolutionary form of man. Now, they were honest scientists. They were very good scientists and very careful scientists. What had happened? You see, this is what they had wanted to find, this is what they had expected to find, and therefore this is what they tended to see.
The search for the missing links of our origin will continue. Perhaps we really hope to find our destiny. In 1895, H.G. Wells published a fantastic novel about time travel. He entitled it The Time Machine. The book ushered in a fanciful era of imaginary trips to awe-inspiring events of history. '79 A.D., the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. '26 A.D., the resurrection of Christ. '15 billion B.C., the very creation of the universe. Today, science is reshaping our concept of the cosmos. Are we at last ready to journey to the stars and conquer the barriers of time and space travel?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
We are witness to the last leg of a hypothetical journey to the stars and back again. Our crew has been traveling through the galaxy very near the speed of light. They have finally returned to Earth. Due to an effect called time dilation, first described by Albert Einstein, hundreds of years have passed on Earth, while only a few years have passed in the spaceship. Once they have landed, what will the crew find when they open the portal of their ship? Will Earth have reached undreamed heights of technology or seared itself back into Stone Age emptiness? It is easy to conceive of the astronauts' journey through space. It is harder to comprehend their travel through time. How far-fetched is the idea of actually traveling through time? Today, we accept the concept of distant space travel because we have journeyed to the moon and back. Now,
Scientists are preparing for a world where both time and space travel are inseparably linked.
Status check. Command on intel. Affirmative.
One expert on the subject of time and space is William Kaufman, author, lecturer, and adjunct professor in the Department of Physics at San Diego State University.
We all live in space and time. We're all familiar with the three dimensions of space, forward and back, and left and right, up and down. And time is what clocks measure. As the clock ticks on, it's measuring time. And of course, as we go from the cradle to the grave, you're also moving through time. It's kind of like looking up at the stars. When you look up at the stars during the night, you see stars scattered across the sky. If you think about what you're seeing, if you look at a star that's 10 light years away, you're really seeing how that star looked 10 years ago because it took the light 10 years to get to you. And therefore, to me, one of the great lessons of the nighttime sky is that as we are looking out into space, we're also looking backwards in time, that we must incorporate time on an equal footing with our three dimensions of space and talk about something that we call space-time, one of the things that was given to us by Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein changed all conventional thinking in physics when he published his famous theory of relativity in 1905.
E is equal mc squared, in which energy is put equal to mass multiplied with the square of the velocity of light, showed that very small amount of mass may be converted into a very large amount of energy.
Albert Einstein approached all of reality with a deep personal conviction, almost a religious belief, that if we're doing anything right in science, if we're discovering anything of any real value, then the way we write down our discoveries, the way we write down our equations, should not depend on things like the color of your skin or your religion or how fast you happen to be moving, whether you're sitting here on the Earth or zooming through the solar system at 3/4 the speed of light. And all Einstein did in 1905 was take everything we knew about electricity and magnetism and rewrite it in a form such that it would be the same for everyone. For an example, suppose you have a rocket ship moving through the solar system at 3/4 of the speed of light. In order for you on Earth and your colleague in that spaceship to have a complete, coherent, rational understanding of how things work, you have to say his rulers are shrinking. You have to say that the very mass of his spaceship is behaving as though it's much more massive than it normally is. You have to say his clocks are ticking more slowly than normal. Not only do the clocks tick more slowly, but every process proceeds more slowly, like the rate at which a man's beard grows, or the rate at which your heart beats, or even the rate at which you age. One of the results of all of this is that you can't travel faster than the speed of light. And the reason why this is so is if you think about moving out in a rocket ship, say a rocket ship even with an infinite supply of fuel, as that rocket ship goes faster and faster and faster, its clocks slow down. And as a result, it burns that fuel more and more slowly. And the slowing down of time is so powerful that at the speed of light, clocks stop, time stops. And as a result, you never are able to burn that final drop of fuel, that final precious drop of fuel that would put you over the speed of light. While Albert Einstein was exploring many of the hypothetical and mathematical aspects of space and time, people in the United States and in Germany were actually building machines to take us up off of the surface of the Earth.
Early experiments in rocketry appear almost comic compared to today's accomplishments in space. But improvements in rocket design came rapidly, especially in America under Robert Goddard, and in Germany with the work of Wernher von Braun. By 1932, von Braun had taken charge of Germany's rocket program and had begun the tests that would lead to the infamous V-2 missiles.
During World War II, Adolf Hitler used the V-2 rocket as a weapon of terror against the civilian population of London.
For better or for worse, rockets have always had a military application. But underlying all of this, in the minds of everyone who works on these projects, is the vision of using these machines to take us beyond the confines of our own planet, to explore the moon. We've walked on the lunar surface, to use reusable rocket ships like the Space Shuttle, to make many trips, to make use of the full potential of what actually exists out there in space. And you know, perhaps not us, but our children may very well be able to book flights to space stations or to the moon and beyond.
One group that hopes to be among the first to utilize the Space Shuttle when it opens up to civilians calls itself Oasis. They gather together on weekends to share food and their enthusiasm for space travel.
I'm Charlie Carr, and I'm with the California Museum of Science and Industries. This group is doing something that's really unique. It's getting together a lot of people from different backgrounds, from technical fields, from social fields, people working in the community, all different sorts of people, and they're all thinking and talking about space. They're talking about what's going to happen in the future, talking about what's going to happen personally to their lives as more people on Earth move out into space.
A frequent lecturer to the group is Dr. B.J. Bluth, sociologist and expert on long-duration space flight.
The work that I do really focuses in on how people can live in space, how they can get along together, what kinds of general problems, stresses, factors make it easier and harder for them to have a viable, successful mission. The human is going to have certain kinds of problems when he goes to space. There are stresses, there are physiological problems, there are fears, there are incidents that occur, there's the interpersonal relationship, there's being holed up all alone, no place to go, no way to get away. If you can imagine yourself being in a camper with no privacy curtains, with another person for 6 months and no place to go and you can't walk out of the camper, what kinds of things happen in that kind of situation? We have a very human problem in going to space. The technology is only one aspect. And if the human part of this space travel isn't as carefully solved as the technology problem, all of the technology in the world isn't going to make it possible to do what we want to do.
Obviously, there are a lot of technical problems with space travel. It's a difficult business getting someone there and back and healthy and sane during the process. But there's another whole aspect to this business. Because sitting around in the scientific journals for the past 15 or 20 years now have been things like time machines and time tunnels, wormholes in space, highly warped regions of space where you could go in someplace in our universe and come out in another universe, or go in one of these holes and come out back in our own universe at a different time, 1 billion years ago or 1 billion years in the future. And these are some of the most fantastic, hypothetical things that science has ever given us.
In our future explorations of the galaxy, will we one day make the discovery that will fulfill H.G. Wells' dream of time travel? Will we find the mechanism to travel backwards and forwards through time? I am afraid I cannot convey the peculiar sensations of time traveling. There is a feeling of helpless, headlong motion. As I put on pace, night followed day like the flapping of a black wing. So wrote H.G. Wells in 1895 in his incredible novel, The Time Machine. Wells described a machine of brass, ebony, ivory, and translucent glimmering quartz. It was designed to take man on a journey through time. Wells clearly understood the implication of traveling backwards and forwards through the centuries and depicted it as a wonderful adventure. In an effort to accurately predict the future, H.G. Wells strove to utilize the latest scientific theories of his day. A strong proponent of the theory of evolution, Wells suggested that the environment of industrialized England would cause the factory workers to evolve into what he called Morlocks. The Morlocks were pale, pink-eyed, carnivorous creatures who inhabited underground caverns of complex machinery. Wells saw a different fate for those who lived a life of leisure in society. After thousands of years of living without need or conflict, Wells proposed that they would evolve into what he called the Eloi. The Eloi were childlike creatures of limited intelligence who would frolic and gather fruit on the surface of the earth. Today, the evolutionary prophecies of H.G. Wells seem to many unlikely. But is it possible that someday science may actually build a time machine?
Having a time machine is a very attractive idea. We all have things we'd like to go back and change about our lives or maybe affect history somehow. But scientists have trouble with time machines. There are a lot of illogical inconsistencies that develop. For example, if you had a time machine that could take you back 1 billion years in the past, well, then you should certainly have no difficulty going 5 minutes back into the past. And if you could go back 5 minutes, you could meet yourself and tell yourself, literally, what kind of a nice trip you had. And then both of you could do the same thing. And then all 4 of you could do it. And then all 8 of you could do it. In other words, there's an inherent inconsistency that suddenly comes up. If you could travel back into the past, then reality must be irrational. There must be a very irrational part to how the universe works. And we don't see this going on around us. And for this reason, when scientists find time machines popping up in their calculations, a lot of flags go up and they begin suspecting that they've done something wrong.
If there is any chance of a time travel mechanism existing, it will probably be found in distant space. Some scientists believe that when a giant red star explodes, the remaining core may collapse down to an incredibly dense ball of matter called a black hole. The gravitational field around a black hole is so intense that not even light can escape it.
The full description of how black holes work also include white holes. The full description actually is a set of black holes and white holes back to back. What's a black hole for one universe where things fall in is a white hole in the next universe where stuff gushes out. But the interesting thing in all of these pictures where you have a black hole, white hole situation is that if you take into account the effects of rotation on the black hole, the entire structure inside the black hole change. In particular, one of the things to come out of this, theoretically, is that you could possibly use this black hole as a portal, as a time tunnel from our universe to some future universe, or perhaps even some past universe.
Such a journey into a black hole would be fraught with dangers.
If you can go through that wormhole in space and time, then you can travel very, very near the center of the hole. You can travel very near where the matter of the star collapsed down to, where you have this tremendous curvature, this high warping of space and time. And there are problems with that. For example, if you could travel very near that place where you have infinite space-time warping, according to Einstein's famous equation E equals mc squared, the energy in the gravitational field of the hole produces a lot of matter that fills up the wormhole and chokes off any possibility of space travel to future universes. And this is one of the ways in which we think nature prohibits time machines. Nature takes care of things and makes sure that things won't come out too irrational by having a time machine. It chokes off the possibility of getting through the wormhole.
Perhaps the tunnel through a black hole will forever remain blocked, but the possibility always remains that someday someone will make a discovery which will allow us to visit Earth's distant past or glittering future. Amato has a background in social science and is a member of OASIS. She has a special plan for accomplishing her goal of space travel.
I use the computer in my work, and I'm hoping that by doing so, this will provide a career path for me to get into space. My children I'm trying to prepare just by being adaptive to new situations. Tracy has a tremendous interest in growing things, plants and baby animals. I'm hoping she'll take this interest into space because it's going to be necessary to want to nurture things in order to make the environment be a psychologically pleasing one and to recreate something of the Earth. Damon's a very active boy. I hope he can utilize that energy that he has in some constructive way. Maybe he can go into space and become one of the pioneers.
With the successful flight of the space shuttle and the likelihood of civilian space travel on the horizon, it is not difficult to imagine families like Carol Amato's someday traveling into space. Perhaps one day, a boy Damon's age will solve the mystery of what lies on the other side of a black hole or at the place beyond the stars. What are the limitations of the galaxy? Will we ever travel faster than the speed of light, or backward and forward through time?
I don't think that any scientist would categorically say, no, we will never travel faster than the speed of light. No, we'll never have time travel. But if we ever do, then this would have to come from a whole new view of science, a new super science, whereby we understand today's limitations as one separate little case. In other words, the kind of science that would give us travel into the past or travel faster than the speed of light would be as advanced over us today as we are over Neanderthal man.
April 1945. As the Russians fight their way into Berlin in the final days of World War II, they hope to capture the leader of Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler, alive. Outside the bunker, Hitler's last headquarters, two bodies are prepared for final disposal. There are those who will swear that the corpses dumped in this shallow grave and burned are those of Adolf Hitler and his mistress, Eva Braun. Recent scientific findings indicate that the woman's body the Russians claim to have found beside Hitler's may not have been that of Eva Braun.
As a forensic scientist, it is very satisfying, of course, to be able to say that you have the conclusive proofs. That, however, in the case of Eva Braun's story, is not possible.
Did she escape, as persistent rumors claim? Is it possible that Eva Braun is alive today?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The story that the Germans had burned the bodies of Adolf Hitler and his mistress Eva Braun after they had committed suicide was released to the world by the Russians after they had captured Berlin. The evidence was mostly hearsay. The inner circle of Nazi leadership scattered, leaving behind the charred remains purported to be Hitler and Eva. But were they? Who was Eva Braun? There seemed little out of the ordinary about Eva Braun, born of respectable middle-class parents in Munich in 1912. She grew up to be an attractive young girl. She was the second of Frau Braun's 3 daughters. An indifferent student, she had 2 interests, dancing and photography. Most of what we know about Eva comes from her snapshot albums and home movies found in a trunk in Munich at the end of the war. They show a healthy, spirited young woman, fun-loving and vivacious. She seems to have had a natural love of animals and children. Proud of her slim figure, she was fond of a variety of athletic activities. Hitler later complained that she wasn't plump enough. Author David Irving tracked Eva Braun, among others, during 10 years he spent finding and interviewing German eyewitnesses released from Russian prisons.
Eva Braun was the archetypal ordinary woman. She was the kind of woman that you'll find outside in Oxford Street, walking up and down in the lunch break. She was a photographer's assistant. And this is how she got to know Adolf Hitler, of course, because she was the assistant, the laboratory assistant, to Adolf Hitler's personal photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann.
She met Hitler through Hoffmann in 1933 when she was 20. Hitler was attracted by her fresh, young personality, and she became his mistress. The first years of their association were frustrating and painful for Eva. Often months would pass without a word from him. When her suicide attempt almost succeeded, Hitler became alarmed. He moved quickly, buying her a house near his own in Munich. Later, he took her to Berchtesgaden, his mountain retreat. Here, he installed her in rooms adjoining his own. Eva was happy now. She was recognized as the mistress of the Führer, at least by his close associates. But this was never allowed by Hitler to be known to the German people. These rare 1930s color home movies of Hitler, Eva, and their cronies at Berchtesgaden reveal Eva's true role in Hitler's life. Even at Berchtesgaden, she had to compete with others for his attention. A flow of officials on urgent business demanded his time. Goebbels constantly needed to confer with him. Himmler was a frequent subject for Eva's camera, and always close by, Martin Bormann, Hitler's ever-present shadow. Eva, a good photographer, moved about freely with her camera when Hitler's close associates were present. But when outsiders arrived, she was kept out of sight.
And there's one very nice series of photographs that she takes of the arrival of a foreign potentate. And she's up there in her little attic window peering down. And she writes in the caption to these photographs she puts in her album, "There they are down there, and I'm up here, and nobody's allowed to know about me." And she obviously takes a certain amount of relish, rather a schoolgirlish relish still, in being the forbidden mistress of the Führer.
In the few brief scenes of Hitler and Eva together, she keeps a respectful distance. There is no indication of intimacy between them. Watching these frivolous scenes, one cannot help but be stunned by the realization that they are occurring at the same time as the horrors of the Holocaust. One wonders how much Eva knew, or how much she chose to forget. As the war progressed, Eva's movies show many scenes of Hitler and his entourage leaving their mountain retreat. He would be spending less and less time with her. As time passed, the atmosphere at the Berchtesgaden left Eva lonely and depressed. Eva Braun had been insulated by Hitler from the reality of the war. So it was a shock in 1945 when Hitler's world began to crumble. He'd been defeated in his attempt to conquer Russia and unable to bomb Britain into submission. With Allied armies pushing toward Berlin from the west, and the Russians pouring into the city from the east, Hitler retreated to a concrete bunker deep below the center of Berlin. Although Hitler had survived an assassin's bomb, it had left him partially paralyzed, and those who visited him in the bunker during those last days were shocked at his deterioration. They described him as a broken old man, though he still treated them to occasional flashes of rage. The attempt on his life had fueled his mistrust of his generals. He believed that he alone could dictate successful military strategy. His orders reflected his madness.
In April 1945, Eva realized that the war was only weeks from its end. The Endkampf was beginning in Berlin. The Russians had attacked again on the Oder. They were already fighting in the streets of Berlin.
For her safety, Hitler had insisted that Eva stay away from Berlin. But she defied his orders and came to join him during the last days in the bunker. Eva must have known she was going to her death.
Hitler recognizes this act of courage on her part, and he sees in her a kind of courage that even his most outstanding generals, not even the famous SS, Waffen-SS generals, have shown. They've all been finding excuses to get out. Very few are staying down there in that rather dusty, concrete-smelling atmosphere in the bunker, which one of his staff compared with a submarine prowling beneath the streets of Berlin. Nobody likes it. The shells are pounding in overhead. The concrete membranes of the bunker are vibrating every morning to the artillery bombardment from the Russians just a few miles down the road. And here was the girl with guts.
Although Hitler continued to lash out viciously against his generals, he now became uncharacteristically tender with Eva.
To a certain extent, he's setting her off against the generals. He's trying to say to himself and also to the other people in the bunker, she came, she stood by me, the generals have abandoned me. He starts talking about her as Mrs. Hitler, that's the first thing, to his adjutants. And then the next thing is they find out that a wedding ceremony is being prepared.
On April 29th, Eva put on her favorite dress. A local registrar is found, and with Goebbels as best man and Kemke and Bormann as witnesses, this extraordinary ceremony takes place under the streets of Berlin.
Hitler signs the document with a firm hand, and Eva Braun signs very nervously. She signs Eva Bruh. She begins signing her maiden name, then she realizes, of course, that now she's Hitler. She crosses out the Braun and writes in Hitler instead.
Congratulated by the secretaries, like any bride, Eva is radiantly happy. She has achieved her dream, but Eva Braun has one more day to live.
Hitler gets up on April the 30th, 1945, and he knows it's going to be the last day of his life. And he calls in Otto Günscher, who's been his SS adjutant for several years, and who's still alive in Cologne, and who personally told me the whole story when he came out of Russian captivity. And he says to Günscher, you've got to get hold of 200 liters of gasoline, because Mrs. Hitler and I, Eva, we're going to commit suicide this afternoon, and you're responsible for making sure that nothing whatsoever survives, just ashes. I don't want the Russians getting hold of our bodies and setting them up in some kind of Russian waxworks, a panopticum in Moscow.
At 3:30 on the afternoon of April 30th, Hitler and Eva retired to his sitting room. It is known that Hitler had 2 cyanide capsules and 2 pistols. In a copy of his will, Hitler stated that Eva had chosen to commit suicide with him. Her feelings are revealed in the last letter she wrote to her sister.
I must write you these words so that you will not feel sad for us. It is rather we who are filled with sorrow, because it is your fate to live on into the chaos that will follow. For myself, I am glad to die at the side of the Führer.
Witnesses say that Hitler shot himself and that Eva took poison. The prearranged ritual was carried out. Hitler's body was wrapped in a blanket to hide the blood. The Russians were now only a few hundred yards away. As Otto Gürnscher carried out Hitler's last orders, Goebbels stared grimly at the proceedings. Hitler's most devout disciple, he was determined that he and his wife would follow the Führer in the same death the following day. Remember that this reenactment is based on the testimony of the few surviving Nazis who were present, all fiercely loyal to Hitler and Eva. Did they fabricate the story to give Hitler a fittingly Wagnerian death and to cover Eva's escape? Recent evidence may prove this to be true. On May 3rd, the Russian flag flew over the Chancellery. Berlin had fallen to the Russian armies. There was a great deal of confusion as to what had happened to Hitler. Russian investigators digging near the entrance to the bunker discovered the bodies of a man and a woman. At first, they announced them to be those of Hitler and his mistress, Eva Braun. Later, they changed their story, stating they believed Hitler to be alive. H. Trevor Roper, now a well-known British historian, was sent to Berlin to try to discover what had happened to Hitler.
I was in British intelligence at the end of the war. And after the fall of Berlin, Hitler was missing. And he was missing for 5 months or so. And nobody knew what had happened to him. And the Russians accused the British of concealing him in their zone of Germany for use against them. And the British authorities appointed me to find out what had happened. Marshal Zhukov, the Russian commander-in-chief, first stated to Allied officers that Hitler had married Eva Braun, which had not been known before, and that they had committed suicide. And no sooner had this been released to the world than Zhukov changed his view and said he had no reason to believe that Hitler was dead. He thought he was probably alive, and after that he fell totally silent.
Marshal Zhukov said it. Marshal Zhukov told Eisenhower, he told Churchill, he told Truman. He said, we found no trace of Hitler.
There were several Americans who visited Stalin in Moscow at this time, and to them, Stalin was saying that Hitler was alive. So that Zhukov's true deduction from the inquiries which he had made in Berlin were put into reverse, and the official line became that Hitler was alive, and that was maintained for the rest of Stalin's life.
Thus, the Russians set in motion in some way the legend that Adolf Hitler had escaped by submarine to South America, that he was still alive in Germany, he was waiting to return. Eva Braun, of course, part of that legend.
No stories seemed too outlandish to print. Reports from people who claimed to have seen Hitler or Eva continued to come in from all over the world. One woman who prefers to remain anonymous claims to have seen Eva in a village in Tibet.
My husband and I were traveling in the Himalayas when we came across a woman we were convinced was Eva Braun. I have seen her pictures and I would know her anywhere.
When later reports of escaping Nazis were found to be true, the stories did not sound so strange. Many of the leading Nazis were brought to trial at Nuremberg. However, there were some who escaped and remained hidden for years in South America. It was easy for them to become lost in remote areas or in the cities among the large German population of Argentina. It was here that Eichmann was finally captured, kidnapped by Israelis, and brought to trial. It has been more than 36 years since the fall of Berlin, but an air of mystery still surrounds those last days in the bunker. Identification of bodies through their dental characteristics is now an exact science, and recent information concerning Eva Braun has been published by international forensic expert Professor Reidar Songnes, founder of the School of Dentistry at UCLA. Based on actual X-rays taken of Hitler's skull at the time of the bomb attempt on his life, Professor Songnes in his UCLA lab built an exact replica of Hitler's dental structure. He then made comparisons with the post-mortem reports.
In fingerprints, we require 12 concordant points. In the case of Adolf Hitler's condition, with so many very characteristic dental crowns and bridges and root fillings and so forth, evidence is now that we have 26 concordant points between antemortem and postmortem information. And as a result of this, we can now say with absolute certainty that the remains of Adolf Hitler have absolutely, definitely been identified. Eva Braun's case is an entirely different matter. In that case, we do not have a number of concordant points. The Russians have indicated that the only conclusive proof that they may have Eva Braun is a bridge in the lower right jaw of Eva Braun. I have interviewed the dental assistant who was present when things were placed in the mouth of the patients, and she has indicated to me that this bridge was made, but that time ran out and there was no time to put it in.
She told Dr. Songnes of a visit by Soviet investigators a few days after the fall of Berlin. The Russians demanded all dental information concerning Hitler and Eva. It was a tense period, and she was terrified. Indeed, she was later sentenced to many years in Russian prisons, probably to ensure her silence. She remembered that a dental bridge had been made for Eva, but never delivered. The Russians took the bridge and later claimed they had found it as part of Eva's charred remains.
Here I have prepared a model showing the space that was supposed to have been filled by this bridge. And I've also made a model of the bridge, and here I will now insert it where it should have been inserted in Eva Braun's mouth. And the mystery of the bridge is that with the fire that burnt up half of her head and part of her jawbone, these plastic teeth in front should, in this case, have been almost evaporated. But according to the pictures the Russians have shown, it looked essentially intact. Based on the fact that the bridge work is the only evidence that the Russians really are claiming for her identification, I find that I am not able to make a post-mortem identification of Eva Braun.
Eva Braun died with Hitler in the bunker. Of that, I have no doubt. There's plenty of evidence, and I'm sure of it.
While I am not suggesting that Eva Braun has escaped and is alive, while I believe that she probably is dead, I must, from a scientific point of view, indicate that we do not have any evidence from the information now available that, in fact, she has been identified.
Today, what remains of the entrance to the bunker lies just inside East Berlin. It is necessary to get permission from the communists to get even close to it. Do the remains of Eva Braun, or the answer to what became of her, lie buried beneath this pile of rubble? What became of those Nazis who were present in the last days in the bunker? Joseph Goebbels and his wife committed suicide the next day after they had poisoned their 5 children. Their bodies were burned. Martin Bormann died trying to escape through the Berlin subways. Kempke, Hitler's chauffeur spent years in Russian prisons, where he repeatedly stuck to the story we have reenacted here. Otto Gernsche is a successful businessman in Germany today. According to the Bible, Joshua said unto the people, "Shout, for the Lord hath given you the city."
So far as we know about Joshua as a historical figure, his role was that of a military leader. Symbolically, he becomes a second Moses. In the book of Joshua, when he crosses the Jordan River, he separates the waters the way Moses separated the waters in the Red Sea. But he becomes more than Moses. He is a military conqueror, and he becomes the agent of God in the minds of the Hebrew writers.
The priests blew with the trumpets, and the walls fell down flat. Was it an ancient biblical story embellished from generation to generation, or did the sensational events recorded in the Old Testament actually occur?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The Bible relates that the Israelites were led out of Egypt by Moses in the Great Exodus. The Hebrews were inspired by their belief in the one and only God because they considered themselves His chosen people. But once they had escaped from Egypt, they were forced to wander the desert for over 40 years. It was prophesied that Moses would remain in the desert, that he would never reach the promised land. According to the Old Testament, Moses died on Mount Nebo. He was 120 years old. The leadership passed to Joshua, Moses' minister. The Old Testament records that the Lord spoke unto Joshua, saying, "Moses my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou and all this people, into the land I promised to give to the children of Israel." Joshua, his army, priests, and fellow Israelites eventually arrived at the east bank of the Jordan. Across the river lies Jericho, one of the oldest cities in the world. From the beginning, the people of Jericho built their homes in the traditional desert manner. Bricks are made of earth, straw, and water. It was understood that nature would wear away the material, but no matter. It was simple to rebuild their village. Beneath the dry sand of Jericho lies its most precious resource, water, a seemingly endless supply. For more than 90 centuries, tribes, bands of desert wanderers took sanctuary here. They constructed their homes atop the mud brick ruins of their predecessors. By 8000 BC, it had grown into a town of 2,000 people. Layer upon layer, they created a record of their time on Earth, one city atop another. What we have left are abandoned ruins as the markers of their passing. It is possible to find in the rubble the pieces of pottery and charred remains of fireplaces that tell us the way of life of those who lived here. Today, this is all that remains of the walled city of Jericho. Yet among the stones, there is clear evidence that here was one of the first advances of civilization. Here, it seems, for the first time, man learned how to domesticate animals and grow crops. It was a major step forward in human development as a nomadic life of hunting and food gathering gave way to a settled life of farming. What was most significant about Jericho, however, was its important defense position as the guardian bastion to the land of Canaan, the Promised Land. Dr. Gerald LaRue, biblical scholar and lecturer.
Jericho, as the gateway to the Promised Land, is the first city that a group of people, nomads or enemies, would encounter when they crossed the Jordan at that particular spot. And therefore, it was a defense city. To get into the Holy Land or the Promised Land or to Israel or Palestine, you would have to knock off this city. Otherwise, you would have enemies on your flank and behind you once you passed it by. So it was a very, very important center as a defense.
According to the Bible, the people of Jericho were so wicked in their ways that God decided to evict them and to give the Israelites who fled out of Egypt a place to dwell. Joshua would lead the assault. Before him lay the problem of conquering the walled city. This account has been recreated based on the Old Testament. From his camp on the arid east bank, Joshua sent 2 men across the River Jordan to spy on the city's defenses. It would take them all night to cross the river and reach Jericho by morning when the gates open. Doing their best to remain unobtrusive, the spies made their way to the marketplace where they could mingle with the crowd. But to really get the information Joshua wanted about the inner city and its defenses, they needed an accomplice, somebody who wouldn't be worried about being seen with strangers. They went to the house of a harlot named Rahab. They were made welcome in a manner customary to Rahab. Along the way, the spies had been recognized as Israelites. Within a few minutes, the authorities would be alerted. A remarkable series of events now takes place. Rahab realizes that her guests are Israelite spies. She does not turn them in. She says that she knew the Lord had promised the land. All of Jericho, she tells them, is filled with terror because of Joshua and the armed Israelites. The men behind the city walls had lost their courage. Rahab's little brother spots the authorities and runs ahead to warn his sister. She quickly takes the Israelites to the flat roof. She asks the Hebrews to swear by the Lord that since she has not betrayed them, they will spare her father's house and allow her family to live. The men answer Rahab, "Our life for yours if you don't reveal our business." Rahab explains that the strangers had been with her, but that she had no idea who they were or where they had come from. They seemed anxious to get out of the city before the gates shut. If the authorities moved quickly, they might catch the men before they crossed the Jordan. They would have to hurry. As the day comes to a close and the city gates are shut for the night, Rahab keeps her bargain and brings the spies out of hiding. She lowers a cord through one of her windows. Rahab urges them to hide in the mountains for 3 days until the authorities returned to Jericho. They could then safely return to the Israelite camp across the water. Joshua awaits news of Jericho's defenses. By the 20th century, Jericho was reduced to mounds of dirt. For over 3,000 years, the evidence of its secrets had laid buried.
The thing about ancient cities is that they were located always where there were a number of favorable factors. First, there had to be enough natural water to sustain life, either by wells or running streams or springs of water. It had to be in a position where it could be defended. There had to be arable land where they could grow things to sustain life or to nurture their flocks and their herds. And Jericho has all of these factors.
In the 1930s, an Englishman, Professor John Garstang, carried out an excavation which unearthed walls rising to nearly 16 feet, the defenses of a great city. He found that the city was destroyed by a fire, which he estimated occurred around 1400 BC. This fits very well with the biblical dating of Joshua and seemed positive archaeological confirmation of the Bible's story. In the 1950s, a second excavation produced contradictory evidence. Archaeologist Alexandra Wilkinson.
A bit of circumstantial evidence that was found was a snail shell, and that has been identified as the intermediate carrier of bilharzia, which is a waterborne disease that gets in through the skin, and ancient people would not have been able to get rid of it. And this has a gradual debilitating effect. And the theory is that when the enemy came and blew their trumpets, they couldn't do anything about it. They were just too exhausted.
Was it disease or was it trumpets that opened the way for the conquest of Jericho? Did Joshua fight the Battle of Jericho at all?
So far as the biblical literature is concerned, it becomes symbolic. The story of Joshua, the book of Joshua, indicates that the Hebrews came in and in a massive wave swept across the whole of Palestine and practically killed everyone or enslaved everyone. But when you move into the book of Judges, you find that they did not conquer this place, that place. There's a whole listing of places that stood out against them or were not simply not touched. So the book of Joshua becomes an idealized history, an idealized sweeping across the land, which never really happened. This idealized history was formed, we believe now, in the late 7th century, possibly the early 6th century. And this would be the time when the Hebrew people were taken into exile in Babylon. And they're looking back over their history and they're rewriting it in the context of their new experiences.
Jericho lies in an earthquake zone which is never free from tremors. The remains of the walls contain evidence of repeated collapse. The stories from the Old Testament and the theories of archaeologists vary as to dates and type of calamity. Case in point, an excavation of the 1950s led by another British archaeologist, Dame Kathleen Kenyon. Employing an army of Palestinian workers, she dug deeper than Garstang, uncovering layer after layer of cities. One was built on top of the other, spanning a period of nearly 9,000 years, back to the beginning of civilization itself. At the bottom of her excavations, Kathleen Kenyon found military defenses that are remarkable for their period. A 5-foot thick wall rose to 15 feet in stone before being topped by mud bricks. A great circular tower still stands 21 feet high. Curiously, it was built inside the city wall. Was this a lookout post against attack or flash flood? Dr. Kenyon realized that a great fire destroyed this city, and the site lay abandoned until some time later when a new people moved in from the north. Various tribes inhabited Jericho for nearly 1,500 years. In places, no less than 26 plaster floors were found, one on top of the other. As the city grew, the defenses were extended. A slope was built along the base of the city walls and coated with a smooth plaster to make it slippery against attack. This was the city whose destruction Garstang attributed to Joshua in about 1400 BC. Kathleen Kenyon, however, was using a technique unknown in Garstang's day, radiocarbon dating. By using radiocarbon methods, Kathleen Kenyon found that these early walls were destroyed around 2100 BC, nearly 700 years too early for Joshua. And the second city was destroyed in about 1600 BC, still too early for Joshua.
The biblical account of the fall of Jericho was probably written some 600 years after Joshua, at a time when the Israelites were threatened with slavery. Was it just history, or did it have some meaningful symbolic purpose?
It looks in a way like a rallying call at the last ditch to say, look, if you do what God tells you, nothing is impossible. And in fact, in the Joshua story, we're told what the purpose of it is, so that all the earth's people might discover how strong the hand of God is. This is a story of God interacting with his people. And it's not history, it's not Joshua's diary. The Bible looks like history, but it's more history-like.
In 1956, the last year of her dig, Kathleen Kenyon uncovered a most significant find. 1 square meter at the very top of the hill. Here she found a section of floor with a small clay oven. Beside the oven lay a small jug, apparently dropped and left where it lay. Confirmed by carbon dating, the date fits. There was a settlement here in the 13th century BC. Joshua's story might be history. Imagine what it was like on the day Joshua rallied his people outside the fabled walls of Jericho. Joshua set about rousing his people, reminding them of God's promise not to fail them. The Ark of the Covenant, their sacred symbol of God, would be borne before them and would guarantee their victory. After 3 days, Joshua gave the order to advance to the river. They that bore the ark were come unto Jordan, and the feet of the priests that bore the ark were dipped in the brim of the water. With Joshua's forces approaching, people within the city were filled with fear. Joshua ordered the Israelites to march around the walls for 6 days silent, except for the priests blowing ram's horns trumpets in front of the Ark of the Covenant. At dawn on the 7th day, the climax came. 7 times the Israelites marched with trumpets blaring. On the 7th circuit, he ordered his people, "Shout, for the Lord hath given you the city." the Old Testament. So the people shouted with a great shout, and the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up unto the city, every man straight before him, and they took the city. Because of the cord identifying Rahab's house, she and her family were spared. The rest of the city was put to the torch. Whether legend or history, or a combination of both, it should be known that the story of the walls of Jericho is related in the book of Joshua and can be found nowhere else. Could the biblical account of the fall of Jericho be true?
The fall of the walls of Jericho, if they actually fell, and if this is not simply a legend to explain how the Hebrew people got past this fortress, would be to a group of people struggling in from the desert, a miraculous event. Miracles are simply those things that we can't explain by other means. And so people turn and say, well, God must have intervened to make this thing happen.
In light of theological points of view and archaeological discoveries, there is considerable controversy to this day. A controversy of ancient beginnings that will perhaps continue until our sands of time run out. Bishop James Pike was one of the most controversial and paradoxical clergymen of our century. He was a lawyer turned priest, a Roman Catholic turned Episcopalian. He drew thousands into the church, yet was almost thrown out as a heretic. Some called him genius. When he went to mediums and seances, however, they called him mad. At last, he faced his destiny alone in the wilderness. His personal quest was for the answer to man's oldest mystery.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
In September of 1969, after James Pike resigned as Bishop of the Episcopal Church, he drove into the desolation of the Israeli desert with his new wife, Diane. It was here in 1948, in the caves of Qumran, that the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. These parchments documented Hebrew law at the time of Jesus. Pike and his wife had come to explore these caves and experience the wilderness where Christ was tempted by Satan. Having followed an inaccurate map, they found themselves trapped in a riverbed far from the main road. They set out to seek help with only a bottle of soda and no protection from the 140-degree heat. The outspoken Pike had recently been banned from performing any priestly duties and had quit the church, hurt and angry. Was he here to retrace the steps of Christ, or had he in some way known he might die? Even in his youth, Pike's life centered on the church. As a child, he drew religious figures and dressed paper dolls as priests. A pious teenager whom others called a loner, he attended Roman Catholic Mass daily. He spent years doing special devotions to make sure that he would go to heaven. Priests took the place of the father he lost when he was 2. With them, he shared doubts he was already having about his faith, doubts that would always shadow him. His entire life was spent searching for meaning. As a youth, he left the Catholic Church and turned agnostic. After college, he began a promising legal career, but left it and became an Episcopal priest. It became a lifelong pattern. On the one hand, irresistibly drawn to the church, on the other, in conflict with it. Only 5 years out of divinity school, he was installed as dean of one of the largest cathedrals in the world, St. John the Divine in New York City. Pike brought new life to the vast cathedral and to the faith as well. He put traditional church theology into everyday language and used his powerful pulpit to voice his opinions on current issues. His opinions began to irritate church hierarchy. When the movie Baby Doll was called pornographic by Catholic Cardinal Spellman, Pike boldly went to see for himself. His attendance made news, and his sermon the following Sunday declared the movie profoundly Christian in message and less sensual than DeMille's movie, The Ten Commandments. While some called Pike a publicity hound, others, like Archdeacon Darby Betts, understood his motives.
Bishop Pike had a great nose for news, and I am convinced that his chief seeking of fame, notoriety, public attention, anything else you want to describe, was of course partly due to ego, but primarily due to his determination to be a preacher, to be an evangelist.
ABC television recognized his growing popularity and gave him his own weekly show. Now married for the second time, his wife and 4 children were often on the program. While he loved his family greatly, he had little time for them. He would later consider himself a failure as a father, partly perhaps because of his alcoholism, which took him years to conquer. Bishop Paul Moore of New York knew the driven clergyman for over 20 years.
I think the first thing I'd say about Jim Pike as a person to meet for the first time was an enormous energy, intellectual energy, physical energy. It was very hard for him to sit still. When he was talking, he was always using his hands and his arms, and his mind was going a mile a minute and usually going faster than his words, so that you had a sense he was always trying to catch up with his thinking.
Pike was so compelled to achieve that he didn't consider his workday over until nearly midnight. He authored 20 books, including one entitled The Next Day, which he had to compile in 24 hours to meet a forgotten deadline. He traveled in the Holy Land to examine the Palestinian problem. Panels, articles, crusades. He missed few opportunities to capture public attention, endangering his health and his marriage. Why was he never satisfied? What was he trying to prove to the world, to the church, or to himself?
Some say Jim was a genius, and some say he was mad. I think that genius is very close to madness, and in Jim Pike's case, I think most of the time genius was being expressed. But the madness did come through. The madness came through in lack of control, in going far beyond the limits of normal human endurance in his use of himself and his expectations of others.
In 1958, Pike became Bishop of California, a position he had desperately wanted. The office had drawbacks, however. Now he would be expected to defend church orthodoxy, even if he disagreed with it, and disagree with it he did. In tune with the rebellious spirit of the 60s, he seemed to voice the unspoken doubts of millions about such once unquestionable doctrine as the virginity of Mary and the deity of Christ. And not only did he challenge the church, but he became more and more politically outspoken.
This sounds very unpatriotic because the communist countries were on the side of God, whereas our nation was on the side of the devil, and it lost. Hooray!
He marched in Selma with Martin Luther King and said that he was quite ready for mayhem and death. He protested the war in Vietnam and proudly displayed his new Peace Cross. He established a street ministry in San Francisco to fight prejudice and help runaways, dropouts, and gays. He embraced each new project with unbounded enthusiasm. When Pike added new stained glass windows to Grace Cathedral, he chose to honor not biblical figures, but scientist Albert Einstein and astronaut John Glenn, personal heroes whom he called secular saints. In many ways, Pike was as wide-eyed and unrestrained as the flower children who populated Haight-Ashbury.
The remembrance of him that means most to me was his almost being a little boy as well as a great man. He was not only naive, he was not only humble, but he was starry-eyed about so many things. He was so vulnerable.
Though popular with the public, the ecclesiastical tide began to turn against Pike, and some in the House of Bishops, whispering heresy, sought ways to silence him. Bishop Moore, however, tried to help.
And we'd get him aside and say, Jim, now you please don't put it this way because it's unnecessary. You're going to alienate everybody and make it tough to get this issue through. And then, you know, he'd go off and talk to reporters, and the headlines the next morning would be disastrous. And we'd grab him and pull him into the room, the smoke-filled room, sit him down, give him a drink, and say, now, wait a minute. You loused everything up. Will you please behave yourself for the rest of the session? And of course he never would, which was part of his genius, but it sometimes drove some of us crazy.
Serious problems now surrounded him, at home as well as in the church. His 20-year-old son Jimmy was taking LSD and seeing a psychoanalyst. Together, Pike and his son left for a sabbatical in England, where they caught up on years of their relationship. They talked about life and death. They developed a closeness the two had never known before. On their return to the United States, Jimmy stopped off in New York, alone. He had said goodbye to his father in London. Near Times Square, Jimmy bought a rifle. The despondent note he left in his hotel room would give little reason why he took his life. Was his suicide the result of drugs, or was there another cause? The questions tormented Bishop Pike, even as he conducted his own son's funeral. As he followed Jimmy's wishes and scattered his ashes beyond the Golden Gate, Pike despaired that after finally learning to communicate with his son, the door was irreversibly closed. Or was it? In the years to come, he would defy the boundary of death itself, seeking contact with his son from beyond the grave. Tormented by feelings he had failed as a father, Bishop Pike returned to England to lose himself in his work. In the apartment he had shared with his son, odd events began occurring. Books were found on the floor at a peculiar angle to each other, as though arranged. Inside one book was a postcard his son had bought, stuck as though glued. Throughout the flat were found safety pins, opened so wide they must have been bent that way for some purpose. And there were more postcards lying at the same angle. A clue came when a broken clock whose hands had been stuck at 12:30 was discovered with the hands now stopped at 8:19. The clock hands, the postcards, the books and safety pins, all at the same angle. Bishop Pike calculated that 8:19 was close to the London time when his son died. Was Jimmy trying to communicate with him? Pike was not alone in the apartment. With him were David, his chaplain, and Merrin, his editorial assistant. All three were baffled by the strange events and could not agree on a natural explanation. The phenomena occurred so frequently that the bishop began to keep a log of anything that seemed unusual, searching for a pattern or meaning. One day his closet was found with one part much neater than usual, and the other a total mess. The thermostat was found set uncomfortably high, the way Jimmy liked it. And the most startling incident, Pike and Merrin watched as a hand mirror moved by itself. How many of the phenomena were as strange as he reported, and how many were the imagination of a grief-stricken father yearning for contact with his son? Bishop Pike wrote that often, in the midst of conversation, he would suddenly become aware of the time, always at 8:19. Some said his obsession bordered on madness. If Jimmy was trying to make contact, what was he trying to say? Perhaps a spiritual medium could provide the answer. Pike sought one to obtain, as he termed it, professional help. "He's here," she said. "He's trying very hard to get through." Ina Twigg was a well-known English medium and a member of his church. As she focused her attention on something of Jimmy's, Pike sensed a change. Pike felt that Jimmy was speaking through the medium. His son described how he had moved objects in their apartment, regretted his suicide, and was glad, as he put it, about the Golden Gate. Pike held 2 sittings with Twigg and was impressed. But could she have been told these facts and faked the communication? Did Merrin, who some suspected was unbalanced, create the phenomena and feed the information to Twigg, hoping to give Pike reassurance that his son's spirit lived? Pike doubted it, but would seek other mediums in America. Upon his return to San Francisco, Pike realized, as he put it, that he was not twins and could no longer bear his personal strains and hold the office of bishop. Thousands attended his farewell sermon.
If it does not seem that there ever is going to be a second coming, if there was not a virgin birth, if there is not a committee God, the Trinity, if there was no ascension into heaven, if there was no descent into hell, then what can a man believe?
Pike would search for the rest of his life to answer that question. He continued active as bishop without an official position. While teaching a course in religion, he met a young woman who became his companion, administrative assistant, and a stabilizing influence. Diane Kennedy. Invited to join the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions in Santa Barbara as theologian in residence, he researched 2 of his favorite topics, the Dead Sea Scrolls and the life of the man Jesus. But his agitated life was far from settled. At the 1966 House of Bishops meeting, Pike would be called heretic, then censured.
Well, in simplest terms, what rankled the House of Bishops is that he was basically a pest. He was a pest in that he constantly brought up subjects brilliantly that people would wish that he'd leave alone.
His keen legal mind challenged the censure and demanded to face his accusers in a heresy trial. However, the law was changed, and Pike was never tried. His professional career was saved just as his personal life fragmented further. In his Santa Barbara apartment, his assistant, Merrin, committed suicide, apparently unhappy that Pike lacked romantic interest in her. The scandal was quickly buried. Shortly thereafter, his 25-year marriage to Esther ended in divorce, leaving him free to openly pursue his relationship with Diane. In September 1967, Pike made perhaps his most controversial news of all, attending a seance televised from Canada with the celebrated medium Arthur Ford. While Ford's voice was reassuring, there was little that proved they were really speaking with Jim.
Jim says he wants you to definitely understand that you, nor any other member of the family, have any right to feel any sense of guilt or have any feeling that you failed him in any way.
A few months later, they visited Ford again. Diane Pike.
The second one, the Philadelphia sitting, was very evidential. We went with specific questions that we wanted to ask to see if we could get detailed information about Jim Jr.'s death, how it had taken place, and what were the circumstances before the death, and many details that we had not been able to find out any other way.
Ford revealed that Jimmy committed suicide due to deep fears about his masculinity. The bishop acknowledged he knew of the fears, a private detail he believed to be unresearchable. After Pike and Diane wrote about the psychic experiences, they were married, sure that they had the tacit approval of the church. They were wrong. Just after the wedding, the next bishop of California, perhaps pressured by the House of Bishops, banned Pike from performing any sacred duties. In essence, he was defrocked. Devastated by this final blow, the bishop and his wife quit the church. A trip to Israel was part of their plan to begin a new life of research and travel. Pike put his affairs in order before he left, even making visits to all his children.
We spent an entire night, the night before going out into the desert, reviewing his life and talking about the parts of his life that he felt were still unfinished, of which there was really only one major one that was in relation to his wife of 25 years. He wrote her a birthday note and mailed it, actually, just as we were leaving the hotel to go out into the desert.
In the wilderness, they had planned to literally walk in Jesus' footsteps. Did Pike in some way feel he might never return? Lost in the desert, Pike grew weaker. They soon agreed Diane had the best chance of getting help and should go on alone. It would be their only hope of survival. For 10 hours, she struggled through deep ravines and up high cliffs, knowing that soon they would face the merciless sun, that neither could survive. The region was uninhabited, except for a small camp of Arab road workers. Near dawn, they heard what they thought was an animal, but soon recognized a woman's voice crying, "Shalom." Diane was safe, but what about Jim? A few hours later, she led a search party to retrace their path. He was not where she had left him. Had he found his way out? Pike had discovered a small spring and pushed on, perhaps fearing Diane needed help. To show he'd been there, he left clothing behind. Ultimately, he was found, but not alive. He had fallen, and his body rested in a kneeling position. There are those who would say that perhaps, in the end, his faith had conquered his doubt.
I suppose the historical role you would label someone like Jim as a prophet. What he was saying was said with such clarity and strength and sometimes abrasiveness that the church felt threatened. I think they couldn't accept him because they knew he was right so often.
we going to experience some form of ultimate disaster? Will we have worldwide floods, major earthquakes? Perhaps an unexpected collision with planetary debris will trigger the ultimate catastrophe.
These things happen. They've happened in the past. We could expect them to happen again. And it may be that the timing is that we're going to see an event such as this.
Is it possible that a cataclysmic event could occur that would affect the entire human race? Could this ultimate disaster happen in our lifetime?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
We tend to think of catastrophic events occurring on a limited regional basis, not worldwide. Yet the yearly toll of destruction by earth, air, fire, and water is immense. Earthquakes have been on the increase around the globe since 1976. In that year alone, more than 800,000 people lost their lives, and millions of dollars worth of property was destroyed. In one day in 1974, tornadoes killed or injured 6,300 people and left $600 million worth of damage in 13 states. Serious volcanic eruptions have occurred in 4 regions of our planet so far this past year. 200 square miles of the Pacific Northwest were devastated by the eruption of Mount St. Helens in 1980. Nearly 300 people were caught by a tidal wave at Hilo, Hawaii in 1960. Property damage amounted to more than $40 million. In 1979, 200 people were killed by a giant wave in Indonesia. Are these disasters merely a prelude to larger events that may occur? Experts were asked if an ultimate disaster could be a part of our future. Some find this a very real possibility. Archaeologist, geologist Jeffrey Goodman, author of We Are the Earthquake Generation.
What is coming up for the future? This has always been a theme. The Bible has talked about it. It seems that in the close of every millennium, people are particularly concerned. At the end of, when 1000 AD was coming up, people were concerned that that was going to be the end of the world. And since then, I think Western society is particularly sprinkled with ideas about there's going to be a big event. It may be that as we're moving towards an ice age, which a lot of climatologists believe we are, that the amount of ice and snow cover in the North Pole area will get so great, and also in the South Pole, that it will contribute to the instability of the Earth. And we know that large earthquakes do move the Earth on its axis, and it may be a combination of forces of the instability from the ice and snow cover, the striking of a meteor, large quakes causing jostling, a number of factors coming together to produce what I think is, or has been referred to as the ultimate event, and that's the Earth actually turning over in space, turning on its hinges.
The Stell Group is a new community established in the farmlands south of Chicago under the leadership of Richard Kenninger. One of their concerns is how to deal with the catastrophe they feel may occur at the turn of the century. Physicist Tim Wilhelm, Stell's vice president, describes the 3 factors they feel could cause the ultimate disaster.
The south polar ice mass would begin increasing in size and weight and would do so in an off-center fashion. In other words, it would not all be equally balanced around the axis, rotational axis of the Earth, but it would be offset. And just like putting balancing weights on a tire, if your tire on your car is out of balance, it tends to make it jump and bounce. And this supposedly would have the same effect. This off-center mass of ice would cause what's called the Earth's precessional wobble. The Earth precesses. As it rotates, it also wobbles slightly. And with this heavy weight on one side, it would cause that to exaggerate slightly. That exaggerated wobble would put a stress force on the crust of the Earth.
The second factor is the cooling in the core of the Earth.
As with all physical matter, as it cools, it shrinks. Now, the plastic underlayment, the mantle of the Earth, being more fluid-like or plastic-like, can shrink at a continual rate. But the crust of the Earth is rigid and cannot readily conform to this shrinking mantle. And what happens is as the underlayment is shrinking away, you get sort of a buckling of the crust, which along fault lines there are instabilities. And to equalize, the crust will shift, and that is what an earthquake is.
Fault lines form a web covering every area of the Earth. The third factor,
the predicted planetary alignment, which is to occur on or near the date May 5 of the year 2000. Now, this planetary alignment will not be a super straight line of all the planets through space. There will be several of the farther out planets off at about 90 degrees, but most of what are termed the visible planets will be in a fairly straight line shot through the heavens. Now, it's been calculated many times over that when all the planets line up, the gravitational distortion that's created, the added gravitational pull, is not necessarily strong enough to have any major effect. But there have been studies done which show that the sun and the moon lining up alone can cause the Earth's crust to heave by more than a foot up and down, and it creates literal tides in the crust of the Earth. So gravitation does have some effect. So with the instability caused by this added wobble due to the ice mass being off-center and growing, plus the instability of the crustal arches being somewhat buckled due to the cooling and shrinking of the Earth, you add this final hair trigger at the right point in time, and that would trigger a chain of geological, geophysical events, which could be termed a cataclysm.
The interesting thing, in the last 10 years, within the professional field of geology, geologists are resorting more and more to catastrophic explanations to explain how the Earth got to be the way it is, to explain why mountain ranges are there and why there are changes and why there are certain river basins and such. We now talk about how the glaciers once careened across the state of Washington to scour out the topography of lakes and scablands that we see in the central part of the state. We talk about periods of time when there were volcanic eruptions going around the Earth, the whole planet at once. All the volcanoes were spouting during the same period of time. We're talking about how meteors have periodically hit the Earth. The latest current theory is from Dr. Alvarez at UCLA, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, who says that the Earth was hit by a meteor or an asteroid 65 million years ago. This more or less turned the lights out on the Earth. There was a big cloud of dust. We know that was so because we have the element iridium that only comes from outer space, found in all the geological layers around the Earth. And we think that this event was responsible for the extinction of the dinosaurs. That suddenly, the dinosaurs didn't slowly die out, but they suddenly, catastrophically died out. And there was a great event that took place. And the thing that is a little unnerving to me is that we're seeing that it's much more the rule now, and we're seeing more and more catastrophic events having to explain things. In our space shots, we've gone off to Mars. What were we greeted with? Earthquakes. Since then, we thought all the volcanoes on Mars were extinct. Turns out there are active volcanoes on Mars. We went by Saturn, and we passed by its little satellite, its little moon, Io. There were 7 volcanic eruptions going off at once. So I think we, in professional geology, have woefully underplayed the role of catastrophic events. And as we're finding out about the realities of events, it makes the traditional views, the psychic views, the intuitive views, that much more real, that much more possible.
Could a catastrophic event be already building in our own western United States in the form of a major earthquake? Scientists are studying new information, hoping to find the answer before it is too late.
We know that there's bulging going up and down in the Palmdale area of California. We know there have been swarms of earthquakes there. We know that San Diego has recently experienced earthquakes, and the fault lines that we thought stopped along the coastline actually come on and go right through downtown San Diego.
The San Andreas Fault slashes across 700 miles of California. It creates a volatile earthquake zone stretching between San Diego and San Francisco.
Up in San Francisco, there's a great deal of change that has taken place within the last 2 years, and that the San Andreas Fault in that area is now changed the nature of its pressure. It's been under compression. That means the two parts of the fault have been pressing against each other, and it's been very hard to have an earthquake there while they're pressing against, because for an earthquake you need one chunk of rock to slide past another very quickly, and this gives you your tremendous energy release. But right now they have noticed that the fault is actually in expansion. The two halves are coming apart, and that's going to make it much, much easier to have a big earthquake occur there.
Some scientists believe in the interconnection of geophysical events. Earthquake activity may release power from deep within the earth, resulting in volcanic eruption.
We just had the eruption of Mount St. Helens, and we have always known that the Cascade Range is a very dangerous range. It's a very young mountain range. We've looked at St. Helens, which was really a pipsqueak of a volcanic eruption. There have been eruptions at Tambora that have been hundreds of times as large. And indeed, just 6,000 years ago, there was a Mount Mazama. Remember Mount Mazama? Well, it was where Crater Lake is now. And literally, the whole mountain blew up and threw ash as far east as into the plain states of Kansas and Nebraska.
Given the very real possibility of a catastrophic event, will we be given time to react to an approaching global disaster? Dr. Goodman believes there will be a series of events which serve as a warning sequence.
And it begins with a great deal of destruction to Japan, earthquakes, the island of Japan being really ravaged over. And then activity in Italy, Vesuvius, the volcano, it erupting. And then the activity moving over across the ocean to the Caribbean, where Mount Pelee is, on the Isle of Martinique. And then the west coast of the United States, California, being hit. And then the burners of the earth, so to speak, being turned up to high gear. We'd see the California coastline start to be crumbling away and be pushed back inland. And we'd see even warning earthquakes in such areas that we don't normally think of earthquakes, such as St. Louis, New York City, increasingly harsh weather patterns, food shortages in the U.S., and then by 1990 to 2000 would be the really devastating period. And here we're talking about earthquakes that would be literally over 10 on the Richter scale, bigger than anything anybody imagined.
Beyond the advent of the geological changes and hazards already identified, could it be that the ultimate catastrophe will come from outside the Earth itself?
Archaeological objects.
Zecharia Sitchin is the author of The 12th Planet and The Stairway to Heaven. He believes that the writings of ancient Sumerians, which tell a story of prehistoric catastrophe, may in fact foretell our future.
Fortunately, the Sumerians have left us not only very detailed writings which speak for themselves, but also pictorial evidence. This seal is very interesting. It actually depicts the whole solar system with the sun in the center, not the Earth, showing all the planets that are known to us today, plus one more between Mars and Jupiter, of which we are not aware. The planet which I call the 12th planet and which the ancient peoples called Marduk was caught in sun orbit into our solar system by having come out from outer space, was pulled in by the gravity force of all the other planets into the solar system and collided with another ancient member of the solar system called Tiamat. In the collision, Tiamat was split in two. One half of it became the asteroid belt and the comets, The other half, which was pushed into a new orbit, became the planet on which we live, planet Earth. Marduk itself, which was now caught into solar orbit, has adopted a very large, long elliptical orbit, almost comet-like, which brings it once every 3,600 years between Mars and Jupiter.
Is this possible? Could there be another planet in our system that approaches Earth every 3,600 years?
This basic tenet in my writings, which was central to the beliefs of the ancient peoples, that there is indeed one more planet in our solar system, has been in the past 2 years or so accepted in a way by astronomers, especially those at the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington, who have concluded that there is indeed one large planet beyond Pluto.
Dr. Robert Harrington of the U.S. Naval Observatory does confirm the recent appearance of another planet orbiting beyond Pluto. This planet is believed to be 3 to 5 times larger than Earth.
Given then that such a planet indeed exists and that it may come and cause havoc in the future, it's very interesting to read the Sumerian evidence of what happened on one of those previous passages when the deluge took place on Earth. The first effect were a very strong wind and a darkened sky. The nearing of that planet and its gravitational pull have shifted the ice cap of Antarctica off the landmass of Antarctica, creating the huge tidal wave that has engulfed our globe and that has remained in human memory as the deluge or the great flood of the Bible, of Noah, and of the Sumerian tales.
Could Sumerian mythology be our history? Has our Earth actually been the victim of past global catastrophe? Would we be prepared to face an ultimate disaster? Dr. Jeffrey Goodman.
There are a lot of contingencies and ramifications that could take place should these types of events start to occur. And really, it doesn't need the whole place getting shaken up or torn up. 1 or 2 earthquakes will do just fine. I think this country stood and watched in amazement when we saw the earthquake that hit Italy.
November 23rd, 1980. An earthquake measuring 7.2 on the Richter scale devastated an area of south-central Italy, killing 3,000 people.
And we watched it on our news broadcast, and we were very sympathetic and empathetic, and we sent aid, and we said, boy, these poor people, they weren't ready to cope with this. The Japanese have admitted that they're in a great earthquake threat, and in the Tokyo area and along that coastline from outside of Tokyo, they already have named the big quake. They call it the Tokai quake, and they expect it to come soon, and they're talking about tremendous loss of life, 250,000 homes being lost, tremendous destruction from fire, tremendous loss from a resultant tidal wave that would come with the event, and they're making very, very definite preparations. They've put up enough food and water to supply Tokyo for 10 days. They're spending a tremendous amount of money on preparedness. And similarly, now here in this country, we have various groups that have been putting out newsletters, monitoring all the information, and getting together to move to certain areas or within the area they are, become better prepared for the possibility of an event.
One purpose of the STEL group is to develop a new self-sufficient culture that would survive following a catastrophe. Tim Wilhelm.
One of the ways we see of doing that is developing as many capabilities right here within the community as we can. For example, we have our own water treatment plant, which is a reverse osmosis system, the kind used for desalinating seawater. We also are working under a grant from the U.S. Department of Energy, developing a community-sized fuel alcohol plant. Obviously, a task of this nature is incredible in scope and a very ambitious undertaking, to say the least. And we've looked at alternatives like building concrete bunkers and going underground for a while, and we've also looked at the alternative of lifting above the surface of the Earth in some sort of an aircraft or hovercraft or hovering aircraft, whatever you choose to call it. And we don't know what it is yet. We're just looking at that as the possible alternative.
Technological advancement in the last 100 years is remarkable. We have developed machinery to aid us in our physical labor, computers to augment our minds. There have been incredible advances in communication and medicine. We've landed on the moon, on Mars, and on Venus. We're sailing into the far reaches of our solar system. Modern technology has carried us into an era of wonders. Tomorrow holds endless promise, yet it is clouded by a threat. Some scientists feel that we may face cataclysmic events in our lifetime. Given that possibility, there are those who believe that some of our technological resources must be applied toward mankind's survival of the ultimate disaster.
Apart from a catastrophe on Earth, limited or due to our own position in the heavens and the fact that another planet comes periodically, is there something in the solar system, perhaps in the whole universe, that keeps repeating itself? That a civilization arises, life can become possible, evolve on a planet, a stage arises, there's a very high civilization, but it brought its own ruin, perhaps, on itself, and then somebody gets into spaceships and goes to another planet and starts it all over again. In other words, is the past the future?
As the mother moves, what happens to the baby in the womb? Does it have any way of knowing what is occurring outside?
And down, and lift, again.
New discoveries have brought an entirely new focus to the study of life before birth. Scientists now believe that the unborn child can actually hear, feel, and see. Is it possible that it can even think?
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
There are few moments in the human experience as magical as the instant of birth. What influences has this baby encountered in 9 months? How aware was he of his surroundings? Will he remember his birth and life before birth? In 9 months, the unborn has traveled an enormous distance from a single fertilized cell to a complete individual. From the moment of fertilization, these minute cells will transform themselves into a human fetus,
200 million cells will eventually comprise this new person. A tiny heart beats strongly after only 4 weeks. Deep in the womb, and about the size of an adult thumb, a delicate cartilage skeleton begins to take shape at 5 weeks. While the physical growth of the fetus is astounding, a great deal of controversy still exists as to when human life actually begins. The fetus is physically complete after 12 weeks. Barely 3 inches long, it can move its head, squint, frown, and stretch its arms and legs. Between 3 and 6 months, the fetus grows to 8 inches inside these cramped quarters. Its fingernails can scratch its skin, and gender is obvious. At 18 weeks, when the bones are solid and the muscles strong, the baby can punch and kick its mother. Already, the unborn wants to suck its thumb. Soft hair grows in the last 3 months. The senses develop. Eyes open and close, and it can hear and perhaps understand the mother's world. Everything that affects a pregnant woman influences her growing fetus.
During the pregnancy,
Dr. Kenneth L. Jones, director of the Birth Defects Clinic at the University of California, San Diego, describes the danger of drugs on the fetus during its most vulnerable period of growth.
It would appear that the first trimester of pregnancy, the first 3 months of the pregnancy, is the most critical time as far as the fetus is concerned, as far as most drugs and chemicals are concerned. And the reason for that is that that is the period when the organs are developing in the developing fetus and embryo. By the end of the first trimester, by the end of the 3rd month of gestation, the baby is completely formed. All the organs are formed. And after that, it really just is a process of growth and more development of the fetus. But all the organs are really formed by the time the fetus is 3 months old. So that time, that first 3 months of the pregnancy is most critical as far as most drugs and chemicals are concerned.
Despite these warnings, the average woman takes about 14 different drugs during pregnancy, although it is unclear what effect many of these chemicals have on the developing baby. These children were tragically deformed by the tranquilizer thalidomide, taken by many pregnant women in the late 1950s and early 1960s. There are other more commonplace agents that might harm the fetus. Drinking and smoking are a normal part of life. Now it is known that even in minimal amounts, smoking and drinking may have a detrimental effect upon the fetus throughout pregnancy.
We were asked to see a group of children, all of whom were born to chronically alcoholic women. And we found that the 8 children that we saw all had some very characteristic features which made them very similar. They were all very small at the time of birth, which is to say they failed to thrive inside their mother, presumably because that high alcohol content that she was drinking was getting through her bloodstream across the baby's placenta and into the baby's bloodstream, and it was affecting the growth of the baby in utero. Babies born to women who smoke during their pregnancy are smaller at the time of birth than babies born to women who don't smoke during pregnancy.
And obviously they are.
Dr. Thomas Verney, author of The Secret Life of the Unborn Child.
Now, for a long time we have known, of course, that there is physiological communication between the unborn child and the mother. We know that everything that the mother eats and drinks, alcohol, smoking, all these things, the nicotine, go right through the placental barrier. One researcher did an interesting study which went a little bit further than just what the mother eats. He asked several of the mothers who were habitual smokers to only think of having a cigarette, Just consider for a moment that you're going to light up. The moment that mothers just thought of having a cigarette, their unborn children immediately reacted to their thoughts as if they, in fact, were smoking up. Now, there is no physiological explanation for this. We know of no neurochemicals that are produced in a person when they just think of having a cigarette. So something else is going on here.
The fetus may be more aware of its surroundings than previously understood. At Cedars-Sinai Hospital, Dr. Calvin Hobel, Director of Obstetrics and Gynecology, comments.
There are indications and studies which suggest that the fetus can interpret its mother's feelings and how the mother feels about its fetus. If a mother is stressed and concerned about her pregnancy, and she can release hormones which influence the environment of the fetus. And I think that the fetus is in a position where it can interpret that type of information, which can have an effect on the fetus and its development.
New methods of monitoring the health and development of the fetus may relieve the usual anxieties that accompany pregnancy. Carol Jackson, one of Dr. Hobel's patients, is now in her 4th month and has decided to have a sonogram to be sure that her baby is healthy. On a television screen, she can see her baby move and actually count its fingers and toes.
A sonogram uses the principle of sound waves, much like sonar is used in the Navy to search for submarines in the ocean. Sound waves of this magnitude are very safe and do not harm the fetus.
Because Carol is 38 and has a family history of problem pregnancies, her doctor has also recommended amniotic testing. A hollow needle is carefully inserted through the abdomen into the amniotic sac that surrounds and protects the fetus.
In this fluid are cells that are exfoliated from the fetus into the amniotic fluid, and by taking a sample of the fluid and then in tissue culture in the laboratory, we can grow these cells and we can study their genetic components. Using this test, we can then identify that fetus which has abnormal chromosomes.
The test results indicate no Downs syndrome. Given a normal pregnancy, she will give birth to a healthy baby girl. Carol might wonder if her baby locked in the womb is aware and can feel. The fetus seems insulated from outside thoughts and feelings. However, new studies indicate that the unborn is capable of thought, emotion, and memory.
Lift. Again, keeping the knees over the toes. And bring me up.
There are a number of influences upon the baby that would surprise many pregnant women.
Once again. Good. You should be feeling it in your chest. Anybody?
Jane Fonda's workout is one of many health centers recognizing the benefits of well-planned exercise during pregnancy.
Up, 2, and down. Breathe.
Recent testing indicates that the baby, particularly during the later months in the womb, is very much aware of its mother's activities.
Last time, really lift. Now just let the heels hang straight.
Recently, it has been shown that by the age of 6 months, you can do electroencephalograms, which are brainwave studies of the unborn child. And that indeed, from these you can see that some of the time the unborn child is asleep, and some of the time he is awake. Furthermore, during the time that he's asleep, it can be shown that he has REM sleep, which is rapid eye movement sleep. And rapid eye movement sleep always or almost always connotes in adults dreaming. There is no reason to suppose that the same would not apply to the unborn child. So that what we have here in terms of the hard scientific data is proof positive that at least the neurological substrate is there on which memory can build, which really
is the absolute foundation. Without that, I could not say that a child is an aware, sensing, feeling human being, as I am saying.
If the unborn baby has a memory, what kind of events could it recall? Dr. David Chamberlain of the Anxiety Treatment Center in San Diego has tried to find out. Through hypnosis, Linda Nickerson retraces her pre-birth experiences.
I'm in my mother, but we're in the house.
You're in your mother, but we're in the house.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. What part of the house are you in?
by the door, the front door.
By the front door? What's happening there?
My mom's laughing and we're going somewhere.
Uh-huh. She's laughing? And you're going somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Is it just you and your mother together?
No, I think she's going somewhere with my father.
So the three of you are going off somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
How is it for you when your mother laughs?
It's nice. It's like, I can't explain it. It's just nice.
It's nice.
Makes me feel like a warm fuzzy or something. A little ball of warmth.
All right, would it be all right with you to remember something unpleasant that happened in the womb? All right, when I touch your forehead, that memory will come to you. Something very unpleasant that happened while you were inside. Where are you now?
In the bedroom. My mother's crying. And she's really upset. Everything seems dark. Feels... She keeps shaking and it makes me shake. And I keep wanting it to stop, but it won't.
All right, why don't you come forward now? And this time when I touch your forehead, let it be the time that you are actually being born. Be there now.
The doctor's putting his hands on my temples. And I don't want him to do that because I want to do it by myself. Now he's pulling me out. And I feel kind of scared.
Scared?
Well, it feels real different. It's kind of cold.
Cold?
Yeah, because I'm all wet. And then the doctor brings me over and he lays me on my mother's stomach.
Lays you on your mother's stomach?
Mm-hmm.
How is that?
It's nice.
Adele Miller, Linda's mother, is surprised by the accuracy of her daughter's recollections.
When I think back about the birth, when she was born, I thought of it as an experience that I had. And now I find out it's an experience we both had. It's one we both shared.
You have to appreciate the fact that in the normal operation and economy of the mind, we're always storing things. We're always filing away old experiences. This is simply the way we're built. We don't have immediate memory of everything that ever happened to us. We file it away. Naturally, things that happened long, long ago are kind of filed away the deepest. And it takes a little more work to get back to them. They are there. They are somehow recorded by the mind and held. And you have to go to a bit of effort to get at that. But hypnosis is the very best means that I know of for uncovering that material. But it's not the only means. Some people remember their birth without any help at all.
An opposing view is voiced by Dr. Elizabeth Loftus, psychologist at the University of Washington, Seattle, and author of Memory.
There is a widespread belief that everything we ever experience is stored in the mind, and even if we can't get at it, potentially we could, if we could hypnotize a person or if we could electrically stimulate their brain in some way. But I have examined the evidence for this proposition, and I find there is absolutely no good evidence for the idea that everything we ever experience is stored in the mind. In fact, it seems more likely to me that some of our memories undergo transformations or alterations or distortions because of suggestions that come in later, and that original memories are no longer there.
There is a lot of evidence that babies, even in utero, are able to understand what's going on, whether they happen to understand that language or not. Somehow they get the message.
To many, the difficulty and pain of childbirth is as traumatic for the baby as it is for the mother. Natural childbirth, to some, is one of the means of making the first breath of life more gentle. This class teaches the father to assist the mother during labor and delivery.
Pelvic rocking is real important for pregnancy because there's so much stress in the lower back. And this helps to bring the baby up out of the pelvis.
After much consideration, Kim and Bob Haley have allowed In Search Of to film this most extraordinary event, the birth of their first child. Sally Berman, trained nurse midwife, assists at their side. Bob coaches Kim throughout the entire birth. The Bradley method of natural childbirth employs unusual procedures, including standing and squatting, to oxygenate the baby and move it into position. Dr. Misha Askren will deliver the baby. Emergency equipment is concealed, preserving the home-like feeling. What you're about to see is an actual natural birth, using no drugs.
That's real good. Yeah. Yeah.
That's beautiful, Kim.
Okay, now a little bit more. Okay.
After 10 hours of labor, a healthy baby boy, Morgan, is born. We have not solved all the mysteries of life before birth, and the debate as to when life begins continues. But for the first time, we know the dimension of feeling and perhaps memory that's passed from mother to child. Kim Haley.
During the whole pregnancy and through the whole 9 months, everything you're doing is for this little baby and giving them the chance to start out the right way. It was just I'm sure, the most choice moments that I'll have in my life.
When does life before birth really begin? Dr. Jeffrey Phelan, a family practitioner and spokesman for the Right to Life organization, comments.
My view and the view of contemporary biology on when life begins is that life begins with fertilization. When the sperm and the egg come together, from that point on, the human being is genetically complete. Everything that makes up a human being, the hair color, the eye color, the type of fingerprints is determined at that time, at the time of fertilization.
Dr. Hugh Anwill, director of the Los Angeles chapter of Planned Parenthood.
We haven't really defined when human life begins. Does it begin in the coming together of the sperm and the egg? Is it something that is there when birth takes place? My own view is that it's somewhere in the later stages of the pregnancy.
The issue is extremely sensitive and volatile. The Supreme Court has declared the mother now holds the right to terminate her pregnancy, in many cases up to 24 weeks. The court, however, did not address itself directly to the question of when does life begin. Meanwhile, the controversy continues.
I think the important thing really in the final analysis to remember is that the unborn child, certainly from the 6 months on, is a sensing, feeling, aware human being and capable of laying down memory tracks. Consequently, he or she will really have to be treated with much more love, much more caring, much more respect than it has been our practice in the past.
News.